underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Help one another. XiaoMo squats in the corner, his eyes flickering evasively. Elder brother Ling, can you change the conditions? Who told you it is an option? You're the one who caused it to stand up, so you have to make it go down. This is your responsibility. Ling Xiao says it casually, his expression seems to show that the matter is solved, looking from above, as if it has nothing to do with him. XiaoMo almost chokes to death on his own saliva. Morning vigor is also his fault? But it really seems to be his fault. But. The competition will start soon. I'm afraid we won't be in time. XiaoMo can only go all out looking for excuses. Ling Xiao sits up and leans on the bedpost, saying leisurely, you don't have to worry about the competition. Even if we are late, I have a way to make sure no one suspects us. Furthermore, if I were to be disqualified, that would be even better. I'll avoid raising the suspicion of Tang Fan, that wily old fox. This reason is perfectly logical. Unable to refute it, XiaoMo can only try his best to find an excuse. After all this talk, are you going to do it or not? Ling Xiao says impatiently. He doesn't want to continue wasting time like this. If someone were to come knock on the door, wouldn't that mean his carefully laid out plans would go to waste? XiaoMo jumps in fright at this bluff. He wails pitifully, explaining, I can't. This is not a lie. Although XiaoMo lived up to 18 years in his past life, he is still a pure and innocent little virgin. The things that guys usually do, like watch gay porn, masturbate and such, all these things he has not done before. This is probably related to his upbringing, so for most things, this is his first time. Listening to this, Ling Xiao narrows his eyes slightly. Don't tell me you've never consoled yourself? Console myself? XiaoMo almost spits out his tongue. This term seems familiar. Seems like something his male classmates whisper among themselves. Ling Xiao looks at him with suspicion and suddenly pulls him over. XiaoMo didn't expect him to act so suddenly. Unable to react, he is pulled into his arms and sprawls on top of his body. Before he can start to struggle, Ling Xiao stretches out a hand and very accurately grips that between his two legs. His little brother. The pure and innocent little virgin immediately turns into stone. Ling Xiao doesn't seem to sense the change. He only feels that the thing in his hand is very soft. He can't help but rub the little brother. The first time for a virgin is very sensitive. With his rubbing and kneading, the little brother finally starts to change. Slowly stiffening. Feeling this change, Ling Xiao finally starts to smile. He raises his head and looks at the red-faced XiaoMo, saying jokingly, this here is really small. XiaoMo is breathing heavily with a flushed face. He feels shame, but he feels even more anger. Actually saying that his thing is small. Fine, although it is small compared to his, but that's because he is still small. If he were to grow up as big as him, it definitely won't be smaller than his. But now is not the time to think about these things. His very life is still in the hands of another person, and you let go now. Ling Xiao smiles at him suggestively. He scoops him up into his arms. Since you can't, let me teach you BA. Believe me, you only need to be taught once and you will get it. This is after all every man's innate ability. It's not hard to learn. Saying this, Ling Xiao simply lifts his green robe to one side, revealing the white pants under the robe. Giving him no chance to object, he takes off his pants. The half-erect little brother eagerly jumps out. Seeing this with his own eyes, XiaoMo is so anxious that his eyes start to redden. He desperately tries to break free of Ling Xiao's restraints, but the latter's strength is not something he can budge. It must be known that this half-naked disorderly appearance in the eyes of Ling Xiao is indescribably seductive. Especially the little plaything in his hands. Because it is still not fully developed, so it is, like he mentioned, a little small. But the appearance is still very pretty. Fair and tender like a jade pillar, very adorable when it stands up. There's also not a lot of hair. He now believes that this little fellow is really inexperienced. For some reason, when he thinks of this, he feels very happy. Under his expert technique, the little guy quickly releases. The pure and innocent little virgin's first time shoots into his hand. The musk-scented thick and creamy milky white liquid appears very alluring in Ling Xiao's eyes. The one that was forced to ejaculate for the first time, XiaoMo doesn't actually feel that much pleasure. Because it is his first time, so his endurance is very bad. Ling Xiao only teased him a little and he already shoots his load. The whole person falls into his embrace as if having lost all his strength. The cheeks are flushed red. To a little virgin, that pleasurable feeling just now made him feel so free that he almost cried out. He had never known that holding his own jade pillar will give him such an intense feeling, causing his whole body to heat up as if being burned by a flame. How is it? Was it very good? Ling Xiao strokes his head in satisfaction, beaming as he speaks. XiaoMo buries his head in his chest, not daring to lift his head for now. After a long time, he says in a weak mosquito-like voice, "And then, it's now my turn, ba." Ling Xiao leans close to his ear, smiling suggestively. At the same time, he pulls one of his hands downwards. That hard-like iron stick did not soften even a little bit with time. Its stiffness and temperature is even higher than before. Separated by a layer of cloth, it already feels like burning his hand. What more if it is direct contact? The heat burns XiaoMo such that he almost withdraws his hand, but his wrist is still being held by Ling Xiao. But XiaoMo discovers one thing. His one hand is unable to encircle Ling Xiao's stick. Shocked, he opens his eyes and looks over. This one look and he can't help but let out a gasp. This is really too big. Then he looks at his own and immediately feels inferior. No wonder he said that his is very small. Comparing the two, his is basically a beansprout ma. The inferior XiaoMo is somewhat lacking in general knowledge. Because if had seen other people's stick, he would know that Ling Xiao's stick is really bigger than normal people's. For normal people, no matter how big it is, there's no way it can get as big as his. Hurry up, dot. Ling Xiao breathes heavily and urges the dumbfounded XiaoMo. XiaoMo is startled. Red-faced, he looks at the ferocious stick in his hands. Although Ling Xiao had helped him out once, but the time was too short. He basically didn't get the gist of jerking off. He can only place both his hands on that stick, close his eyes and try to recall the steps Ling Xiao used to help him. As expected, a man's ability to learn these things is very strong indeed. So, the good student XiaoMo goes all out, lying in between Ling Xiao's legs, struggling with the stick until his whole head is covered in sweat. But with the passing of time, the time for the competition gets closer and closer. XiaoMo's hands start to ache, but Ling Xiao has not ejaculated. The stick is still engorged, but without any signs of release. XiaoMo wants to take a break, but looking up at Ling Xiao, whose face is bright red and breathing heavily with desire, he feels that this is not really a good time to stop. So he can only endure the pain in his hands and pick up the speed. Right at this time, Ling Xiao opens his eyes and says tightly, "Do the top." Top? XiaoMo is momentarily at a loss, his vision moving to the stick in his hands. He finally realizes that there is a clear sparkling liquid at the top of the stick. He immediately gets embarrassed. Isn't that where the pee comes out? Looking up, he sees the red-faced Ling Xiao with tensed muscles. XiaoMo hesitates a moment before pushing down his resentment and feeling of unease. He uses one of his hands to rub the tip of the stick. As a result, that crystal clear liquid actually increases. He suddenly finds it quite fascinating. XiaoMo's playful nature bursts forth and he fiddles with it repeatedly, actually using his nails to lightly scrape it a few times. Never did he think. Ling Xiao suddenly lets out a low growl and the stick explodes in a shudder. The thick and creamy essence that had not been released for many years sprays out from the tip and bursts. The quantity is really considerable. XiaoMo is scared senseless by this unexpected event, so he basically has no time to get out of the way. So his whole body is covered in that thick and creamy essence. Even his face is not spared. When Ling Xiao calms down, he sees the dumbfounded XiaoMo completely covered in sperm. He can't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After ejaculating, Ling Xiao is very elated. He uses his sleeve to wipe XiaoMo's face and goes as far as to personally take off the soiled robe from his body. Luckily, only the outer robe was soiled. "Oh, do you have any more clothes?" Ling Xiao saw him lay out his clothes that morning. But it was only one set. XiaoMo shakes his head in a daze. He still hasn't recovered from the blow. Ling Xiao frowns, seemingly displeased, saying, "Don't tell me you only have 2 sets of clothes?" XiaoMo nods. He definitely didn't buy clothes when he went down the mountain. It's not because he has no money, but because he feels that 2 sets of clothes is enough. So he didn't buy any the 2 times he went down the mountain. Ling Xiao looks at him with a complicated expression. He then gets down from the bed and takes out a white robe from his wardrobe. "Wear this first. The next time we go down the mountain, we'll go buy a few sets." Saying this, he flings it at him. XiaoMo finally recovers. But before he could process being sprayed all over, his head is covered by the clothes that Ling Xiao threw at him. After pulling it down, he stammers, "This robe. Isn't it too big?" "Even if it's too big, you still have to put it on. Unless you want to go out in your inner clothes?" Ling Xiao says as he takes off his clothes. He then takes out an outer robe from his wardrobe and puts it on. Then, "I'll wear it ba." XiaoMo hangs down his head. If XiaoMo knew what kind of commotion he would cause when he goes out wearing Ling Xiao's clothes, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to wear it at that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Trust. According to XiaoMo, today is the most disastrous day since the day he entered Tianxian sect. Because of this morning's force majeure, the both of them arrived just in time at the competition arena. When the two of them enter the arena, they rightfully receive the attention of over 80% of the attendees. When they see Ling Xiao, everyone gets excited as usual. But when they see XiaoMo, everyone gives him a look of disdain, and then they can no longer tear their eyes away. In just one glance, the eyes of over 70% of the people at the competitor and audience seats almost pop out of their sockets. Each and every one of the wide eyes fix on the one walking out behind Ling Xiao, XiaoMo. Oh no, to put it accurately, they are fixed on the clothes on his body. A robe the color of the crescent moon. The edges are embroidered with black and gold silk thread. Simple yet resplendent. Resplendent yet elegant. It's obviously elder brother's clothes. And so, the busybodies start to fill their heads with thoughts of unspeakable secret events happening in elder brother's room last night. Bursts of whispers that can't be restrained rise up. Ling Xiao appears oblivious, an elegant and proper slight smile on his handsome face, walking towards the competitor seats. However, the one behind him, XiaoMo, is not as thick-skinned as him. When everyone's penetrating gaze falls on his body, the scorching hot stares is impossible to ignore. He finally realizes what an idiotic decision he made. Just when they are walking past the elders, Tang Fan, who arrived just before them, suddenly opens his half-closed eyes. His probing yet undecipherable gaze scrapes over them, finally resting on XiaoMo. XiaoMo's legs almost give out. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao catching him in time, he would have made a fool of himself right there. It must be said that the stares of the central lineage disciples already give XiaoMo indigestion. So the gaze of Tang Fan is like a 1,000-catty gigantic boulder, pressing on him, making him almost unable to breathe. That feeling is too intense, as if cutting him open from inside out. As if nothing can be hidden from his eyes. If not for Ling Xiao propping him up, he almost feels that the secret teardrop on his chest will be discovered. So you're Master Kong's 7th disciple, XiaoMo? Just at this time, Tang Fan suddenly opens his mouth. There's panic in XiaoMo's eyes. The Grand Master actually recognizes him? And speaking to him? He recovers after a momentary daze, not daring to look at him, so he lowers his head and says, "Yes, Grand Master. Your brother Ling is a very good disciple. If you have any issues, just look for him." Tang Fan goes on to say, his serene expression looking as if he is inherently kind. Of course, the people who have had dealings with him will know, this is a fake appearance. As a leader of a sect, Tang Fan has a ruthless heart and a harsh hand. He places the most importance on Tianxian sect. If someone dares to endanger Tianxian sect or his position, even if that person is his own direct disciple, he won't hesitate to eliminate that person. So when advertising one's closeness to him, one has to keep in mind not to touch his lower limit. "Yes, Grand Master." XiaoMo repeats himself again, except that there is an added quiver in his voice. Ling Xiao, who is supporting him, discovers this immediately. He then pulls him closer and meets Tang Fan's eyes, smiling. "Master, you don't have to worry. I will take good care of brother XiaoMo." "That's good then. The competition is about to start. You should go to your seats." Tang Fan nods and allows them to leave. Your disciple takes his leave. Ling Xiao says respectfully while bowing with hands cupped before dragging the weak-kneed XiaoMo to the competitor seats. Tang Fan looks indifferently at the retreating backs and after a moment of silence, suddenly turns towards Elder Jiang at his side, saying softly, "Elder Jiang, what do you think of the relationship between young Xiao and that maid XiaoMo?" Being called upon, Elder Jiang is composed, answering, "Grand Master, I think it is very good. Young Lin has never paid so much attention to any other disciple. So their relationship is a little unusual. But last night, when I was out on patrol, they had gone to sleep very early. I definitely didn't find anything unusual." Tang Fan says seemingly offhandedly, "Young Xiao, ever since he came back from that trip down the mountain, his character seems to have changed a lot." Elder John's eyes gleam, but he doesn't make any comments on this. After returning to the competitor seats, XiaoMo finally heaves a sigh of relief. He says with an anxious heart, "Grand Master is really terrifying." Ling Xiao hears these words and quietly raises the corners of his mouth. He's only but a wily old fox. There's nothing to be afraid of. Of course you're not afraid. XiaoMo pouts. The problem is he is not him. He doesn't have that strong of a resistance. Not long after the two of them take their seats, the time for the competition arrives. The one in charge is again Elder Jiang. After a few familiar opening remarks, it's time to draw lots. After drawing lots, Elder Jiang starts to read out the names of the chosen. Luckily, this time it's not Ling Xiao for the first match. It's two brother disciples of similar strengths. One of them is the one that challenged Ling Xiao yesterday, Lei Ju. The other one is ranked 9th on the list, Luo Xia, the one that is always together with Zhou Peng. Lei Ju is sitting in the first row. Hearing his name, he stands up but doesn't immediately get on stage. Instead, he turns towards Ling Xiao and gives him a challenging look, as arrogant as ever. XiaoMo feels that right from the beginning, this Lei Ju has always been targeting Ling Xiao. Especially when everyone was looking at the clothes on his body, only him was insistently staring at Ling Xiao. That look carries a feeling of disgust. He can't help but look over at Ling Xiao only to find his handsome face is still smiling indifferently. Xia, pretentious bastard. Go ahead and put on an act. Not longer after the start of the match, Lei Ju adopts a quick battle to force a quick win method. Lei Ju and Zhou Peng are both of the strength class of martial artists. But Lei Ju's explosive force and stamina is stronger than Zhou Peng. On top of that, his speed is also not bad, so he is someone that is not easily dealt with. Even Zhou Peng would be at a disadvantage going up against him, what more Luo Xia who is weaker than Zhou Peng. Even less of a chance at winning. The two of them exchange over 100 blows when Luo Xia slowly starts to lose ground. The right hand holding the sword starts to shake from the blows. Luo Xia has lost. Ling Xiao says softly. Just when he uttered those words, XiaoMo sees Lei Ju hammer his fist on Luo Xia's sword. A clear sound rings out and the sword actually breaks into two, with the other piece falling onto the stage. As for the body that receives the blow on the chest, that momentum causes him to fly off the stage again, heading straight towards XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Just when Luo Xia was about to hit the ground, Ling Xiao suddenly reaches out and pulls him down. Luo Xia holds his chest and wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turns towards Ling Xiao and says gratefully, "Thank you, elder brother." Ling Xiao chuckles and nods, withdrawing his hand that is supporting his back. Right then, XiaoMo squeezes in. Seeing that Luo Xia is injured, he quickly takes out a magic pill from his magic bag and puts it in front of him, saying, "Big brother Luo, this magic pill can treat inner injuries. Try and see." Luo Xia looks up in surprise and sees a young man looking at him with concern. Actually, he himself has healing magic pills. It's unavoidable that this competition would result in injuries, so most of the disciples have more or less prepared some healing medications. But he rarely sees someone showing such pure concern for him, so Luo Xia only hesitates a little before taking the magic pill and swallowing it down in front of him. XiaoMo sees him take it, then starts to smile happily. But he doesn't know that Luo Xia taking his magic pill is in itself a sign of trust towards him. This is something that is very hard to obtain. Because many martial artists will not trust mages without reason. Mages will also not trust martial artists without reason. Even though they have a mutually dependent existence, they can also become enemies. Of course, the quality of the magic pills is also an issue. XiaoMo doesn't realize this, but Ling Xiao takes notice, causing him to take another look at Luo Xia. On the stage, Lei Ju doesn't say anything, and again looks challengingly at Ling Xiao as if saying, "I'm waiting for you," such a look of bromance. After Elder Jiang proclaims the winner, the next round begins. The second match is between two sister disciples that have entered the sect for some time. Women of natural beauty. Although their looks cannot be compared to Tang Yunqi, they still enjoy considerable popularity in Tian Xin sect. Their supporters are also not few. One of them is Lu Liqing. The one is Tan Tai Miaoying. Both are outstanding fresh-faced beauties. But Lu Liqing's character is stronger than Tan Tai Miaoying. Right after the two of them get on stage, the brother disciples below start cheering loudly, each with their own camps. A competition can only be called a competition with this kind of atmosphere. Like when Lei Ju was competing, the audience was basically silent. It's obvious that image is also very important. Both of the beautiful women bow towards each other and then, accompanied by shouts of encouragement, start to compete. One pink and one white, two exquisite figures entangling with each other. The King Chang sounds of swords clashing continuously falling on the ears. The graceful figures seem to be dancing, causing the hot-blooded men below the stage to seethe in excitement. Both camps cheering until their voices turn hoarse and lungs start to crack. XiaoMo is also very excited. This is exactly the type of adorable girl in his heart. Not just beautiful, but also strong. Just when XiaoMo's eyes are glued to the women, Ling Xiao at his side is feeling especially bored. Note: color of the crescent moon, silver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Pretentious Bastard. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Lu Liqing and Tantai Miaoyin are really just dancing, floating around without any power at all. This kind of strength, if they were to take it outside, they would be cut dead by others in only a few days. Their looks are also so. So instead of looking at the two of them, it would be better to look at XiaoMo. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao can't help but move his line of sight from the two of them to XiaoMo. Unexpectedly, he finds him staring with sparkling eyes at the two women on the stage, seemingly unable to tear his eyes away. For no apparent reason, a surge of fury rises in Ling Xiao's heart. XiaoMo doesn't realize that the person next to him is already in a bad mood, still staring with rapt attention. Ling Xiao restrains his anger and says gently, "Little brother, are you enjoying the sight?" XiaoMo nods happily, answering without even turning his head, "It's awesome, the two big sisters are really something." Ling Xiao narrows his eyes dangerously. "Oh, is it their fighting skills that's awesome, or their looks that's awesome?" XiaoMo finally reacts. Hearing those words, he somewhat shyly lowers his head, saying in a soft voice, "Both are awesome." "Don't tell me you don't think," he says as he raises his head and glances over at him. As a result, that last word remains stuck in his throat. "Don't think what?" Ling Xiao smiles widely as he looks at him. "Nothing." XiaoMo shudders. He is very familiar with this expression. So familiar that he can't but shiver involuntarily each time he sees it. "Ma, what has happened? This uncle, why is he angry now?" He only knows that every time Ling Xiao gets angry, he's the one that's in trouble. "Nothing, ma, then what were you looking at with such rapt attention just now?" Ling Xiao continues to smile slightly. Look. Looking at them fight." XiaoMo continues to shake. "What's so great about a fight?" Ling Xiao says sweetly. Actually, there's really nothing great about it." Hearing his saccharine voice, XiaoMo drops goosebumps all over the floor. These words satisfies Ling Xiao. The sweet yet sinister smile on his face immediately disappears, replaced with brotherly affection as he rubs XiaoMo's head. He smiles as he says, "Since it's nothing to look at, so we'll just not look." XiaoMo nods his head over and over, but he's silently crying inside. Elder brother Ling is really terrifying. At this time, the competition on the stage is entering the final stages. Unexpectedly, the winner is actually Tantai Miaoyin. On the stage, the white chiffon dress is fluttering loosely, enhancing the elegance and gracefulness of Tantai Miaoyin, with smooth glossy skin, standing high on the platform like a goddess that has descended from heaven. Because she just went through a fierce fight, that goose egg-like melon face is stained with two flushed cheeks, like fresh pink flowers of delicate beauty. The refreshing gracefulness appears even more charming and moving. This kind of seemingly gentle and soft beauty, actually winning over the relatively stronger Lu Liqing. Lu Liqing, who was driven off the stage, also clearly did not expect this outcome, staring dumbfounded at Tantai Miaoyin on the stage with eyes of utmost disbelief. Maybe she was overconfident. But it can't be denied that Tantai Miaoyin concealed her power. From the start, she cleverly reserved 20% of her strength, pretending to be evenly matched with Lu Liqing right up to the point when she exhausted her strength. Then, taking advantage of her thinking that both of them are at their breaking point, lowering her guard, at this time, she suddenly showed her strength. This was how she pulled off her surprise attack. This is a lesson but also a clear show of Tantai Miaoyin's real strength for all to see. "Big sister Lu, you let me win." Tantai Miaoyin cups her hands towards Lu Liqing that is below the stage. Her clear, crisp voice is earnest, unaffected and sincere, immediately winning the hearts of most people. Then she glances as if by chance at Ling Xiao. This glance is coincidentally noticed by XiaoMo, who is furtively looking over there. But XiaoMo is not so narcissistic that he would think that Tantai Miaoying is looking at him. Although she is indeed looking in their direction, at his side there is still the super awesome Ling Xiao. This causes XiaoMo to lower his head somewhat dejectedly. He doesn't have what it takes to attract women, especially when he is together with Ling Xiao. XiaoMo has no idea that this action of his unintentionally puts him in Ling Xiao's good graces. Ling Xiao also noticed Tantai Miaoying's glance. But because they are sitting together, he thought that Tantai Miaoying may be looking at XiaoMo, becoming immediately displeased. But when he sees XiaoMo lowering his head and not looking at Tantai Miaoying, that bit of displeasure is immediately kicked to the corner. Little brother, don't be so mournful. It's now only the second match, there are still a few more after this. Take your time and watch. Ling Xiao beams while consoling him. XiaoMo pouts. Who was it that just forbid him to watch the competition? On the other side, seeing that Ling Xiao's attention is not focused on her, Tantai Miaoying gets off the stage feeling somewhat disappointed. She had thought that she would be able to use this competition to let elder brother take more notice of her. This way she would have the chance to show more of her good points to elder brother. On the opposite side, taking in her every move, Tang Yunqi snorts derisively. Dare to go up against her for elder brother? Not a chance in hell. Tang Yunqi knows that her brother Xiao is very outstanding. There are many sisters of Tianxian sect that like her brother Xiao, one of them is Tantai Miaoying. Other people may not be able to tell that she is interested in her brother Xiao, but she is a woman, can see it as clear as day. But in her eyes, this rival is of no consequence. She knows that her biggest obstacle right now is the one sitting by brother Xiao, XiaoMo. Thinking of this, Tang Yunqi glares hatefully at XiaoMo. She had wanted to wait until the final stage, but seeing XiaoMo actually wearing brother Xiao's clothes, she feels so jealous that she could die, making her unable to wait any longer. After a brief interval, the competition starts up again. The third round, the fourth round. The 11th round, everyone keeps raising their head in expectation, raising to the point that their necks have grown longer. The first 11 rounds actually did not result in Ling Xiao being chosen. One round after another of disappointment, right up to the last round with only 3 pieces of paper remaining in the drawing box. Because there are 25 people competing in the second stage, 1-to-1 is 12 fights. This way, one will be left over. So the next draw will be for the last fight. As for the last remaining piece in the box, that person will be the lucky one that receives the buy and proceed to the next round. Everyone is looking closely at Elder Zheng's every move, full of anticipation. But the ones that are most anxious are the 2 brother disciples that have yet to compete. Thinking that it is highly likely that they will have to face Ling Xiao, they both lose hope. So the both of them are praying in their hearts. Please don't let them fight elder brother. Let them get the buy or let elder brother get the buy. Elder Zheng's face is as calm as water, not the least bit ruffled. Under the weight of everyone's eyes, he calmly reaches into the box and slowly takes out 2 pieces of paper. Opening them up, he glances at the names. With a barely noticeable frown, he says, the contestants for the 12th fight are Chenyang and Gao Jun. This outcome really leaves some disappointed and the rest celebrating. The disappointing part is that elder brother won't be fighting for 2 days in a row. This leaves the people that have been eagerly waiting to see Ling Xiao fight extremely disappointed. The happy people feel that elder brother has really good luck. The first stage, brother Zhou Pang withdrew. The second stage, he receives the buy. His luck is really extraordinary. But there are also those that are both happy and sad, Chenyang and Gao Jun happy because they don't have to fight elder brother. Sad because they are not the ones that received the buy. A really uncomfortable feeling that one rarely experiences in a lifetime. Elder brother Ling, your luck is really too good. XiaoMo earnestly gasps in admiration. If only his own luck is as good as this. Sometimes good luck is not necessarily a good thing. Ling Xiao smiles with an unreadable expression. Why? XiaoMo asks in astonishment. This time, Ling Xiao didn't put up a barrier, so the disciples around him heard what he said. All of them perk up their big ears in an attempt to listen in. They are also very curious as to why elder brother would say these words. Isn't receiving the buy something that is worth celebrating? Ling Xiao slowly raises the corners of his mouth. I already waited so long. I had thought that soon I would be able to get on stage and practice my moves, but the rest doesn't have to be said. Everyone can come to the conclusion that he is disappointed that he wasn't chosen and that he still really wants to get on stage and go for one round. Hearing these words, Chun Yang and Gao Jun immediately thanked their lucky stars. Thank goodness they didn't have to go up against elder brother. If by chance elder brother gets overly excited, wouldn't they be beaten until they are half dead? Looks like they are the lucky ones. Thinking of this, the two of them immediately feel their spirits rising. The only one not tricked is XiaoMo. He is the only one that knows that Ling Xiao doesn't want to compete. Rather than fighting for others to see, he would rather watch others fighting. That expression is definitely one that is acted out for the benefit of others. Ling Xiao is essentially an extremely devious person. It's only that the impression he gives the other disciples is too good. Especially since he stopped being so ice-cold with the other disciples. The men seem to have made him someone to model themselves on. The women seem to have fallen for his fake gentle demeanor. That's why no one is the least bit suspicious. But as someone who suffers heavily from his maltreatment, XiaoMo is fully awakened. XiaoMo exclaims inwardly, "You're such a poser BA." Notes: congealed fat, smooth, soft, and glossy. Melon face, oval face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Jiang Lu. The last match of the second stage ends when Qin Gao accidentally steps on the edge of the platform, causing Gao Jun to press in and go for the win. Finally, Tang Fan stands up and says a few encouraging words before dismissing them. Everyone goes back to their own rooms, but the hour is still early. Just 3/4 through the Shen period. The sun has still not set. Although the competition ended relatively early, XiaoMo still found it very enjoyable. Watching his fellow disciples show such extraordinary skill, he feels even more longing to be as strong as them. This wish has always been there. It's just that it was thoroughly beat down by his being a mage. But now it's different after hearing Ling Xiao say that mages are not as weak as others say. For example, when a mage advances until they are strong enough, their soul force will undergo a qualitative change, allowing them to initiate attacks on other people. Although Ling Xiao said that only high-level mages will be able to do this, there is always an exception to everything. A little over a month ago, since he became Kong Wen's disciple, his status has risen accordingly. From then on, he is no longer a probationary disciple, so his elevated status now allows him to go to the second level of the library. The identity tablet is still the one the old man guarding the library gave him. But lately, with the seclusion and other various things, he hasn't had the chance to use that tablet. Now is just the right time, so he decides to go to the library and look around to see if he can find some books on the soul force. On it should be written some things that he doesn't know. He firmly believes that heaven always leaves one door open. Ling Xiao knows that he wants to go to the library, so he wants to follow along. The library is not within the central lineage, so someone must follow him out. Otherwise, he will be stranded outside by the barrier. What kind of books do you want to borrow? Ling Xiao asks after some consideration. Those related to the soul force. And also ancient books on magic pills and magic herbs. The library has multiple levels. I've only been to the first level, so this time I want to go take a look at the second level. XiaoMo conceals his real reason, only saying 70 to 80% of the truth. Soul force? Aren't you currently training your soul force? Why do you need the books? Ling Xiao looks directly at XiaoMo. Reading up on magic pills and magic herbs will definitely increase knowledge. But he doesn't think it is necessary for the soul force. XiaoMo looks away guiltily. There are still a few things that I don't quite understand. Ling Xiao raises his brows as he takes in his expression, a smile appearing on his lips. Not knowing to rein in his expression when telling a lie, Ling Xiao intentionally teases him, saying, "If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me now." After all, the hour is still early. A few drops of cold sweat immediately form on his forehead. XiaoMo didn't expect him to actually hit the nail on the head. He glances at him resentfully and lowers his head as if to let out his exasperation before revealing his real intention. "This morning you said that mages can also initiate attacks on other people, but it's only possible for high-level mages. You also know how poor my innate talent is. So I want to see if there are any shortcuts that can enable me to change the nature of my soul force." "Are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao raises his brows at his words. "I'm not an idiot." XiaoMo doesn't know why he said that, but he still refutes it in a soft voice. "If you're not an idiot, then why are you not practicing the alchemical techniques in front of you and yet insisting on going to the library to find some lousy shortcut?" Ling Xiao had always thought that he is very stupid, but he didn't think that he's so stupid to such an extent. XiaoMo is momentarily stunned but soon realizes what he means. His eyes open wide as he exclaims in surprise, "Are you referring to the Heavenly Soul Scroll? Just by practicing it, the nature of the soul force can be changed." Ling Xiao raps him on his head. "Of course. Why else would it be called a top-grade alchemical technique? How stupid can he get? Woo! That time you didn't tell me that practicing the Heavenly Soul Scroll will have that effect. I thought that it will only increase my soul force." XiaoMo covers his head as he cries woo-woo. What kind of thing is a top-grade alchemical technique? He basically has no idea. "So now you know?" Ling Xiao looks at his pitiful expression and laughs in spite of his anger. XiaoMo hesitates a little before asking, "Then how long do I have to practice to get that effect?" Ling Xiao thinks back to the time he translated the contents of the Heavenly Soul Scroll. The Heavenly Soul Scroll has 6 levels altogether. The first 3 levels are relatively easy. But it is quite difficult to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. But because of that, when you break through to the 4th level, your soul force will undergo some qualitative change. I understand. I will try my best to practice until the 4th level. XiaoMo looks forward to that day when he hears this and immediately resolves to achieve this second goal. The first goal is to try his best to earn money to buy magic herb seeds. And also there's the entrance exam a few months later. Although he is already a formal disciple of Tian Xian sect, he still has to go through this procedure. Idiot. Ling Xiao sees the gleam in his eyes and can't help flicking him on his head. "So do you still want to go to the library?" XiaoMo turns red, feeling both vexed and embarrassed. He quickly shakes his head. "For now, there's no need. I'll just go when I go back. Since there is still a lot of time now, I'll go refine magic pills." He immediately runs off after saying this. Ling Xiao looks at his back running away. He suddenly feels that XiaoMo would not be able to survive without him. So hopelessly stupid. Thinking like this, his heart suddenly swells with satisfaction and happiness, almost to the point of bursting out of his chest. Ling Xiao has never felt like this before, so he can't help but frown. He seems to be placing more and more importance on XiaoMo, but it's too bad that he can't figure out the reason no matter how much he thinks about it. So he just leaves the room and goes looking for Luoxia and the others. Originally he only trusts Zhou Peng alone because in Lin Zhao's memory, Zhou Peng is an absolutely loyal person. That's because he knows Lin Zhao's secret. As for yesterday's competition, Zhou Peng withdrew precisely because he didn't want his elder brother to reveal his true strength. But Zhou Peng's increase in power is also related to Ling Xiao. In order to appear more genuine, Ling Xiao intentionally gave him a few pointers. As for Luo Xia and Qin Shiyu, these two are still at the observation stage in Lin Zhao's memory. But seeing Luo Xia accept XiaoMo's magic pill earlier, Ling Xiao feels that he can test this Luo Xia out. But before leaving, he weaves a barrier surrounding the room. XiaoMo doesn't care that Ling Xiao is leaving, taking out the equipment and materials needed to refine magic pills from his magic bag. When everything is ready, a sudden knock is heard from the outside. At first, XiaoMo thinks that it is Ling Xiao returning, so he is just about to go open the door when he suddenly realizes that if it is Ling Xiao, there's no way he would be so polite, so the person outside is definitely not Ling Xiao. He immediately walks back and puts the magic herbs and cauldron back into his magic bag before going to open the door. XiaoMo opens the door and sees the person standing outside, seeming a little surprised. He forgot his name. That person sees him and smiles, revealing two shallow dimples. I'm Jiang Lu. Do you still remember me? When he says the name, XiaoMo immediately remembers. This is the young man that supposedly came from the same village as him and was chosen to enter Tianxian sect at the same time as him, and later was taken away by Heaven Peak because of his high innate talent. Also, when he first came to, this was the first person he saw, so it left some impression on him. So it's you. Is there anything you need? XiaoMo smiles as he asks. He left a pretty good impression on him from that time. Do you have time now? Jiang Lu laughs haha as he asks. Now, I guess so. Although he was just about to refine magic pills, XiaoMo feels that this is a rare opportunity to meet up with someone from his village. He can put off refining magic pills for now since he still wants to ask about his hometown, the Peach Blossom Village, to avoid being found out if he were to meet someone from there. Since it's like that, how about we go find some place to have a chat? Jiang Lu's smiling face looks straightforward and good-natured, yet also a little silly. This suggestion is just what XiaoMo hoped for, so he agrees without giving it much thought. He goes back into the room and leaves Ling Xiao a note before going off with Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu's situation is about the same as XiaoMo. Although he only entered the sect for a few months, but since his talent is high, this time with the grand friendly competition, his master used this opportunity to let him come gain some experience and get acquainted with other disciples. His luck is not quite the same as XiaoMo because he has a master that really thinks of him, but of course that is because he has talent. XiaoMo doesn't know the paths because these few days he spent most of the time in the room refining magic pills, so he is not familiar with the surroundings of the central lineage. He has no idea where Jiang Lu is bringing him, but the whole way they don't come across any other disciples from the warrior division. XiaoMo feels that they don't have to go so far just to have a few words, so he stops him. Junior brother Jiang Lu, where are you bringing me? Jiang Lu continues moving forward, as if failing to hear him. XiaoMo frowns and simply stops walking, standing at the same spot waiting for him to realize. It turns out to be an effective move. Jiang Lu finally stops and turns around because he no longer hears footsteps behind him. He thinks that XiaoMo had left, panic flashing across his face, but after catching sight of XiaoMo standing a few meters away, he heaves a barely noticeable sigh of relief. This is clearly noticed by XiaoMo, who is watching him to see when he would realize that he is no longer following him. And so, he can't help but become suspicious. Notes. Shin period, 15 to 1700 hours. Boat rises with the tide, rise accordingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Missing. Big brother, why are you not coming? Jiang Lu sees his doubtful expression and panic flashes across his eyes. Although XiaoMo will sometimes forget this and that and keep his head forward while not considering the back, but while in other people's domain, he still knows to be a little careful. This Jiang Lu seems a little odd, making it impossible for him to follow along carelessly, especially since he is from Heaven Peak. Junior brother Jiang, we are just going to have a little chat.
There's no need for us to go so far, BA? The truth is, I have something to show you, so I thought of bringing you straight there. Jiang Lu stammers while looking for an excuse. In fact, he had already thought out the possibilities. From the beginning, he didn't think that XiaoMo would follow him so easily, so he had prepared an excuse which now comes in handy. If I'm not mistaken, this direction is towards the back of the mountain. The thing you're talking about can't possibly be at the back of the mountain? XiaoMo says doubtfully. If he isn't wrong, this Jiang Lu should be like him, this being his first time in the central lineage. Yes, it is. Jiang Lu says somewhat anxiously. XiaoMo looks at him wordlessly. This person, telling a lie and yet doesn't know how to lie more brilliantly. Looking at nervous expression, it's obvious that there is something going on. Although Ling Xiao always says that he is stupid, no matter how stupid he is, he still can see that something is wrong. Thinking of Jiang Lu's situation and how he came to look for him with no rhyme or reason, it's obvious that he must have been ordered by someone. As for the person that gave the order, it's most probably the one that hates him right down to her bones, Tang Yunqi. If it is her, then all this will make sense. Junior brother Jiang, I think it is better not to go to the back of the mountain. After all, this is the central lineage. It's better if we don't run around recklessly. XiaoMo knows that Jiang Lu could have been threatened by Tang Yunqi. But even though he is sympathetic, he still won't just go along knowing full well that it would cause him harm. So he can only say it in a roundabout way, hoping that he gets the hint. Jiang Lu bites down on his thin lower lip, his eyes showing signs of struggle. XiaoMo sees his condition and feels a little uneasy, saying, I know that Tang Yunqi asked you to get me. How about this, BA? Go confess to Tang Yunqi that I saw through your plan. I'll let her come look for me herself. This way, she should not give you trouble. Big brother it's no use. Jiang Lu takes a glance at him as if wanting to cry and then hangs his head. If big sister Tang knows that I failed in carrying out her order, she would definitely not let it go. Although I am also a Heaven Peak disciple, but since big sister Tang knows that I am from the same village as you, she also detests me. Sometimes she would even bring some people along to give me trouble. She even threatened me not to tell master. Hearing these words, XiaoMo frowns deeply. He didn't expect Tang Yunqi to be this type of person. Because she hates him, she even hates someone just for being from the same village. And using her status as the Grand Master's daughter to bully junior brother Jiang. This behavior is just too shameless. But even though he is sympathetic, there is nothing he can do. If not for Ling Xiao's protection, he would most probably be tormented to death by Tang Yunqi long ago. Junior brother Jiang, I still feel that you should tell this to your master. Your master took a liking to your potential, so he must value you. If you were to tell him, he will certainly look out for you. XiaoMo suggests earnestly and sincerely. Thank you. But she is the Grand Master's daughter. I can't win over her. My master can help me, but he can't help me with everything. Jiang Lu's eyes are full of tears, but he still looks at XiaoMo with gratitude. Being looked at with this kind of expression, XiaoMo suddenly feels a little guilty. If you consider it all, the reason he is being mistreated is all because of him. If he didn't piss off Tang Yunqi would not have shifted her rage onto him just because he is from the same village. He really did cause trouble for Jiang Lu. How about this, BA? Tell her this for me. Tell her that I will meet her at the fork in the road we just passed and I will explain it all. Actually, it's not as if XiaoMo has such noble intentions. Meeting with Tang Yunqi in private is a dangerous thing. But seeing that Jiang Lu is from the same village and also him being the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, it's all thanks to him that he was able to figure out what kind of world he had landed into. Now, seeing that Tang Yunqi is venting her anger on him, he feels that he has to bear some of the responsibility. Is it okay like this? Jiang Lu asks with eyes full of tears. I say it's okay, so it's okay. After all, if Tang Yunqi doesn't succeed this time, she will still come and trouble me, so I might as well get it over with. XiaoMo feels the corners of his eyes twitching. He had thought that Zhang Lu was a young man with a sunny and forthright character. Didn't expect him to be such a crybaby. His tear glands seemed more well-developed than a girl's, crying at the drop of a hat. Thank you. Zhang Lu finally stops crying, thanking him wearily. And then you should hurry and go lest she gets angry while waiting and takes it out on you. I'll go ahead and wait there. It's too bad he's not a girl, otherwise XiaoMo may have even rest his hand on him and use a handkerchief to wipe his face. Then I'm going first, goodbye big brother you. Zhang Lu waves at XiaoMo before running off to notify Tang Yunqi. After Zhang Lu disappears from view, XiaoMo can't hold on any longer. Who asked him to act tough? Who asked him to be soft-hearted? Now he's in for it. Soon he will have to face that crafty and unreasonable Princess Tang Yunqi. Actually, he is a little terrified. Thinking it over, XiaoMo suddenly feels that it is better if he calls Ling Xiao over. If Tang Yunqi really is going to harm him, at least Ling Xiao would be there. As for Tang Yunqi and company, expecting XiaoMo to keep the appointment by himself, they completely won't expect that XiaoMo would want to involve Ling Xiao. After deciding this, XiaoMo hums a tune while retracing his steps. Just not long after he leaves, a black figure appears wordlessly at the place where two of them just stood. The black figure looks expressionlessly at the direction XiaoMo was heading, and in a flash disappears yet again. The afterimage can be seen heading in the same direction as XiaoMo. On the other side, Zhang Lu really brings XiaoMo's words to Tang Yunqi. Hearing that XiaoMo actually dares to meet up with her, a look of delight flashes across Tang Yunqi's eyes. Junior brother Jiang, is it really true? XiaoMo is actually waiting for me up ahead? Is it possible that he knows my plan so he intentionally said that just to get rid of us? No, he will be there. Zhang Lu lowers his head so his expression is not readable. Fine, I'll believe you ba. I knew it would succeed if I sent you. You did very well. What comes next has nothing to do with you, so you can leave first. Also, I don't want other people to know about this, so you know what to do ba? Tang Yunqi pats his shoulder with satisfaction. Luckily she still has this Zhang Lu card to play. This time she would definitely teach XiaoMo a lesson and let him know just who elder brother belongs to. I understand, big sister Tang. Zhang Lu grimaces, showing a slight sneer. It's too bad no one notices. And so Tang Yunqi sets off in a grand fashion with her footmen in tow towards where XiaoMo indicated. Although that spot usually has a lot of foot traffic, but at this time because of the grand competition, most people are already resting in order to reappear full of energy at the competition arena. So there just aren't many people passing through. This is a miscalculation on the part of XiaoMo. Feeling happy and carefree, Tang Yunqi and company soon arrive at the meeting point. But the image of XiaoMo standing there waiting for them does not materialize. Didn't junior brother Jiang say that XiaoMo will be waiting for us here? There's just no sign of him. Can it be that we have been tricked? Lackey number 1 suddenly gets suspicious. I think junior brother Jiang has been fooled by XiaoMo. Lackey number 2 voices out his thoughts. Tang Yunqi's expression flickers ambiguously. What you have said is reasonable, but according to junior brother Jiang, XiaoMo wouldn't deceive him. Now that there is no sign of him, could it be that there is some other reason? In the end, she is still unwilling to give up on this hard-fought opportunity. How about we wait a while? Lackey number 1 asks cautiously. Let's do as you suggest. Tang Yunqi says coldly. If XiaoMo really dares to deceive her, new hatred piled onto old, she most certainly would not let him die a peaceful death. It's just that the three of them don't expect that the one they are waiting for, XiaoMo, won't appear but someone else comes instead. Actually, Ling Xiao already sensed it when XiaoMo left the room. The barrier he set up not only cuts the room off, it also has the ability to perceive. No matter who goes in and out of it, he will be able to sense it. So he knows that someone came over looking for XiaoMo, but the scent was not familiar to him. In any case, XiaoMo followed that person of his own accord. Thinking of that, Ling Xiao feels that it shouldn't be a problem, so he doesn't pay much attention to it. But an hour later, Ling Xiao finally feels that something is off. XiaoMo still hasn't returned, and that is a little odd. XiaoMo doesn't know a lot of people, especially in the central lineage. The person he is familiar with is only Fu Zilin. Their brothers from the same peak would also not come looking for him. Even if they did come find XiaoMo and called him out, it is unlikely that Ling Xiao won't know who it is. After realizing that something is not right, Ling Xiao says goodbye to his two junior brothers and goes looking for XiaoMo by following his scent. Note: lose 3 drop 4, forget this and that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Kidnapped. The further he goes, the more surprised Ling Xiao gets. He actually doesn't come across anyone in the central lineage. Furthermore, the cold air is increasing. That direction is actually towards the back of the central lineage mountain. The 5 ranges of Wushuan Mountain are enveloped in clouds. Also, the steepest one is the central lineage, especially the back of the mountain. Covered in dense forest with 100-year-old trees, a rugged terrain with bizarre jagged rocks, and frequented by wild animals. Therefore, disciples are usually not allowed to casually enter the back of the mountain. XiaoMo is so weak. If he were to enter the back of the mountain, wouldn't he simply have no chance of survival? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao can't help but feel a little irritated. He immediately picks up his speed and flies towards the back of the mountain. Just when he is almost reaching the back of the mountain, at the intersection with other roads, he sees a few familiar figures from afar. Among them is the one that pesters him day in and day out, Tang Yunqi. Tang Yunqi could be anywhere else, and yet she appears precisely on the road where XiaoMo goes missing. Is there anything that coincidental in this world? Ling Xiao's face darkens, enveloped in piercingly cold air. He appears in front of Tang Yunqi. Tang Yunqi only feels a rush of cold air brushing across her face and reflexively closes her eyes. When she opens them up again, she sees the brother Xiao that she has been longing for actually appearing in front of her since who knows when. Right then, she forgets what she is here for, her face lighting up as she runs towards him. Brother Xiao, why are you here? But the 2 footmen behind her not only do not show any signs of delight, their face instead undergo a huge change, looking at the suddenly appearing Ling Xiao with deathly pale faces. You're asking me why I'm here? That's what I want to ask you, little sister. Can you tell me? What are you doing here? Cold glinting eyes sweep over her. Seeing her act as if it is all a coincidence, he feels even more nauseated towards her. Hearing these words, the smile on Tang Yunqi's face immediately disappears as she remembers what she is here for. Turns out the one they are waiting for, XiaoMo, doesn't appear, instead Ling Xiao appears. What is the meaning of this? If this was under normal circumstances, Tang Yunqi would definitely be very happy to have this chance encounter with Ling Xiao. But right at this moment, if he finds out that she was intending to harm XiaoMo, the consequences. She doesn't even dare to imagine this. I was taking a walk with my fellow disciples, and unexpectedly we ended up walking all the way here. Tang Yunqi explains nervously. The 10 fingers under her sleeves are already balled up tightly and turning white, deathly afraid that she would be found out. A barely perceptible violent look flashes across Ling Xiao's eyes and immediately fades away. In an instant, he resumes his gentle and refined demeanor. Little sister really came out for a walk? This is the forbidden area behind the mountain. You all actually strolled all the way to the back of the mountain. Can it be that something happened that can only be dealt with behind the mountain? No, brother Xiao, you're worrying too much. We really just came out for a walk. Tang Yunqi quickly denies, then lowers her head, not daring to look at Ling Xiao anymore. Ling Xiao smiles gently, but his eyes are as cold as ice. Since it's like that, then did little sister see you, XiaoMo? I just came across someone on the way here. He told me you, XiaoMo, was following someone unfamiliar heading in this direction. Could it be that little sister came across them? You, XiaoMo? Tang Yunqi immediately acts as if she has no idea. We didn't see him at all on the way here. If Brother Xiao doesn't believe it, you can ask Big Brother and Big Sister. We were together all this time. Elder Brother Lin, Junior Sister Tang is telling the truth. We were together all along and definitely did not come across Junior Brother Yu. Not waiting for Ling Xiao to ask, the two footmen immediately back up Tang Yunqi's words. Brother Xiao, I remembered that I still have some things to take care of. If you have nothing else, then I'll leave first. Tang Yunqi is worried that if they were to stay any longer, Yu XiaoMo would suddenly appear. If the two sides were to meet, then their words would be exposed. So she can't wait to leave this place, even starting to take a step when she finished speaking. Not so fast. Ling Xiao suddenly orders loudly. Tang Yunqi jumps in fright. Standing rooted on the spot, she stammers while looking at Ling Xiao. Brother Xiao, is there anything else? You all are sure you don't know where Yu XiaoMo is? Ling Xiao turns and fixes his eyes on her wavering eyes, stressing each and every word. The three of them uniformly shake their heads. Yu XiaoMo told them to meet up here. But from the time they arrived until now, they didn't even catch a glimpse of him. So they really didn't see Yu XiaoMo, not to mention know where he is, although Jian Lu might know. Ling Xiao assumes that they wouldn't dare to lie to him, so he can only let them leave. Tang Yunqi and company immediately run away in a panic as if having received a huge pardon, terrified that they will be called back by Ling Xiao as they run. Yu XiaoMo's scent definitely has not disappeared. Ling Xiao looks down the road towards the back of the mountain. If he is not mistaken, Yu XiaoMo and that person should have headed further in. What makes him surprised is that other than the scent of Tang Yunqi and the other two, there is actually a scent from another person. Ling Xiao stands on the spot pondering for a moment with an unreadable expression. He suddenly leaps into the air and with fluttering sleeves disappears down the small road in the direction of the back of the mountain. At the same time, in the pitch black and full of sinister energy back of the mountain, a black figure runs quickly through the forest, carrying a person on his shoulder. His speed is very fast, occasionally scaring out some wild beasts, but in a flash, they are all left far behind, right until an endless wall of dense vines appear in front of them. The black figure stops and parts the entangled wall of vines, revealing a pitch-black cave opening, walking right in without any hesitation. At first it is dark everywhere, but as they gradually head inside, the surroundings get brighter. Yu XiaoMo opens his eyes and immediately the brightness stabs his eyes, causing him to close them again to get used to the light. When he reopens them, he feels as if he has gone up to heaven. The vast white world seems to be like work of the gods. Exquisite ice sculptures are everywhere. Sculptures of beautiful women, landscapes, plants, animals, as if anything you can think of is here. Each piece seems to have been meticulously carved. Such a colossal project, if it wasn't done by over hundreds or thousands of people, it probably couldn't have been completed in a short time. This is a very huge mountain cave. 1,000 zhang in width, 100 zhang in height. There are no openings at the top, as if the whole mountain cave is set inside a mountain. This ice-carving world seems to have existed for a very long time. The refreshingly cold air is not bone-penetrating. Although Yu XiaoMo can feel the whooshing cold, he can still bear it. The black figure walks forward a few steps and, not caring if Yu XiaoMo has awakened, just suddenly throws him down. An "Aio" cry is heard. Yu XiaoMo didn't expect to be suddenly thrown down, so he is too late to stop himself from falling on his butt. The floor is a hard piece of ice. Falling on it almost causes his butt to break into 4 pieces. Yu XiaoMo rubs his butt while grimacing as he looks up. The black figure is a man. His whole body is wrapped up in black clothes like a ninja, including his hair. So he can only see the cold dark eyes of the black figure, cold dark eyes that are looking at him. XiaoMo shudders. Who can this person be? In the whole Tianxian sect, other than Tang Yunqi that is always causing trouble for him, he has not offended anyone else. He had thought that this person could have been sent by Tang Yunqi, but upon further consideration, it doesn't add up. If Tang Yunqi had already prepared this move, she wouldn't have needed to send Zhang Lu to lure him out to meet her. But if it's not Tang Yunqi, he really can't think of anyone else that would want to harm him. This elder, I don't seem to know you. Why do you want to capture me? XiaoMo swallows and swallows. This person doesn't look like someone easy to deal with. From before until now, those eyes have looked at him coldly, as if wanting to peel off a layer of his skin. Wait here. If you dare to run, I will cut off your legs. The black-clothed person says with sinister and cold eyes. Saying that, he turns around and leaves. XiaoMo waits for him to disappear before crawling up. Patting is still painful, but of course he won't do as the black-clothed person says and obediently stay there waiting to die. It is obvious from the look in his eyes, that person is treating him as a dead man. He guesses that the black-clothed person is probably capable of killing him at any time. Only a fool would stay waiting. Turning around, he sees that the whole mountain cave is full of ice sculptures. This is his first time seeing something so beautiful. It's too bad that he has no time to appreciate it. XiaoMo sighs. He walks lightly like cat to the cave opening. It has already been a while, so that black-clothed person should have already left BA. Trusting to luck, XiaoMo lifts his leg wanting to go out. He suddenly feels an electric shock. A jolt of electricity flows from his toe, spreading to his whole body. This familiar feeling scares XiaoMo, causing him to quickly withdraw his leg, standing trembling at the cave opening for a moment. Bloody hell, there's actually a barrier? This feeling is definitely not unfamiliar to XiaoMo. When he went to the library for the first time, because he didn't know a thing, he jumped in fright when he touched the barrier on the bookshelves. But because of this, he gets an important piece of information. That black-clothed person can actually set up a barrier. That means his power is not low. Thinking of that pair of piercing eyes sharpened by age, it must be an elder from Tianxian sect. It definitely must be. If this is the case, wouldn't his chance for escape be even more distant and improbable? Just when XiaoMo was going round and round in panic, a set of hurried footsteps can be heard drawing near. Note: Zhang, 3.3m. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Eating people? XiaoMo immediately thinks that the black-clothed person is back, so he quickly runs to hide behind the closest ice sculpture. Because the ice sculpture is very large, and XiaoMo is relatively thin, his whole figure is concealed when he hides behind it. The hurried steps do belong to the one XiaoMo expected, the returning black-clothed person. It's just that his expression is more nervous now than it was before he left. After rushing in, his face darkens when he doesn't see any sign of XiaoMo. Now he realizes that not tying him up was a miscalculation. The ice cave is very large. Furthermore, all along there is this strange atmosphere that cuts off martial artists' perceptive power. If XiaoMo really wants to go into hiding, he wouldn't be able to find him easily. The black-clothed person stamps his foot. What a miscalculation! Feeling that the wind behind him is getting stronger and stronger, the black-clothed person has no time to run in and look for XiaoMo. He takes out the sword that is always by his side and runs to hide next to the cave opening as the sound of the whistling wind draws near. When it appears to reach the cave opening, the black-clothed person cries out loudly and with a swift and violent motion brings down the sword in his hand. A chang sound is heard. The sword misses its mark, hitting the ice floor. The strange thing is, the ice floor that received that powerful blow actually shows no trace of it. But the black-clothed person has no time to think about these things. The strange wind enters the ice cave and turns into a person. This person is none other than the one chasing after XiaoMo's scent, Ling Xiao. Hiding behind the ice sculpture, XiaoMo stealthily pops his head out and sees Ling Xiao appear out of thin air with his own eyes. He is immediately stunned. What is the meaning of this? Isn't Ling Xiao a man? How can he appear out of thin air? As if answering his question, the black-clothed person shouts in a grave voice, "You are not Ling Xiao." The tone is one of 100% certainty. You say I'm not Ling Xiao. How are you so sure? There is not the least bit of alarm on Ling Xiao's face. A slight smile appears on his lips as he looks at the black-clothed person, as if they are just chatting about trivial things, and not hostile adversaries. The black-clothed person snorts, knowing that he is putting on airs. No matter how great Ling Xiao is, he is not someone that can understand these underhanded moves. On top of that, these days, all your strange actions do not match up with Ling Xiao. In fact, you're just not Ling Xiao. Brilliant. A really brilliant explanation. Ling Xiao claps his hands in delight. His manner is like the spring breeze in March, so gentle that it almost makes people want to drown in it. His slightly open red lips casually tosses out an explosive statement, "Then you any, Elder Jiang? In fact, you are also not the real Elder Jiang BA?" The pupils of the black-clothed person suddenly contracts. Seeing his confident look, it's obvious that just like himself, this person is also certain that the other is a fake. But his identity is very important, so before he kills them, he can't admit it. So he says in a cold voice, "Letting me see through you and now you wanna pull me underwater with you? This move of yours is quite impressive, but too bad it's of no use." Ha, a man that is about to die, is there any need for me to drag him underwater? Bright laughter overflows from Ling Xiao's mouth. The black-clothed person fiercely widens his eyes, both eyes reflecting flames of bone-penetrating hatred. Who dies is yet to be determined. If XiaoMo were standing in front of him, he would definitely warn Elder Jiang in a gentle whisper not to provoke Ling Xiao at this time. That's because his smile is getting more and more brilliant. But right now, XiaoMo is unavailable. Personally witnessing Ling Xiao angering Elder Jiang to the point of death with just a few words, it's obvious that he won't have any problems dealing with Elder Jiang. He decides to wisely protect himself to avoid being used as a hostage. If that were to happen, he would only be a burden for Ling Xiao. Elder Jiang is intent on killing off Ling Xiao while desperately wanting to preserve his hidden identity. He launches a series of swift and fierce moves at Ling Xiao. The attack techniques that Elder Jiang practices can control the wind. As a mid-level attack technique, he has practiced this set of moves since childhood. And now after hundreds of years, he can easily manipulate the air and launch a wind-based attack. And if you add a sword on top of that, it can change to blades of piercing wind, like knives covering every inch. If they were to cut a vital point in a moment of carelessness, it would cause death. Elder Jiang is very confident of his own abilities because he doesn't just practice the wind attack, he still has another killing move. It's just that he won't use it unless the time is right. XiaoMo hiding behind the ice sculpture watches with his heart beating furiously, thinking that he is really powerful. But when he just finishes gasping in awe, he is stunned by the scene in front of him. When Elder Jiang launches his attack at him, Ling Xiao still doesn't move. The long sword rings and vibrates as it stabs towards the unmoving Ling Xiao. Then a shocking scene unfolds. When the long sword and wind blades come within 1 meter of Ling Xiao, they suddenly freeze in mid-air. No matter how Elder Jiang tries to force them in, they don't move a single inch. Ling Xiao smiles as he raises his hand. "Elder Jiang, wind can also be used this way." Right after saying this, a fierce strong wind rushes out from Ling Xiao's palm, flipping Elder Jiang backwards. Immediately, the motionless Ling Xiao suddenly rushes towards the falling Elder Jiang, appearing close to Elder Jiang in an instant. He raises his strong slender leg up high and cuts across the air, causing an invisible wind to strike Elder Jiang at his vulnerable abdomen. The whole person immediately becomes like a piece of rag, flying and crashing into the ice sculptures under the wall. A heavy blow, almost making Elder Jiang unable to get back on his feet. XiaoMo's mouth hangs wide open, stunned at the sight. This is only a short exchange of blows and Elder Jiang is actually defeated so soundly? After finishing off Elder Jiang, Ling Xiao suddenly turns towards where XiaoMo was hiding, calling out, "The show is over. Aren't you going to come out?" Li Ning says anything is possible. XiaoMo did not believe that before, but now he does. He silently walks out. Ling Xiao is standing not far away, his lips raised as if smiling while looking at him. XiaoMo pauses before running up to him. "Elder brother Ling, how did you find me?" Ling Xiao looks at him up and down, deep in thought, as if looking to see if he is hurt. He then says, "Of course I followed the smell on your body." XiaoMo. Your real body is that of a dog, ba? Now, what are we going to do with Elder Jiang? XiaoMo looks at the faraway Elder Jiang. Because the actions before were too violent, the cloth is no longer covering his face. Even though the face is covered in blood, he can still recognize him. It really is Elder Jiang. Thinking back, that time when Elder Jiang was spying on them outside the room, he must have had another motive, ba? Knowing my secret, of course it's death. Ling Xiao says without a care. To him, killing is easier than eating. Don't you want to ask him why he wants to kill you? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Ling Xiao's pretty bright eyes suddenly flash wickedly towards Elder Jiang. He says extremely confidently, "I don't need him to tell me. I can figure it out myself." XiaoMo is just about to ask when he remembers something. Since he has a complete hold on Lin Zhao's memory, he must have a way of getting hold of Elder Jiang's memories. Although he doesn't know how he does it, he can't help but think that this ability is really too awesome. Why doesn't he have it? Just at this moment, Elder Jiang, that was lying as if dead on the ground, suddenly arches up and roars upwards. Then a frightening transformation unfolds. Just like that time in Heping Town when they saw the demon Luoshan. His outer shell suddenly bursts open, lifting high his four limbs, with bulging flesh. The yellow skin gradually turns to the distinctive black of demons. The red blood vessels expand suddenly under the skin, twitching sharply, especially terrifying. Before the time it takes for 5 breaths, Elder Jiang's transformation is complete. He's actually just like Luoshan, a half-demon. The bodies of demons are stronger than that of humans. After transforming, although it won't eliminate the inner injuries that were incurred earlier, it is much better than before. The scarlet dot in the middle of the black eyes slowly shift until they fall on Ling Xiao, who is standing a few meters away. A burst of bloodthirsty killing aura fills the air. In a flash, Elder Jiang's transformed demon body disappears from that spot, and in the next instant, the demon appears to the right side of Ling Xiao. A fist 3 times the size of a human fist booms towards Ling Xiao's face. Asking for death. Ling Xiao snorts coldly. In a flash, he seizes his wrist and forcefully twists it. The bones Gokcha in the right hand is immediately useless. But the demon seems impervious, raising up his other hand. Ling Xiao raises his palm towards his head and attacks. Not sure if it was because the strength was too great, but it actually snaps off the head. The terrifying demon head suddenly hangs backwards lifelessly. XiaoMo. And so the seemingly super strong demon is crushed by Ling Xiao in just a few moves. Ling Xiao casually throws down the dead and done with Elder Jiang. He turns towards the stunned XiaoMo and says, "Next, I'm going to suck up his memories. You can choose to close your eyes." XiaoMo swallows and swallows. He hesitates before shaking his head. He wants to know. Ling Xiao doesn't try to convince him. He raises his left palm. A round seal suddenly appears on his before flawless palm. He sees him place his palm on Elder Jiang's forehead. His lips move as if chanting a spell. Then the demon's body starts to shrivel up bit by bit, slowly getting smaller. In the end, the whole body disappears. Only the black ninja clothes remain on the floor. XiaoMo turns into stone. Did he eat up Elder Jiang? Note:
Ling says anything is possible. Ling is a Chinese sportswear brand.
Anything is possible is their old slogan.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 75. First Awakening of Love. Able to magically adopt other people's appearance. Eating magic pills like eating jelly beans.
Able to change into evil wind.
Extraordinary strength. Most importantly, he can actually eat people.
Although he doesn't know how he did it, XiaoMo is sure that the suck-up memories he was talking about definitely include sucking up the person that holds those memories. He feels that he is very very close to understanding what really happened, but no matter how much he thinks, he can't push through that last barrier. After completely digesting Elder Jiang's memories, a memory chip-like thing emerges floating in some corner of Ling Xiao's consciousness.
Elder Jiang's memories is recorded on that chip. This is also one of his abilities.
After absorbing other people's memories, he will store them independently to avoid letting them get mixed up with his own memories.
Ling Xiao's memories was also handled this way. When he has need for it, he only needs to have the intention and he will be able to see those memories.
Ling Xiao opens his eyes and looks askance at the stunned XiaoMo.
The corners of his lips rise slightly, terrified?
XiaoMo's soul was floating beyond the highest heavens when he suddenly hears someone talking to him. He comes back to his senses and sees Ling Xiao looking at him, his dark eyes hiding unreadable rays of light.
He can't help but ask, just now, what was that?
Ling Xiao sees his puzzled face and restrains the glint in his eyes, suddenly smiling. It's nothing.
Just one of my innate abilities, that's all. Innate ability?
XiaoMo thinks that this way of saying things is a little strange.
Oh right, is Elder Jiang like that demon Luoshan? Also sent by demons to lie low in Tianxian sect and act as a spy?
And Elder Jiang has already lay hidden in Tianxian sect for 100 years. In the beginning there indeed was a young man with the surname Jiang. But before that person could develop his fighting skills, he was already replaced by the current Elder Jiang. For 100 years, he did not step beyond his bounds, not revealing a single clue. This time, if not for an order from the higher-ups, he would not have taken the risk to eliminate me.
Ling Xiao says offhandedly. Why do they want to get rid of you? XiaoMo is very curious. The demons actually risked exposing their valuable set piece in order to take out Ling Xiao.
It only goes to show how they view Ling Xiao as a nail in the eye that must be pulled out. Ling Xiao raises the corners of his mouth and smiles at him. Take a guess.
XiaoMo immediately loses his smile, glancing at him and says hesitatingly, can it be because you killed that Luoshan?
Close. Ling Xiao smiles and nods slightly, his unparalleled radiant handsome face looming at him.
Close? XiaoMo thinks back carefully.
At that time, Ling Xiao really did kill the demon Luoshan in front of a lot of people. And later, because of that incident, it was exposed that the demons sent spies to lie low in other sections. It was said that quite a few spies were dragged out.
Can it be because of that? XiaoMo says uncertainly, can it be because you destroyed their grand plan?
Close. Ling Xiao continues to nod his head but still doesn't give him the real answer.
Then I don't know. Already guessed up to this point and it is still not right. XiaoMo really can't figure it out. Idiot. Giving up so easily.
Ling Xiao rebukes him lightly but the expression on his face is one of absolute delight. The reason the demons sent Elder Jiang to kill me is because they think I have a way of discerning half demons.
So they want to get rid of me as soon as possible. Talking about his, XiaoMo suddenly remembers. Indeed, at that time, Ling Xiao seems to know beforehand that Luoshan is a demon. Furthermore, usually half-demons won't reveal their true appearance unless they themselves intend to. And with Luoshan's identity, he definitely wouldn't reveal his true form in front of so many people. So the demon commander must think that Ling Xiao forced Luoshan to transform. If that's the case, Ling Xiao really has the ability to see through half-demons. No wonder the demons want to get rid of him. Elder brother Ling, what are we going to do now? Although Elder Jiang is a half-demon, but if we were to reveal his identity, we will also fall under suspicion. Thinking of this, XiaoMo can't help but be worried for Ling Xiao. Elder Jiang is the chair of the competition. If he doesn't show up tomorrow, the Grand Master will definitely send people to look for him. If it is discovered that he died here, it doesn't matter if his identity is revealed, everyone will still be suspicious. You don't have to worry about this matter. I know what to do. Ling Xiao says, the least bit affected. XiaoMo stares at him for a while and then suddenly cries out in alarm, "Don't tell me you're going to let someone else pretend to be Elder Jiang?" Hearing these words, Ling Xiao examines him carefully for a while, his bright handsome eyes showing surprise. He then laughs, "Little brother, this method of yours is not bad, but where are you going to find someone to pretend to be Elder Jiang?" Hearing the first part, XiaoMo is about to smile when he hears the mocking words that follow. He immediately holds back his smile. Then what is Elder brother Ling planning? You know, during yesterday's first stage competition, why was it that I and Zhou Peng were chosen for the first round? Ling Xiao doesn't answer his question. He walks around Elder Zhong's ninja clothes. Suddenly he uses his toe to push lightly at one corner of the ninja clothes. Immediately what sound like identification jade tablets can be heard. Can it be? He wants to test out your strength? XiaoMo's eyes suddenly light up. That's right. Ling Xiao squats down and picks up the jade tablet. Ling Xiao is the grand disciple of the warrior division. Quite a bit of prestige. But these 2 years, he has been concealing his true strength. Elder Jiang has very little contact with him, so in order to ensure that he can kill Ling Xiao, he planned to use the grand friendly competition to test out his strength. He didn't expect Zhou Peng to ruin his plans, so he can only look for another opportunity to make his move. XiaoMo didn't expect things to actually be so complicated. Thinking back, he feels that something is not quite right. Elder Jiang wants to kill you. What has that got to do with me? Also, how did he know that I would go out with Jiang Lu this afternoon? Ling Xiao suddenly rubs his nose, shifting his gaze away from his face. Elder Jiang heard Tang Yunqi and the others talking 2 days ago. He knows that they were planning to deal with you, so he based his plan on theirs. He'll wait for Tang Yunqi's people to lure you out, follow behind and then kidnap you. Then try to frame your disappearance on Tang Yunqi, something like that. No way, BA. You mean I was dragged in? XiaoMo says in shock. He had thought that he had somehow offended someone. More or less, BA. Ling Xiao says these words somewhat guiltily, but XiaoMo doesn't notice. Looks like the central lineage really doesn't agree with me. Ling Xiao actually leaves out a few things. That includes Elder Jiang seeing that they share the same room, and furthermore, XiaoMo wearing his clothes, so he had guessed that they could be lovers. So he thought that if XiaoMo were to go missing, he would definitely be in complete chaos, and that would be the perfect time to make his move. That is the real reason. The reason why he doesn't tell XiaoMo is because of that one word, lovers. It must be said that this word makes him feel as if enlightened. The hazy feelings he has towards XiaoMo these few days becomes clear in an instant. Turns out the reason why he is always teasing XiaoMo is because he likes him? The great Ling Xiao can't figure it out since he has never been in love. Who knows what a person in love is like? But because of the thoughts of Elder Jiang, the look Ling Xiao gives XiaoMo is no longer purely a teasing or joking one. Instead, there is an added thread of something inexplicable and complicated. He thinks that he might have fallen under a spell. Let's discuss this after we leave BA. Ling Xiao keeps the jade tablet. This jade tablet is only given to the elders of Tian Xin sect. Because it is used as a form of identification, they are usually unique. On top is carved Elder Zhang's name. He only needs to engineer some fake evidence of his coming to harm and make sure that the timeline doesn't line up with theirs. In this way, the suspicions won't fall on them. Fine. I know. I just discovered something. Wait for me a bit. XiaoMo also wants to leave here as soon as possible, but when he was hiding behind the ice sculpture, he seems to have seen something he wasn't supposed to see. Ling Xiao turns around and sees XiaoMo run towards the ice sculpture he was hiding behind just now. He raises his brow and follows him. He finds that XiaoMo is squinting, looking absorbedly at that ice sculpture. But it's only an ice-cold ice sculpture. What's there to see? Elder brother Ling, help me take a look. What is frozen inside this ice sculpture? XiaoMo notices that Ling Xiao is standing at his side. He hurriedly waves at him, his eyes bursting with excitement. Ling Xiao glances at his face that is flushed with excitement. He suddenly feels that this face that usually seems ordinary suddenly starts to move him. He quickly shifts his line of sight. It actually looks like a magic herb. But this ice cave is a little strange. It seems to have some kind of contraption that can cut off the super perceptive powers of human martial artists. This magic herb is also buried right at the core of the ice sculpture, making it hard to discover if not studied carefully. Is there a way to take the magic herb out? XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao, his heart full of hopeful wings. Caught off guard, their eyes meet. Ling Xiao looks away abruptly, his heart can't help but fill with curses. Why is this fellow becoming more and more lovable every time I look at him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Looting Ice Sculptures. Elder Brother Ling? XiaoMo calls Ling Xiao. He feels that Ling Xiao is a little strange today. Ling Xiao coughs. It's not that there is no way, it's just that my way would probably damage the magic herb inside, so we have to find another way. When I came in just now, I discovered that the construction of this ice cave is a very unusual. It doesn't seem like it is man-made by hatchets and chisels. Instead, it feels as if it was formed by spiritual energy. XiaoMo takes a deep breath. There really is a very strong spiritual energy. This is really awesome. It's so unexpected that such a magical place exists in Wushuang Mountain. If it was really formed by spiritual energy, then all the ice sculptures in this ice cave may be made of super concentrated spiritual water. Elder Brother Ling, if these ice sculptures are really made from spiritual energy, then how can we take out the magic herb? XiaoMo's face fills with hope. It's not as if he doesn't have magic herbs. But those are level 1, 2, and 3. Level 4 and above, he doesn't have a single stock. That's why he is excited when he sees the magic herb inside the ice sculpture. Because he already saw it in Kong Wen's courtyard, so although he doesn't know what level it is, it must definitely be level 4 and above. You can try using the soul force. Ling Xiao suggests gently while looking at him. XiaoMo immediately closes his eyes and does as he says, releasing his soul force and slowly covering the ice sculpture. And then a shocking scene happens. When XiaoMo's soul force touches the ice sculpture, the naked eye can see that the ice sculpture melts quickly. Seeing this, XiaoMo immediately puts forth more soul force. The originally half the size of a person ice sculpture immediately melts to form a pool of spiritual liquid with shocking spiritual energy. The magic herb that was enclosed in the spiritual liquid shakes lightly, with leaves as fresh as jade, with no signs of damage. XiaoMo immediately takes out a small spade from his magic bag. With light hands and feet, he digs out the magic herb along with the dirt around its roots. This stalk of magic herb is in a very good shape. It's obvious even to the naked eye that the roots, stems and leaves are bursting with spiritual energy, to the extent that it is even better than the magic herbs watered with magic water in XiaoMo's dimension. Maybe it's because it has been growing all along in a place full of spiritual liquid, so it is always bathed in the perfect environment, unlike the magic herbs in his dimension, only watered 3 or 4 times. After admiring it endlessly, XiaoMo transfers it into his dimension by thought. Elder brother Ling, which do you think is better? This spiritual liquid or the magic water in the dimension? XiaoMo uses his hand to scoop up a handful of spiritual liquid, feeling as if the concentration of the spiritual liquid is higher than that of the magic water. Xiao had moved elsewhere to check things out when he was digging out the magic herb. Hearing his words, he doesn't even hesitate before replying, "Of course magic water is better." Why? XiaoMo turns around and asks. This ice cave was formed because there are a lot of contraptions underground. Those contraptions mutually act on each other to form this inconceivable phenomenon. But the spiritual liquid in here only absorbed the spiritual energy from Wushuan Mountain and was formed by compression. If we consider the purity, it can't compare to the magic water in your dimension. But Xiao doesn't even turn back, landing a kick on a sculpture of a beautiful figure. His foot lands squarely on the face of the beautiful ice sculpture. XiaoMo turns to look and can't stop from pouting, continuing from his words, "But what? But this spiritual liquid is not of no use. You can store them up and use them as leverage." Xiao turns around, a sinister aura is suddenly apparent in his smile. XiaoMo sees this and feels his spirit waver, wondering if he is mistaken. "Are you saying to give away the spiritual liquid?" XiaoMo says in surprise. That's right, spiritual liquid to the mystics of Longxian continent is a very rare treasure. It can be used to grow magic herbs, and it can also be used like how you use the magic water to replenish the soul force. That's right. Xiao suddenly turns around, his profound eyes shining as he looks at XiaoMo. "Didn't you say that you were going to auction off the magic pills? This spiritual liquid can also be auctioned off." Really? XiaoMo's shrewd eyes suddenly light up. Of course not. Xiao feels the itch in his heart. Why did he not find this pair of eyes so lively before? Because of that, on a whim, he automatically teases him again. XiaoMo's beaming face immediately falls. Bloody hell, actually deceiving him at this time. Does he have to be that mean? When Xiao sees the look of resentment on his face, he immediately recovers. He clears his throat and laughs, "Ha, just kidding. Of course it's real. This spiritual liquid would probably fetch a much higher price than your fasting magic pill. Alright, hurry up and take all the ice sculptures. We have to rush back before the patrol." XiaoMo glares at him saying, "There aren't many barrels left in the dimension. Probably not enough to hold the spiritual liquid." Xiao thinks it over and comes up with a way. "First, don't melt the ice sculptures. Try to see if you can cut them out using your soul force. If you can, move them in chunks. This will be more efficient and much faster than melting them into spiritual liquid." XiaoMo thinks that his way is not bad, so he starts to do as he suggests. Since the soul force can melt the ice sculptures, so cutting them is not a difficult thing. A controlled soul force in the form of thin beam cuts across the bottom of the ice sculpture. Soon the ice sculpture separates from the floor and is moved into the dimension by XiaoMo. A smooth glossy surface like a mirror remains on the cut surface of the floor. Finding this method very effective, XiaoMo energetically throws himself into it. Because Xiao has nothing to do, he helps out by looking to see which ice sculptures has magic herbs or other good stuff hidden in it and then tells XiaoMo to let him come cut it. Both of them working together, the speed is pretty fast. In 2 hours, they cut away 1/20th of the ice sculptures in the ice cave. XiaoMo is the first to stop because his soul force is about to be depleted. Let's stop here for today. We'll find another time to come again later. You have already harvested quite a lot, enough to use for now. Ling Xiao walks to his side and puts his arm under his armpit and hauls the weak him up from the floor. XiaoMo nods. Although he wants more, the harvest this time is quite a lot. Other than the pile of ice sculptures and the dimension piled up like a small hill, there are also 10 overstocks of magic herbs. But because he doesn't recognize magic herbs of level 4 and above, they are also piled up together for now. When the two of them leave the ice cave, the sky is already dark. The back of the mountain is shaded by dense trees that cover the mountain. When the sky gets dark, it becomes even harder to see anything. Bleak and dreary cold wind penetrate the bones. Occasionally the roar of wild beasts can be heard. XiaoMo can't help but rub both his arms. His legs are weak. If not for Ling Xiao holding him at his waist, he would have ended up sitting on the ground a long time ago. I'll piggyback you, BA. Ling Xiao says in a low voice next to his ear. The hot breath covers his ear, making it both numb and ticklish. XiaoMo's whole ear turns red from his breath. He can't help but rub his ear. Can't you use some other way? Ling Xiao's lips curve up, his smile carries a hint of mockery. He hangs one of his arm over his shoulder saying, "Little brother. Are you telling me that you prefer the princess hold? Then piggyback it is BA. XiaoMo says immediately. Princess hold? He is not a woman. Then get on BA. Ling Xiao turns his back to him. He bends down slightly, revealing the strong, powerful contours of his back, slender with perfect proportions, with a feel of perfect tension. Even the back is so perfect. No wonder so many women attack him with such starry-eyed infatuation. Comparing oneself to him will only make one die of frustration. XiaoMo hesitates a little before climbing on his back, huffing and puffing. He loops both his arms tightly around his neck. Close contact between men is nothing strange, so in order not to fall off, he also doesn't act awkwardly bashful. Feeling the warm body climbing up his back, Ling Xiao reveals a crafty smile of success. When he straightens up his body, both his hands firmly grasp the two perfectly round and elastic round orbs of XiaoMo's butt. In the morning he already felt it. XiaoMo's butt is very elastic. It feels very soft when he was sitting on his thigh, causing the lust in his eyes to almost come rushing out. Feeling his butt being grasped by two hands, XiaoMo stiffens. Letting a man rub his butt is a little awkward. Although the other party is doing it for his own good, he still feels a little awkward inside. There's no helping it. XiaoMo immediately says in his heart. We are both men. It's no big deal. It will be over in a bit. Soon he feels himself soaring. The hoo-hoo cold wind is whistling past on both sides of him. Because Ling Xiao's body is shielding him, XiaoMo doesn't feel the least bit cold. Instead, he feels that the warmth from his body is making him feel especially warm. If it is possible, he doesn't want to leave. Ling Xiao's speed is very fast. 15 minutes later, they are out of the back of the mountain, reaching the small path that they were on during the day. From far, they can see the lamps of the central lineage. Making use of the cover of moonlight, Ling Xiao dodges past the guards patrolling outside to the wing of the house. Luckily, the guards have just started patrolling, so they haven't reached them. Also, the room still has the barrier he set up before, so no one discovers that we're not in the room for almost 4 hours. After entering the room, Ling Xiao puts XiaoMo down. Stay in the room. I'll be back in a bit. He turns and leaves. XiaoMo immediately asks, where are you going? I'll tell you when I get back. Ling Xiao leaves right after saying that. Leaving the room, he reinforces the barrier before flying quickly into the dim of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Confrontation. That night, XiaoMo doesn't wait for Ling Xiao to return and just goes to sleep. After rushing about the whole day, when his head touches the pillow, he soon faints into a dead sleep. He doesn't even know when Ling Xiao returns. The next day, before daylight, XiaoMo is awakened by a loud banging at the door along with a familiar voice calling out. So noisy that his two ears start to buzz one wang. With his eyes closed, he uses one of his hands to cover his ears and continues to sleep. Ling Xiao opens his eyes and lowers his head, catching sight of a downy black head again, using his chest as a pillow. The owner of that head is again like the previous night, like a 8-legged octopus wrapped around his body. Outside, the banging sound is like a gong, and yet he is sleeping like a dead pig. Ling Xiao glances outside the window and sees that it is still dark. On top of that, he slept relatively late last night, no wonder he is so dead asleep. Ling Xiao carefully moves XiaoMo aside. After getting off the bed, he wraps the quilt around his body. Having lost the warm cozy heat source, XiaoMo's body shivers involuntarily and buries half his face into the quilt. The other exposed half is bright red and extremely eye-catching. Ling Xiao can't stop himself from giving him a pinch. The soft and silky feel almost makes him not want to leave. After tucking him in, Ling Xiao slips on a set of clothes and goes to open the door. The person knocking on the door is Luo Xia. Probably because something big happened, he is so anxious that his whole head is covered in sweat. When Ling Xiao opens the door, he almost couldn't stop himself from knocking on his chest. Seeing him come out, he immediately shouts out, almost spraying his saliva. "Elder brother, it's really bad. Elder Jiang is in trouble. Hold on a second." Ling Xiao's expression changes a little. He utters those words and immediately turns around and heads into the inner room to change his clothes. Upon entering the inner room, he immediately sees that XiaoMo, who should have been sleeping snugly in the quilt, now has one arm hanging out. The delicate fair arm looks like a woman's, slender and even like a lotus root. One look and it's obvious that he has not undergone physical training before. Ling Xiao is suddenly displeased that he is so thin and weak. If he is this weak, what would happen if he can't run away from enemies? A certain someone at this moment in time completely doesn't realize that he has started to worry endlessly about XiaoMo's future. Right then, XiaoMo, that was fast asleep, suddenly crawls and sits up. Both his eyes are at a loss as he looks at Ling Xiao, who is standing in front of the wardrobe. Ling Xiao obviously did not expect him to suddenly wake up. He has just taken off his clothes and has yet to put on another. His strong sturdy chest is simply exposed in mid-air. Ling Xiao sees that he doesn't make any move after getting up, so he is just about to say something when he hears his questioning voice. Was there someone knocking on the door just now?" Ling Xiao thinks that this reaction is a little too slow. XiaoMo doesn't wait for him to reply and looks out the window at the sky outside. Seeing that it is gray and overcast with no sign of the sun, he pulls up the quilt and lies back down. The whole process happens fluidly, the bulging quilt only revealing a tuft of black hair. Ling Xiao. After a while, Luo Xia, that was shut outside the door, knocks lightly. "Elder brother, are you ready?" Ling Xiao quickly finishes dressing up and walks out of the room, closing the door gently behind him before leaving with Luo Xia. Luo Xia is here under the orders of the Grand Master to bring Ling Xiao over to talk about the situation with Elder Jiang. On the way, Luo Xia tells Ling Xiao everything he knows. In brief, Elder Jiang probably ran into some trouble. Yesterday, after the competition ended, Elder Jiang and Grand Master left together. The both of them talked about matters relating to the competition for an hour before Elder Jiang left. The Grand Master had thought that Elder Jiang should have returned to his room. Actually, everyone thought the same. Unexpectedly this morning, before daybreak, a disciple went to his room to call him and found that he was not in his room. Elder Jiang is in charge of the competition, so there are a lot of things for him to do. Hence, he usually gets up rather early. That disciple discovered that Elder Jiang still had not woken up when it was already 3/4 through the Mao period, so he went to wake him. Discovering that Elder Jiang is not there and also not with the other elders, that disciple realizes that something is not right and goes to inform the Grand Master. The Grand Master immediately sends people to go find him. In the end, they find Elder Zhang's jade tablet on an overhanging cliff. The Grand Master and the other elders suspect that Elder Zhang was most probably killed, so they call everyone together. Ling Xiao as the Grand Disciple or course must attend. You all must already know why I called all of you here today. I want to hear what you all think with respect to the disappearance of Elder Jiang. Tang Fan speaks calmly. His expression completely doesn't reflect that Tianxian sect has just lost an important elder. After saying this, his eyes fall onto the first position on his lower right. Ling Xiao, young Xiao, you go first. Ling Xiao stands up and cups his hands while speaking. Grandmaster, I feel that we must first make sure whether Elder Jiang is missing or whether he has already been killed. Your disciple knows too little, so has no way to judge for now. Tang Fan doesn't nod nor shake his head. He looks at the others. Do you all also think this way? Hearing this, the junior brothers that usually have a good relationship with Ling Xiao all nod their head and express their agreement. As for Lei Ju, who is next to Ling Xiao, his face shows a rather obvious look of disdain. Lei Ju, you don't seem to have the same opinion as young Xiao. Are you saying that you have a different viewpoint? Tang Fan is the first to notice Lei Ju's expression, but he doesn't show any displeasure. Replying to Grand Master, Lei Ju thinks that it doesn't matter if Elder Jiang is missing or killed. It is enough to show that there are some people that harbor evil intentions here. Everyone here must still remember the pandemonium that occurred not too long ago. It was said that many sects rooted out demon spies from among their ranks. Although no demons were discovered in Tianxian sect, it doesn't mean there aren't any. So in my opinion, Elder Zhang's disappearance is probably connected to the demons. Lei Ju cups his hands towards Tang Fan, his eyes full of rebellious rays. He then looks at Ling Xiao in a threatening way. What Lei Ju says is reasonable, but one mustn't be too impulsive to avoid making everyone anxious. Tang Fan is calm, not revealing the tiniest bit of his thoughts. On the surface, he agrees with his viewpoint, but underneath he attacks. This move is what one calls the peak of perfection. Thank you for the guidance, Grandmaster. Lei Ju cups his hands once again, not the least bit of discomfort showing on his face. Instead, he glances smugly at Ling Xiao. Compared to the brief words from Ling Xiao that don't seem to say anything, he feels that his is a better answer. After Lei Ju sits down, Elder Xiao on the opposite side, who is also his master, opens his mouth. Elder Brother Grand Master, I suspect that there are spies in the central lineage. Elder Zhang's disappearance must be taken seriously. Tang Fan's gaze sweeps across everyone that is present, saying we found signs of fighting where Elder Zhang disappeared. One of those involved is Elder Jiang. I'm afraid it looks more grim than hopeful. But for this person to actually be able to match Elder Zhang's strength, I suspect that the murderer is one of us here. Hearing these words, everyone in attendance show varied expressions. The shrewd and experienced elders don't show any change in their expressions. As for the few younger disciples, all their thoughts are written on their faces. Elder Du, who is next to Elder Xian, laughs like the laughing Buddha, as if unaffected by the atmosphere. Stroking his tuft of gray beard, he easily breaks the tense atmosphere. Among us, the ones that can match junior brother Zhang's strength, other than us, are only young Lin Xiao and young Lei Ju. Du Yunkai, what are you implying? Are you saying that my disciple is the killer? Elder Xiao immediately speaks up angrily. Elder Xiao, there is no need to get angry. You know very well that I am just talking about the possibilities. Du Yunkai laughs until his eyes narrow into slits as he speaks. Elder Jiang still wants to object but is cut off calmly by Tang Fan. What Elder Du said is reasonable. Lin Xiao and Lei Ju have outstanding talent, indeed able to go one round with Elder Jiang. In order to prove that they have nothing to do with the disappearance of Elder Jiang, we only have to ask them where they were when Elder Jiang disappeared. That would be good enough. I'll go first. Lei Ju is the first to stand up. Elder Jiang must have disappeared about 3/4 through the Su period. So from Su period to Hai period, where were you, and is there anyone that can confirm it? Tang Fan's eyes are like cold blades, gleaming coldly at Lei Ju. The calmness from before changes instantly to subtly threatening. Lei Ju's expression changes sharply, saying seriously, during this time I was with a few of my junior brothers. We were talking about the next day's competition right up to a quarter past the Su period. After that I returned to the room. At that time, the one rooming with me junior brother John Lu was already in the room. He can confirm that after I returned to the room I was in deep meditation, not taking a single step out of the room. Elder Du, I'll have to trouble you. Tang Fan nods towards Du Yunkai. The laughing Buddha Elder Du feels rather regretful that he can no longer enjoy this drama. But he knows the seriousness of the matter, so he gets up and cups his hands towards Tang Fan, and leaves the main hall to look for Jiang Lu. Next is Young Lin's turn. Elder Zhao's threatening gaze turns towards Ling Xiao that is sitting at the top seat. From the time Ling Xiao entered until now, his performance is worthy of praise. Not too noticeable yet not insignificant. No sign of panic or unease. Leaving no thread of the spider of trails of the horse for the few people that are constantly observing him. Hearing Elder Zhao's words, Ling Xiao stands up and says easily, answering Grand Master. From Su period to Hai period, I was together with junior brother Yu. At that time he was refining magic pills next to me. He can serve as my witness. Elder Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to bring you XiaoMo here, says Tang Fan. Yes, Grand Master. Elder Xiao stands up and cups his hands. Before leaving the main hall, he looks inscrutably at Ling Xiao. Notes. Mao period, 5 to 7 o'clock. Pure blue cauldron flame, peak of perfection. Su period, 19 to 2100 hours. Hai period, 21 to 2300 hours. Thread of the spider, trails of the horse, clues. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Opportunity. XiaoMo is still asleep when Pang the door is kicked open. By the time he climbs out of the quilt in fright, in a daze, he sees a strong and swarthy middle-aged man with a black beard stride into the room like a meteor cutting through no man's land. May I ask who you? Are you that XiaoMo? Before XiaoMo could finish his question, the middle-aged man reaches out and grips the collar on his chest, pulling him up, saying in a coarse voice like dull thunder in winter, somewhat grating to listen to. Just waking up, his mind still in a daze, XiaoMo's reaction is off by half a beat, simply nodding his head. Elder Xiao sees his weak reaction and knows that he is no threat. He laughs coldly. Let me ask you, yesterday from the Su period to the Hai period, who were you with and what were you doing? You? I can't breathe. XiaoMo's face is bright red. This person's strength is too much. He almost can no longer breathe before Elder Xiao snorts and lets him go. Speaking of Elder Xiao, his full name is Xiao Shan, someone that is quite deserving of mention in Tian Xin sect. Xiao Shan's has a very short fuse. His regards everyone beneath him attitude is even worse than Lei Ju. When he speaks, he often carelessly offends people. The reason why he can carry on merrily until now is because he has a good master. His master is the junior brother of Tang Fan's master. The seniors are not people that even Tang Fan dares to offend. The presence of this important backer is also why Lei Ju dares to oppose Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao is listed as one of the suspects, Xiao Shan of course will not let go of this opportunity. XiaoMo coughs drily a few times and hears the person next to him repeat his question impatiently. Only then does he remember that he just asked him a question. Actually, when Ling Xiao was called away earlier, he vaguely remembers that it seemed to be related to the matter with Elder Jiang. But they concealed tightly what they did yesterday, so if Ling Xiao doesn't reveal it to them, these people should not know that he has something to do with Elder Jiang's situation. Ling Xiao just left for over half an hour and already this person is here looking for him. So it's very likely that Ling Xiao told them about him. Although he and Ling Xiao did not discuss this beforehand, XiaoMo was still not that stupid to reveal any weak points to him. Thinking of what they usually do, he simply says, I was with elder brother Ling yesterday. I was refining magic pills. He was meditating. This was what they did the night before. He guesses that Ling Xiao must have said the same thing. Xiao Shan's expression is unreadable as he looks at him with a piercing look, as if trying to see if he is lying. In the end, he fails to detect it and sneers coldly, turning around, come with me. XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief when he turns around. He quickly takes a set of clothes from the wardrobe and puts it on while walking. By the time they reach the Great Hall, he is properly dressed. He gingerly follows Xiao Shan inside. XiaoMo steals a look around and sees Ling Xiao as is expected. He carefully observes his expression. It is still the usual slightly smiling mask. Looks like he still hasn't been found out. Grand Master, I have brought you XiaoMo. After saying this, Xiao Shan returns to his seat. XiaoMo then notices that Zhang Lu is also in the Great Hall. It's just that his head is looking downwards, so his expression is unclear. He seems to have also just arrived, but he doesn't know why he was called here. XiaoMo, your elder brother Lin said that you were with him the whole of last night. Is this the case? Seeing that everyone has arrived, Tang Fan at the head seat starts with the questions. His voice seems remote and indifferent but still maintains its majesty. He is clearly speaking in a measured tone, but to XiaoMo's ears, it feels like it could shock the deaf. XiaoMo immediately cups his hands and says, replying to Grand Master, I was indeed with elder brother Lin last night. Oh, what were the both of you doing last night? Tang Fan's voice is flat, not revealing any of his thoughts. Replying to Grand Master, yesterday your disciple was refining magic pills. Elder brother Lin was meditating. XiaoMo repeats what he said to Xiao Shan. This time he speaks with more confidence because if something is wrong, Ling Xiao would have certainly found a way to let him know. All the way here and you're still working so hard. No wonder junior brother Kong took you as a disciple. Not bad. What magic pills did you refine yesterday? Bring them out and let me see. Tang Fan's serious expression abruptly reveals a light smile as if he is an amiable elderly fellow. Yes, Grand Master. XiaoMo's heart suddenly gets cold, but he doesn't dare to show it. Then he somewhat nervously takes out a white bottle from his magic bag and respectfully brings it forward and hands it to him. Tang Fan takes the bottle, opens the stopper and pours out a magic pill. The medicinal fragrance is not very strong. It's an ordinary level 1 fasting magic pill. Definitely nothing special about it. After a rough glance, he puts it back, not bad, keep working hard. Strive to be an outstanding mage so you can be of service to Tian Xin sect. Step down BA. XiaoMo takes a step forward and takes back the bottle. He says respectfully, I will try my best. I will definitely not fail to meet Grand Master's expectations. Saying this, he withdraws to one side thinking that what comes next would probably have nothing to do with him. This matter will end here for today. Elder Jiang coming to harm, I will send people to figure it out. Everyone can leave BA. Tang Fan waves away everyone present, unwilling to let the matter drag on. In a bit, the third stage of the competition will commence. Xiao Shan and Lei Ju, master and disciple as if communicating by magic horn, turn to look at Ling Xiao before leaving the Great Hall, one after another. Ling Xiao walks up to XiaoMo and leaves the Great Hall with him. The other disciples also leave one after another, leaving Zhang Lu to follow behind by himself. Everyone seems to have forgotten about him. When they reach the living quarters, XiaoMo immediately runs into the room. He holds his chest as if holding down his shock, scared me to death. Grand Master's eyes are very piercing. Just now, I almost thought that he had seen through me. Ling Xiao walks to his side and picks up the teapot and pours a cup of tea for him. Tang Fan, that wily old fox. Up till now he still suspects me. With you being close to me, questioning you is to be expected. Luckily I refined a bottle of level 1 fasting magic pills before this. Otherwise, if I really didn't have any magic pills to give him, then he would have really seen through my lie. XiaoMo almost wants to applaud his own ingenuity. Speaking with the Grand Master is really too stressful for his heart. Before, when Xiaoshan came to call you, did he do anything to you? Ling Xiao sits in front of him, his eyes shining as he stares at XiaoMo's cheeks that are dyed a light pink, as if wanting to see through to his skull. XiaoMo shakes his head, no, but he is very rude. Without knocking, he simply kicks in the door and comes in. Not the least bit like an elder. On top of that, he didn't even wait for me to put on clothes. He actually ran straight in and seized my collar. Luckily I wasn't dead asleep, so I quickly woke up. Hearing this, Ling Xiao calmly narrows his eyes, ice-cold rays are hidden at the bottom of his eyes. That old man actually dared to touch his man. Since they themselves are so persistent, then don't blame him for not being polite. Elder Zhang's come to harm was not leaked out, so a lot of disciples are unaware of this issue. The competition starts on schedule with the presider changing to Xiaoshan. He is not as smooth as Elder Jiang, but everyone doesn't pay much attention. After listening to the familiar opening remarks, he starts to draw lots. After going through 2 rounds of eliminations, there now remains only 13 people. If nothing unexpected happens, today, the final winner will be determined. Xiaoshan takes out 2 pieces of paper from the box. Opening them up, his eyes can't help but widen a little, as if he can't believe what he is seeing. But under everyone's watchful eyes, there is nothing he can do. He can only toughen his scalp, saying, "The competitors for the first match are Ling Xiao and Lei Ju, please come on stage." The audience and the competitors suddenly quiet down considerably. This circumstance is similar to the first stage of the competition. It's just that the one picking the names is now Xiaoshan, and on top that, he is the one that picked Lei Ju to compete with Ling Xiao. This means that one of them will be eliminated, with no chance of advancing into the top 7. Everyone's expression suddenly becomes very excited. It's going to be one hell of a show. Ling Xiao playfully raises the corners of his lips. It's really, if one wishes for it, it will come. He was just thinking of a way to teach Lei Ju a lesson, not expecting it to be presented on his doorstep. It would be wrong not to make full use of this opportunity from Xiaoshan. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stands up and is about to get on stage when he suddenly feels a tug on his clothes. Looking down, he sees XiaoMo pulling on his clothes. "Elder brother Ling, you have to be careful. That Lei Ju looks very strong." XiaoMo urges softly. A flash of warmth appears in Ling Xiao's eyes. He can't help but pat his head. "Don't worry, I don't have to be careful. It's only one Lei Ju." Saying this, he picks up the sword Luo Xia hands to him. The real Lin Xiao uses a sword. Seeing him turn around, XiaoMo pouts. This megalomaniac. But he really has what it takes. Lei Ju indeed looks very strong, but he is definitely not as strong as Elder Jiang. Ling Xiao can even kill off Elder Jiang, so one Lei Ju is really not something to be concerned about. Note: Magic Horn, telepathic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79. The most vicious way to win. 2 figures on the huge stage, one white, one black. The white one is of course Ling Xiao. White seems to be his trademark these days. Ever since XiaoMo got to know him, he has not seen him wear clothes of any other color. The black one is therefore Lei Ju. This Lei Ju is very arrogant. Although he has been ranked number 2 for an eternity, he is rather peculiar. He never gets discouraged. Instead, he gets braver with each fight. Every time Ling Xiao beats him down, he will always get right back up again and continue with his arrogant, challenging manner. Simply just like a cockroach that can't be killed. This competition, in the eyes of others, Lei Ju was probably not a match for Ling Xiao. But he himself doesn't think so. Lin Xiao, I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. This time I'll let you get acquainted with my strength to avenge for the last time. Lei Ju holds a wolf fawn spiked club over his shoulder. This is his weapon of choice. It's just that his strength is pretty good, so he rarely carries it around. But this time with Ling Xiao, he doesn't have enough confidence that he would be able to beat him without a weapon. So from the start, he brings along the wolf fawn club. Such a huge wolf fawn club, thicker than his arm, if one really receives a direct hit, at best, the bones will crack, the worst, totally disabled. Ling Xiao swings the sword in his hand, smiling at Lei Ju's provocative look. I believe I will get acquainted. Below the stage, XiaoMo covers his face. Looking at the brilliant smile on Ling Xiao's face, he feels that the real meaning of his words is, I believe you will die a miserable death. The sword technique that Lin Xiao practices is the same as Elder Zhang's, Unwavering Imperial Sword. Unwavering Imperial Sword is one of the best if not the best attack technique in Tian Xin sect. Although it is a mid-level attack technique, it is a top-grade mid-level technique. A lot of the core disciples and elders practice this attack technique. But there are also those like Lei Ju who practice a club technique. Whichever suits one better. As soon as Xiao Shan declares the start of the match, Lei Ju brandishes his wolf fawn club and rushes at Ling Xiao. Running at maximum horsepower, even the people below the stage can feel the effects. A gust of strong wind rushes at their faces, alarming everyone, causing them to flinch and almost jump from their seats. Shang! A loud colliding sound rings out. Lei Ju's wolf fawn club is easily stopped by Ling Xiao's sword. Seeing that the situation is not good, Lei Ju immediately moves his hulking strong frame backwards 2 meters, only stopping when he feels that he is at a safe distance. A set of sinister ruthless eyes fix on Ling Xiao, as if trying to seek out his weakness. Compared to the cautious actions of Lei Ju, Ling Xiao appears much calmer. His sword is pointing at Lei Ju. His face is expressionless, as if he is really taking this battle very seriously. Seeing this expression of Ling Xiao, Lei Ju snorts coldly. Others may not be able to tell, but he knows that when Ling Xiao stopped his blow just now, he seems to have used up 80% of his energy. Don't think he can't tell, his hand was clearly shaking just now. So seeing his look now, he simply thinks that he is putting on airs. Ling Xiao's back is towards Tang Fan and the elders. A look of playfulness flashes across his eyes. He bends his body slightly, and just when Lei Ju was preparing to launch his second wave of attack, his feet seem to grow wings as he rushes towards Lei Ju. The speed can't be considered slow, as if only taking a blink of an eye to reach in front Lei Ju. The sword in his hand streaks across the air, cutting a curved arc. Lei Ju turns pale in fright. Right now it is too late to get out of the way, so he quickly uses the wolf fawn club in his hand to ward him off. Chang rings out, the clashing sound reverberates. A hint of delight flashes across Lei Ju's eyes. Ling Xiao's lips suddenly arc upwards. This is not lost on Lei Ju, who is only inches away. He inwardly curses not good, and the next second, a strong leg kicks him on his completely exposed waist. Because he used the wolf fawn club to ward off the blow, this causes his whole right side to be completely defenseless. So Ling Xiao seizes this opportunity and gives him a hard kick. The waist is already the weakest part of the human body. On top of that, Ling Xiao was not merciful with his kick. Lei Ju staggers to his left. The dull pain washes over his body in waves. If not for his extraordinary endurance, he most probably wouldn't even be able to remain standing. By the time he turns his head around, the tip of Ling Xiao's long sword is right between his eyes. Lei Ju widens his eyes fiercely, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes that are bursting with fury. He finally realizes why these moves are so familiar. Before, the last time he fought against Lin Xiao, he was defeated by Lin Xiao with these few moves. At that time he felt that it was the most humiliating time of his entire life. He swore that there will come a day when he would wash off the humiliation. Never did he expect that Lin Xiao would actually use the very same moves once again to defeat him. The match is over. Lin Xiao wins. Xiao Shan is worried that Ling Xiao would harm Lei Ju, so he hastily announces the winner. Ling Xiao puts back his long sword. He raises the corners of his mouth at Lei Ju, revealing a delighted smile. He then cups his hands towards the enraged Lei Ju and says elegantly, "Junior brother Lei, I am now well acquainted with your strength." Lei Ju's rough and brutish face immediately turns a purplish green. In the elder seats, Xiao Shan's face is also very unsightly. This Lin Xiao is too vicious. The match is already over and he still says those words. He clearly wants to drive them mad. With those words, Ling Xiao beams as he gets off the stage, walking back to XiaoMo. Seeing the situation, XiaoMo immediately goes up to him saying cautiously, "Elder brother Ling, you defeated him so quickly. Wouldn't it be suspicious?" In his eyes, the two of them only exchanged a few blows. Ling Xiao lowers his head and looks at XiaoMo's cautious actions. His lips curve up into a slight smile. "No need to worry, when Lei Ju sparred with Lin Xiao the last time, Lin Xiao used these same moves to defeat Lei Ju." XiaoMo's mouth falls open. This move is really too vicious. For one, this would make people not suspect that he is not the real Lin Xiao. Second, he can make use of this opportunity to deal a huge blow to Lei Ju. Losing to the same moves, even if Lei Ju was psychologically strong, he would still be driven half mad with anger. On top of that, he said those boastful opening remarks and was defeated not long after, making it all the more humiliating. Pitiful Lei Ju. This incident would probably haunt him for a long time. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually use the very same moves that Lin Xiao used to defeat Lei Ju? It didn't even cross Lei Ju's mind. If not, he would not have only realized it after being defeated. Vicious. Especially that last sentence. Vicious upon vicious. When Lei Ju gets off the stage, his injured waist is treated by the one rooming with him, Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu asks him to take off his top in order to determine the extent of his injury. Lei Ju didn't want to do it in front of so many people, but that place is really too painful. After hesitating, he takes off his top. With one look, Zhang Lu immediately gasps. Lei Ju hears him gasp and looks down. His face turns even blacker than before. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so ruthless. That one kick, how much spiritual energy was used? His waist is a big patch of dark blue. Zhang Lu touches it lightly and Lei Ju immediately breathes in sharply, his face so distorted that he no longer appears human. In the end, he forces down that rage of his. He restrains his voice and says softly and hatefully, "Lin Xiao, you're really something. There will be a day when I will get my revenge." Zhang Lu, who was close to him, hears this uncontrollable hateful words clearly, causing him to lower his eyes. After Lei Ju's loss, the competition starts up again. The other disciples are also quite strong. The last person receives the bai, and that is Tantai Miaoyin, the only woman among the 13. Martial artists have always been mostly male. Although women can train, their progress is generally much slower than men. This may be because women have too much to consider, so their training progress also slows down. It may also have to do with talent. And so 7 competitors are promoted to the 4th round. Tang Fan and the other elders talk it over and finally decide unanimously that the one who receives the bai this time would be Ling Xiao. The gap between him and the other disciples is rather big, so he would definitely get through this stage. So, in order to give others a chance, they just give the slot to him. Tantai Miaoyin and the others also have no objection. For them, giving the slot to Ling Xiao means they won't have to go up against elder brother. In order to avoid a long night fraught with dreams, and with the incident of Elder Jiang coming to harm, Tang Fan decides to determine the final winner today. Although with the current situation, it is ironclad that the ultimate winner will be Ling Xiao. In order to win the top 3 prizes, the 6 disciples go all out. Among them, the most prominent one is again Tantai Miaoyin. Although Tantai Miaoyin received the bye the last round, this doesn't mean that she is weak. Instead, she is the dark horse of this grand competition, charging into the semifinals. Although she finally loses to her opponent and can't advance to the final match, top 4 is already a great honor. Furthermore, if she can defeat the other loser in the next match, she would be in 3rd place. The prizes Tian Xin Sect gives the top 3 winners are very generous. The 3rd place winner will get a level 4 magic pill and 2 level 5 magic pills. The 2nd place winner will get 2 level 5 magic pills and a level 6 magic pill. The 1st place winner will get 3 level 6 magic pills. On top of that, the 1st place winner will get 3 stocks of level 6 and below magic herbs. As for why would one give a martial artist 3 stocks of magic herbs, there is quite a lot to be learned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80. Something substantive. As expected, Ling Xiao wins the 1st place, just like Lin Xiao last year. This year, the prizes for the top 3 places is again given out personally by Tang Fan. In 3rd place is Tantai Miaoyin. This young woman lived up to expectations. During the match for the 3rd place, she risked all in one final move to clinch the victory, finally standing together with Ling Xiao in front of the elders. The other person is Du Yunkai's disciple. From the start to the end of the competition, his performance was very steady, very commendable. This person's name is Huang Jia. Last year he was hovering around the number 10 rank. This year, achieving such outstanding success, it's obvious that he tried very hard the whole year. As his master, Du Yunkai is smiling so much that his eyes almost disappears. Tang Fan first gives 3 magic pills to Tantai Miaoyin and then urges her to continue working hard. Next is Huang Jia, also receiving some encouraging words. Finally, it's Ling Xiao's turn. This year, letting you compete together with the other disciples is really making light of your abilities. Seeing your abilities, Master thinks you are really worthy of your rank as number 1 of the warrior division. It looks like the other disciples are no match for you. How about this BA? From now on, you don't have to participate in the grand friendly competitions. Give the other disciples a chance, how about it? Tang Fan is gratified as he pats Ling Xiao's shoulder. This disciple has never let him down before. Ling Xiao cups his hands and smiles. Master orders, how can your disciple not follow? It will be as Master says. Your words seem to indicate that Master is using his influence to pressure you? Tang Fan suddenly looks displeased, but his tone is clearly not one of anger. Master, you have taught me before. One must be modest and guard against arrogance and rashness. Ling Xiao says measuredly. The meaning is that if he simply accepts Tang Fan's words, that would mean he is just as cocky and self-important as Lei Ju. Hearing these words, Tang Fan's rather serious expression suddenly disappears as he laughs out loud. That's a good saying, one must be modest. You still remember Master's words. Looks like I have not taught you in vain. Alright, chit-chat will have to wait for when we have free time BA. These are the 3 level 6 magic pills for you. Be sure to keep them well. Ling Xiao takes the bottle and opens it. 3 magic pills are lying inside, the medicinal fragrance overflowing to all sides. He then puts on a fake happy face. Tang Fan restrains the smile on his face and says in a deep voice, because you are number 1, so you can go over to your Uncle Yi and pick out 3 stalks of level 6 and below magic herbs. These 3 stalks of magic herbs, you can either keep for yourself or give to others. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao beams as he speaks. As of now, the competition that lasted 3 days officially ends. Because Ling Xiao receives an additional 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs, while he received 3 stalks of level 5 magic herbs last year, so he immediately gets chased after by the other disciples. Even Tang Yunqi on the opposite side cranes her neck and looks over here. Because when Lin Xiao won the 1st place last year, the reward was almost the same. When he got the 3 stalks of magic herbs, he gave 2 to Tang Yunqi and the other one to another Heaven Peak disciple with high potential. Although Tang Yunqi was not satisfied because Lin Xiao didn't give them all to her at that time, she was still extremely happy. At that time she felt that Brother Xiao really does have her in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have given her 2 level 5 magic herbs. This year she also believes that Brother Xiao will give her the magic herbs. But that was before the appearance of XiaoMo. After the appearance of XiaoMo, she feels more and more uncertain. She feels that Brother Xiao is treating XiaoMo unusually well, making her have a sense of deep crisis. So her heart is very uncertain, not knowing if Brother Xiao will give her a few stalks of magic herbs. Although her father is the Grand Master of Tianxian sect, and she is the Grand Master's daughter, this doesn't mean she can simply take Tianxian sect's magic herbs. So the magic herbs that Lin Xiao gives her are very valuable. Brother Xiao. Tang Yunqi eventually can't take it anymore, so she walks over. Seeing her come over, the other people give way to her one after another. It's not because they are afraid of her, but everyone knows that junior sister Tang has a very bad temper. This time, can't restrain herself from coming over. It must be to ask who the magic herbs will go to. Ling Xiao smiles lightly. What is it, junior sister Tang? But Tang Yunqi immediately chokes up, almost unable to say anything. The rim of her eyes redden with pain. Before, Brother Xiao has always called her little sister, but now he actually calls her junior sister Tang. All at once, it feels as if they are not as close as before. But in order to save face, and for the sake of the 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs, she must say it out. Brother Xiao, you gave me 2 stalks of magic herbs last year. Will you also give me 2 stalks of magic herbs this year? Now, she no longer demands that Brother Xiao will give her 3 stalks of magic herbs, but she must at least get 2. Otherwise she will no longer be able to raise her head among the other disciples. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ling Xiao gives her a profound look and grins, raising the corners of his lips to a light smile. Not giving a clear answer, he instead gives Tang Yunqi a glimmer of hope. Tang Yunqi sees the slight smile on Ling Xiao's face and suddenly feels that she still has some hope. At least Brother Xiao didn't say that he would give them to XiaoMo. Happiness flashes across her eyes, but just as she was about to continue saying a few more words, Ling Xiao abruptly turns away. Little brother, we should be heading back. Ling Xiao's face is overflowing with gentle smiles as he stretches his hands towards XiaoMo, who is at periphery of the crowd of people. Seeing everyone turn around to look at him, XiaoMo feels a little uncomfortable. Actually, he really wanted to be the first person to congratulate Ling Xiao just now. Congratulate him for winning first place. Although he already knew much earlier that this would be the result, he still wants to congratulate him. But before he could head over there, he was pushed to the outside by others. Seeing Ling Xiao surrounded by layers and layers of people and him pacing back and forth on the outside wondering how to squeeze in this disparity, XiaoMo for the first time feels absolutely helpless with regards to his thin body. Just when he was about to go ahead and just shout it out and be done with it, the people in front of him suddenly give way. Raising his head, he sees Ling Xiao stretching out his arm towards him, leaving him stunned. He feels that this scene is like those TV drama where the noble prince stretches out his hand towards to princess. What a scene! Ah Pei, he is not a woman. XiaoMo is as if struck with thunder from his own thoughts. He must have fallen under a spell. In the end, the two of them leave together in front of everyone. Ling Xiao wants to lead XiaoMo by the hand but is properly refused by the latter. The reason he gives is that he is not a 3-year-old child unable to walk without falling. Ling Xiao knows that even though he is a weakling, he is still very stubborn when it comes to certain things, so he lets him have his way. As for Fu Zilin, although his aura seems very strong, but his appearance and disappearance is always very mysterious. When everyone was crowding around Ling Xiao, he already left on his own. Behind them, all the disciples watch as Ling Xiao leaves with his little brother. Losing interest, they start to disperse and leave Tang Yunqi behind. Her expression is so distorted as she feels like dismembering someone by tying them to 5 horses. She looks hatefully at XiaoMo's disappearing back. By her side, other than the big brother and big sister from yesterday, not knowing how to appease her, is Jiang Lu, with an calm expression on his face. When Ling Xiao walks into the room, XiaoMo suddenly turns around and lowers his head, saying somewhat awkwardly in a soft voice, "Elder brother Ling, congratulations on getting first place." But although his head is lowered, Ling Xiao can still see the light pink on his cheeks. He can't help but raise the corners of his lips, forming an ambiguous smile. "Little brother's intention, I have received. But this type of intention, I just received too much of it outside. Does little brother have something more substantive to give? If yes, I will be even happier." XiaoMo immediately straight face. More substantive? He was already rewarded with magic pills and magic herbs, and he actually still wants something substantive from him? What thick skin! But since he already put it like that, it's not good for him to refuse outright. Then what does elder brother Ling want as something substantive? Ling Xiao looks him up and down, making him feel so uncomfortable, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Suddenly a sinister smile appears on his face as he says flatly, "You will know tonight." Tonight? XiaoMo feels somewhat clueless. But thinking about it, his only ability is refining magic pills. What he has is also only magic pills. Normally Ling Xiao also loves to eat his magic pills. It must be that the something substantive is referring to magic pills. Furthermore, ever since he arrived here, he usually only refines magic pills at night. That must be why Ling Xiao said it like that. Thinking like this, XiaoMo feels it's no big deal. At worst, he just has to give him an additional 10 or so magic pills. After all, he usually also has to refine some magic pills for him. But when night falls, when Ling Xiao tells him to get on the bed, only then does XiaoMo find out what something substantive means. Why? XiaoMo yells at Ling Xiao, feeling ashamed and resentful. If he had known that this is what he meant, even if he were to get beaten to death, he still wouldn't have agreed to what dog shit something substantive. Looks like he was planning this all along. Because you promised me. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Ling Xiao leans lazily on the bed, his body propped up halfway. His jet black hair flows down in torrents over his shoulders, instantly adding to his inherent depraved aura. Normal people when faced with this sight would have turned all starry-eyed with infatuation long ago. It's too bad that the one in front of him is XiaoMo, at the moment fuming at his words, not giving any thought to how good he looks. Hearing these words, XiaoMo turns bright red. "That's because you didn't tell me it would be this. If I had known earlier, I would not have agreed in E." Ling Xiao narrows his eyes as he looks at him, spitting out, "Little brother, one must stay true to one's words." XiaoMo vomits blood. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have helped him yesterday morning. Notes. For even, 8 steady, very steady. God doesn't know, ghost doesn't feel, very mysterious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Man and Man. Oh. Use a little more force there, a little harder, oh. Too awesome, just like that. Not down there, a little to the top, a little more to the top. Oh, right there. Just that pressure, feels very good, you're doing well. XiaoMo can't take it any longer. He stamps his foot on his chest and jumps off the bed, his whole face completely furious. Why do you have so many requests? I don't want to do it anymore. Saying that, he tries to put on the boots he took off not too long ago. Ling Xiao grasps his hand and pulls him onto his body with one tug. He says indifferently, "Little brother. You can choose not to do it, but then, we'll have to go back to the original agreement." XiaoMo is pulled and tugged by him, causing him to sprawl on top of his body, his face directly facing the rather noticeable gigantic thing bulging under his hip. If it wasn't because Ling Xiao was holding down his back, he would have jumped up a long time ago. Hearing those words from him, his bright red face immediately turns black. How did it come to this? Actually, it's very simple. Ling Xiao had originally wanted him to use both his hands to help him release the swelling under his hip, but XiaoMo firmly refused. That's because the last time he helped him, his endurance was too outrageous, almost causing both his hands to be disabled. The other reason is because at that time, he spurted thick white liquid all over his body. That type of feeling is something he just can't forget even now. With XiaoMo refusing to do it to the point of death, Ling Xiao changed the conditions to a whole body massage. XiaoMo had given his parents massages before, so he agrees, thinking that this is more acceptable. At first, he used his 2 hands, but Ling Xiao complained that he is too weak, so he asked him to use his feet to step on his body to massage him. XiaoMo agreed. As a result, from the start until now, it has not even been 15 minutes and he had already heard non-stop complaints. A little harder, then a little lower, then a little higher. He has never met someone with so many requests. After 15 minutes, XiaoMo refuses to continue. Ling Xiao doesn't get angry. If that's what you want, then we'll go back to the original agreement. Although this kind of massage is very comfortable, especially when XiaoMo uses both his feet to step here and there, it's really very nice. But he still prefers the feeling when XiaoMo uses both his hands to hold his stick. That feeling is much better than a massage. He's the type of person that does it as soon as he thinks it. So not waiting for XiaoMo to answer, he takes advantage of his unpreparedness to grab a hold of his little brother. XiaoMo was just about to stand up when his body collapses again. Red-faced, he glares at Ling Xiao and stammers, You were so depraved and shameless, again with this move, How can you call this depraved and shameless in E? Ling Xiao laughs out loud, haha. His big hand scoops him up in one swoop while the other hand completely has no intention of relaxing its grip. The hot breath sprays on his nape, making the person in his arms tremble endlessly, his neck to his ears turning completely red. XiaoMo doesn't dare to struggle because his manhood is still in the hand of the other NE. But hearing these words, his heart becomes even more displeased. You're forcing me and yet you don't think it's depraved and shameless? Of course not, I'm just helping you to indulge in pleasure in a timely manner. Ling Xiao says mischievously while putting one of his hands inside his clothes. He had wanted to do this for a long time, ever since yesterday. XiaoMo's face is so soft, so he was wondering how his body would feel like. Ling Xiao's eyes seem to light up. From the outside, XiaoMo doesn't seem as tangible as he is under his clothes. The flesh his hand comes in contact with is so unimaginably soft. The soft and smooth body is even softer than the best silk he has ever worn. Even more tender and lovely than the petals of the most exquisite rose he has ever seen. He hears a moan escape from the person in his arms next to his ear, making his heart start to tremble uncontrollably. This person seems to have been created just for him. Just one patch of skin, one moan, and it arouses the lust deeply buried inside his heart. XiaoMo is not any better, he feels as if his body is no longer his own. He never knew that his whole body would melt just from being touched by Ling Xiao. The friction between his hand and his skin actually gives rise to an uncontrollable pleasurable sensation. Such a sensitive reaction is really too unscientific. But in a daze, XiaoMo thinks that this feeling is a little irrational. Since when did his body get so sensitive that such a familiar and yet unfamiliar pleasure would arise from just one touch? This is so unscientific, because before, when he was bumped and jostled by others, he never felt this way. Thinking that his body could have become abnormal, XiaoMo can't stop his eyes from getting red. He doesn't want to turn into such a strange person. In the midst of drunkenness, Ling Xiao suddenly hears a muffled sob. Weak and faltering. Looking down, he sees that the person in his arms is actually crying, making him jump in shock. Before, he never cried when bullied, so why is he crying now? Ling Xiao hastily turns his body around to face him. He holds up his face with both of his hands and unconsciously softens his voice. Little brother, don't cry. It's okay, it's okay. If necessary, elder brother won't bully you anymore. Don't cry. Hearing these words, XiaoMo lifts up his small fist and, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, starts to pound on his chest. So you know you are bullying me. Ling Xiao lets him continue pounding. After all, that amount of strength doesn't hurt nor tickle. Later, when his tears start to give way to smiles, he asks, "All right, can you tell me now why you were crying? Do you really not like that kind of feeling?" Saying that, he raises his brows. 4. Let's just say people for now, from that time are all faithful to their desires. They do what they want, and do what comes to mind. Why would they think so much? So he doesn't quite understand XiaoMo's reactions. It's obviously something that feels good, so why did he cry? Hearing his frank and bold question, XiaoMo blushes, almost turning into the glow of sunset. How is he going to answer this question? Actually, speaking honestly, it really felt good. He has never experienced such a strong feeling, so because it is so unfamiliar, he became very confused. He always felt that quivering just from the touch of another man is something not quite right. So for XiaoMo, who never considered that this kind of thing can be normal, he feels that there is a possibility that he has become abnormal. But for him to say this frankly to Ling Xiao, it's difficult for him to open his mouth. Say ah. Ling Xiao doesn't have the patience to wait 1 of 2 hours. Seeing that he doesn't answer, he simply urges him. XiaoMo squirms for a bit, but thinking of how much Ling Xiao likes to touch him all over, he feels that he has to say it sooner or later. So he simply drums up his courage and says jerkily, I think I'm a little abnormal, but. Although the last part is said as softly as a mosquito, Ling Xiao still manages to hear the word abnormal. Surprised, he looks him up and down, saying, "Where do you think you're abnormal?" "It's just that. You just now just touched me a little and I felt strange." XiaoMo buries his head into his chest. This type of thing should be a very intimate matter, ba? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao can't help but burst out laughing. He had thought it was a serious matter, and it turns out that it is this little thing. This is really something very normal. If he didn't feel anything, wouldn't that mean his technique is too bad? Ling Xiao feels that he is making a big deal over a small matter. He simply lifts him out from his arms and says, while looking into his bright red face, "Little brother, love between men is in line with the principles of heaven and earth. You don't have to feel that you are abnormal." XiaoMo pouts, "Shouldn't it be man and woman?" Ling Xiao rubs his head gently, smiling lightly, "It's all the same." XiaoMo looks at him doubtfully, "Really?" He still feels that it's not quite right. Of course. This type of thing, it's only important that the feeling is there. No one will care if it is between a man and a woman or a man and a man. Just like you have feelings for me and I have feelings for you. Doesn't this prove that we are right for each other? Ling Xiao caresses his cheeks. XiaoMo looks at him while saying, "I still feel that your smile is somewhat evil." Ling Xiao smiles as he says, "Be good. This is my very honest smile." XiaoMo thinks it over and says, "But I still think that I'm a little abnormal. The last time you touched me, I didn't feel such a strong reaction." Hearing him speak this way, Ling Xiao finally thinks that his sensitivity is actually a little abnormal. Normal people will have their sensitive spots, but they wouldn't get so sensitive from just one touch. He still remembers clearly XiaoMo lying in his arms with a bright red face while his whole body seemed to have lost all its strength. "Take off your clothes," Ling Xiao says suddenly. "What?" XiaoMo quickly grips his clothes tightly. This person, weren't they just talking nicely? The next second he is asking him to take off his clothes? Such an animal. Ling Xiao raises the corners of his lips, revealing an evil smile, mocking lightly, "Didn't you say that your body is abnormal? I'll help you look at it now. See if there's something wrong." XiaoMo hesitates. Why does he feel that elder brother Ling's smile is a little strange? Just like the children's tale between the big bad wolf and Little Red Riding Hood? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82. The Legendary Master's Wife by Enya. Fair white skin tinged with rosy red. Like a piece of highest grade fine jade, sparkling and translucent. White and flawless, even more so than the most beautiful suet white jade. Although the body is very thin, not appearing to have more than 1 ounce of flesh, but when the clothes are taken off, those pieces of flesh are evenly distributed all over as if according to an exquisite master plan. Not an ounce in excess, not lacking an ounce. Such a beautiful body, Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be able to tear his eyes away. He had known long ago when he touched his body that XiaoMo's body can't be too shabby, but looking at it with his own eyes still leaves him speechless. Although the 4 limbs are slender like a woman's, it is actually much better. Soft, yielding and supple. No wonder he was so reluctant to let go. Ling Xiao has always disliked the weak and slender appearance of women. He would get annoyed each time he sees it. But XiaoMo's softness comes with a hint of manliness. Especially his temperament. When he gets stubborn, even 10 oxen won't be able to turn him around. This point is what separates him from the hesitant and indecisive women. Seeing the barefaced look of Ling Xiao, tinged with vaguely apparent desire, XiaoMo shrinks into himself. Ling Xiao's words are a little too convincing. Before, he was really worried that he had contracted some illness. In the end, he comes to terms with it. Actually, in his heart, 2 men facing each other openly is nothing to be ashamed of. Like when he was younger, he bathed and slept with his elder and younger brothers. There were even times when he changed clothes in front of them. These things are really nothing, but ever since Ling Xiao started to make his moves on him, he feels that his view of the world has been turned upside down. So this time, facing each other openly, he has no way of staying composed as he was with his elder and younger brothers. Have you seen enough already? XiaoMo yells in embarrassment. He has already stared for half a day. Ling Xiao returns to his senses. His gaze shifts reluctantly from his body to his face. Soft and white, making him wish even more to pounce on him and take a bite. But he is afraid that it would scare him away, so he can only restrain himself. There is really no major problems with your body, but what? XiaoMo asks nervously. He is delighted when he hears the first part. But the twist in the last part scares him. Ling Xiao sighs. He pinches his cheeks over and over, only letting go just before he gets mad. He picks up his hand saying, "Little brother, don't tell me you don't think your skin is even more delicate than a woman's?" XiaoMo looks dumbly at his own arm. He suddenly remembers that his skin seems to be much better now than how it was 2 months ago. 2 months ago, the skin of his arms was only a little white. A far way from the fairness of congealed fat. At most, it was a little better than others of the same age. No way was it like it is now. His whole arm is sparkling, translucent and lustrous. It seems as if with just one puff or tap, it would shatter like the most delicate porcelain. Because he sees it every day, he doesn't realize that his skin has been changing little by little. Changing so much that it is now on a completely different level than what it was 2 months ago. Looking at the rest of his body, it is all soft and white, sparkling and translucent with a touch of pink. Even newborn babies wouldn't have skin like this. XiaoMo's eyes fall to the ground. With a body like his, still wanting to be a big strong man? In his wildest dreams. Ling Xiao grins as he catches his drooping body. Just the time for him to take advantage. He knows that XiaoMo's biggest dream is to be an awe-inspiring man. But this weak body is clearly too different from the big and tall, brave and fierce man in his imagination. As different as the sky and the ground. It would be strange if it isn't a huge blow to him. Why is it like that? Woo woo! XiaoMo sobs in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao quickly pats him lightly on the back, helping to alleviate his frustration, afraid that he would choke if he cries too forcefully. His movements are careful so as to not leave any trace on his body. Be good. Don't cry. Actually, this is really not something bad. Before he could finish his words, XiaoMo suddenly sits up, both his eyes big white orbs, glaring at Ling Xiao. What do you mean by that? No, don't misunderstand. That's not what I mean. Listen to me explain bit by bit. Ling Xiao feels that the XiaoMo now is especially cute. Looking at that face fuming with anger, along with that pout. One could possibly hang 2 caddies of pork on that little mouth. He really wants to plant his lips on him, but he is now still angry, so he can only restrain himself for the sake of his future happiness. XiaoMo huffs, a complete reversal of roles. Usually he would be secretly extremely delighted at this, but now he doesn't even have the opportunity to grieve, so where would he find time to notice these things? Ling Xiao is perfectly satisfied as he hugs him, both hands wreaking havoc all over his body while he uses his words to distract him. Little brother, let me first ask you this. When did you start bathing in the magic water in the dimension? XiaoMo grimaces as he counts, about 2 months ago. Because Earth peak rules dictate that we can only take water once every 3 days, so I decided to bathe in the dimension. I think I've found the answer. Ling Xiao sighs on the surface but is secretly extremely delighted. You can't be saying that this has something to do with the magic water in the dimension, BA? He hopes that he would hear words of denial from his mouth. This really has to do with the magic water. The magic water in the dimension is the most pure water on heaven and earth. It was formed bit by bit from accumulated spiritual energy. Furthermore, magic water, from time immemorial, has always had the ability to transform. You're bathing in magic water every day and drinking quite a bit of it when you're refining magic pills. After 2 months, it would be strange if there is no change in your body. Ling Xiao taps his nose. His eyes gleams as he thinks that it must be fate for this person to belong to him since he was the one that found him. XiaoMo wants to throw up blood. After all this time, it was all caused by his own cleverness. Now he deeply understands that there is no free lunch in this world. God gave him a gold finger but forcibly stripped him of his dreams. Within this misery, he can only swallow it down and slowly mull over it. I will no longer use the magic water to bathe, nor drink any more magic water. XiaoMo hammers his chest fiercely, gritting his teeth as he swears. Ling Xiao hastily catches his hand and consoles him, saying, Little brother, it doesn't have to be like that. Even if you continue to use magic water, there won't be any change. 2 months is enough to cleanse your body of all impurities. Furthermore, a body like this is not without advantages. What advantages? XiaoMo blares at him. He doesn't believe that he can come up with any advantages. He has now changed to such an extent. The happiest one most likely is also him, and that is the truth. Ling Xiao leans back on the bedpost, his hair scattered over his chest. Looking at him, he slowly raises the corner of his mouth, saying, Don't tell me you don't feel that you are now more efficient when refining magic pills? And when you practice that heavenly soul scroll, it goes more smoothly each time? XiaoMo blinks. He really did feel it. Actually, he felt it over a month ago. His current soul force, when compared to how it was before, is more than twice as strong. Furthermore, he feels that he will soon break through the first level of the heavenly soul scroll. As for refining magic pills, he feels that he is getting more and more proficient. Especially when it comes to forming the magic pill. It's getting easier and easier. But he always thought that it is because of his ability. But now Ling Xiao is telling him that it is all due to the magic water. That, it seems it really is so. XiaoMo stammers, his eyes rolling here and there, anywhere except at Ling Xiao. Seeing him suddenly retract his claws, and instead looking left and right, Ling Xiao reveals a crafty smile when he isn't looking. How could he not know what he is thinking? But this is better than that sobbing and depressed manner from a little while ago. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao moves in next to his ear, saying, "Little brother. If you think about it carefully, regarding this matter, the good you got out of this is much more than the bad. Although your body is much more sensitive than before, but at the same time, your refining magic pill's capability also increased. I remember what you said before. In a few more months you will have to undergo the assessment. If you are unable to refine a level 2 magic pill, not only will you lose face, your master and brothers will also be made fun of by others. Do you wish to let Heaven Peak and Flying Peak make fun of you all? Of course not. XiaoMo grips his fists tightly, saying indignantly. This matter is buried deep inside his heart. Although he has the heavenly soul scroll, he still lacks confidence in his heart. So he has always been very uncertain. That's good. Even though you now can't refine a level 2 magic pill, I think that day should not be too far away. Ling Xiao nods as he says with a smile. XiaoMo's eyes sparkle as his heart starts to surge from his words. He feels even more eager for that day to come. Ling Xiao lifts the hair that is draped naturally over his shoulder. Soft and supple, shiny like lustrous silk. Setting of his fair like jade skin. The corners of his mouth suddenly lift up to reveal a devilish smile. Little brother. You're no longer heartbroken, ba? XiaoMo turns around to see Ling Xiao inches from him. His expression is a little uneasy as he clears his throat saying, barely. But I can manage, ba. Then we can now continue with what we were doing earlier, ba? Ling Xiao grips his arm, pulling the two of them extremely close together. The fine hairs on XiaoMo's body suddenly stand on end. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Ling Xiao beams. It's finally time to get down to it. Notes. Emoji for oars. Bitter gourd face, grimaces. Freed slaves singing, liberated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Kong Wen's questions. The next day, Fu Zilin comes to knock on Ling Xiao's door early in the morning. Because the central lineage competition ended ahead of time, they can also leave ahead of time. The reason Fu Zilin is here is precisely regarding the matter of leaving. Because he is XiaoMo's second brother, and the both of them came over together, so he must ensure that the both of them also leave together. Otherwise master and elder brother would question him. Last night, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao went at it for who knows how long. When Fu Zilin knocks at the door, he is still inside the quilt dead asleep. How could he possibly hear the sound of knocking? The one who goes out to open the door is Ling Xiao. It's also not clear what he says to Fu Zilin, but in the end, Fu Zilin leaves by himself. XiaoMo has no knowledge of this matter. When he wakes up, the sun is already 3 poles high. XiaoMo tunnels out of the quilt, rubbing his still asleep eyes. He cranes his neck looking outside but doesn't see any sign of Ling Xiao. It's relatively quiet today. The past 2 days, at this time, it was already as noisy as a boiling cauldron outside. Remembering that the competition is over, XiaoMo feels relieved. He gets up and washes up. Seeing that Ling Xiao has not returned, XiaoMo opens the door and walks next door. He knocks on Zhou Peng's door. Second brother, are you in there? After calling repeatedly a few times without getting any answer, XiaoMo thinks that Fu Zilin must have gone out because he had something to do. He was just about to return to the room when he hears the door opening from the room next to Zhou Peng's. A normal-looking yet amiable guy walks out. Seeing him, he says, "You are junior brother Uba. You're looking for your big brother?" He already left. XiaoMo had just turned away. When he hears these words, he immediately turns back around and throws out a string of questions. Pai Li Pala, what did you say? Big brother Fu already left? When? Yes, I remember it was the Chun period. When I left my room, I saw your big brother knocking on elder brother's door. Seeing the look of astonishment on his face, the man doesn't understand why. XiaoMo remembers tragically that at that time he seemed to have been sleeping like a dead pig. The man sees that his face is so twisted, almost forming a ball, probably worried because he is left here by himself, so he consoles him, "You don't have to worry. Elder brother will send you back. It's because of him that I'm worried, okay?" XiaoMo grumbles inwardly. That person must have not woken him up on purpose. For sure he has some evil intentions. Before returning to the room, he thanks the man. If he didn't tell him, he would still be thinking that second brother is still here. Returning to the room, he starts to pack his things. No matter when Ling Xiao takes him back, he is determined to leave today before the sun goes down. If not, there would definitely be talk confirming that he and Ling Xiao have some secret relationship, some scarlet news. Ling Xiao did not let him wait long. He comes back just when he finishes packing his things. He's not surprised when he sees that the room no longer has anything belonging to him. XiaoMo is worried that he isn't willing to bring him back today, so he quickly blurts out, "The competition has ended. I want to leave today. When are you planning to bring me back? Or am I going back by myself? You can leave whenever you want." Ling Xiao is somewhat amused looking at his nervous expression. Can it be, he thinks that I will keep detaining him here? Even if he wanted to, it would still require the approval of Tang Fan, but he doesn't think that wily old fox would approve. After all, central lineage is not just any old place, for anyone to come and go as they please, even though XiaoMo already swore an oath. Also, there's the matter of Elder Jiang coming to harm that is not yet resolved, so he doesn't want XiaoMo to stay on here. XiaoMo obviously didn't expect him to answer so frankly. After being stunned for a moment, he can't help but feel a little ashamed of his pettiness. Seems like he has misjudged Ling Xiao. He simply didn't have those intentions he imagined. That afternoon, Ling Xiao brings him back just as he said he would. Because the competition of the other four lineages have not concluded, he simply brings him back to Feng Qinlu. Feng Qinlu learned earlier from Fu Zilin that Ling Xiao was the one taking care of XiaoMo these few days. So he isn't surprised to see them appear together, only thanking him politely for taking care of XiaoMo. Although Ling Xiao is not happy that XiaoMo is too close to Feng Qinlu, he still wouldn't express it in front of everyone, so he leaves after exchanging a few words. "Little brother, seeing your energy, you must have had it easy these few days. But we will soon be busy. The competition of the four lineages is not like central lineage because injuries are very common, so we may soon get very busy." After sending off Ling Xiao with his eyes, Feng Qinlu speaks warmly to XiaoMo by his side. XiaoMo resists the look of envy from others and says awkwardly, "I understand, elder brother." That afternoon, XiaoMo finally finds out to what extent elder brother's very busy actually means. The 20 over people from Earth Peak are so busy that their feet don't even touch the ground. First, someone gets hurt in ring number 1. Then someone gets hurt in ring number 2 and number 3, making them hurry over. Running back and forth, XiaoMo feels it's too much to bear for the whole afternoon. This situation carried on until the afternoon 2 days later. That afternoon, Uncle Zhao lets them pack up their own things and return to Earth Peak. Everyone is lifeless, not even bothering to eat or bathe. Other than Feng Qinlu and Fu Zilin, the others sleep until the sun is 3 poles high. The next day, not long after XiaoMo wakes up, someone tells him that he is to go over to see his master. XiaoMo thinks that master must want to talk about matters regarding the central lineage, so he doesn't dare to dawdle. 15 minutes later, he sets out for Kong Wen's compound. On the way, he repeatedly looks at the magic herb garden. Sure enough, he catches sight of several familiar-looking magic herbs, roughly the same as those he dug out from the ice cave. Thinking of that, he feels even more impatient towards going to the second level of the library. "Come in, BA." Just as he is thinking that, Kong Wen's voice calls out from inside. XiaoMo puts away his unnecessary thoughts, pushes the door and steps in. This is his first time in Kongwen's study. The last time, it was the backyard. Studies usually have lots of books. Kongwen's study is no exception, but XiaoMo smells a faint delicate fragrance. Subconsciously he looks around the inside of the study and sure enough, on the windowsill, there are a few pots of blooming magic herbs, red as fire. Under the illumination of sunlight, the magnificent blooms are bursting with colorful rays of light. This is again a magic herb that he doesn't recognize. But XiaoMo can still tell that this magic herb is better than any of the magic herbs outside. The concentration of the spiritual energy and the way it is growing is all top grade. It shouldn't be an ordinary high-level magic herb. Otherwise, Kongwen would not have purposely put them in the study to take care of them. He also notices that the earth in the pots are red in color, not black like the soil in his dimension. Kongwen turns around and catches sight of him, unable to stop looking in time. A faint look of amusement appears on his face as he says, "Do you know what magic herb this is?" XiaoMo is a little surprised, hastily shaking his head, cupping his hands saying, "Disciple doesn't know." Kongwen stretches out his slender fingers and lightly strokes the petals of the magic herb, saying softly, "This is the level 8 magic herb flame flower. It is not the same as low-level magic herbs. Its real essence is contained in the 8 flower petals. Extremely precious. You only need to pluck one of the petals when refining magic pills. But if the flame flower is low grade, the 4 petals are required." XiaoMo's eyes open wide. Truly enlightening. This thing is actually a level 8 magic herb. One really can't tell. But the difference between high grade and low grade is really too great. Kongwen sees his face full of curiosity and envy. He can't keep his serious face from turning into a light smile. "You don't have to be envious. Wait until you're a level 4 mage. Then you can also have your own magic herb garden. At that time you can plant whatever you want." XiaoMo is a little embarrassed. By the time he becomes a level 4 mage, who knows what year, what month it will be in. Master heard that. When you went to the central lineage, you stayed together with Lin Xiao. The relationship between the two of you seems to be very good? Kongwen looks at his face, launching into the topic without any warning. When XiaoMo hears the word heard, he raises his guard. Sure enough, this is the real reason why Master called him over. Finally he hears him raise the matter between him and Ling Xiao. Luckily he prepared himself before coming over, so he is rather calm, but he still pretends to be surprised. Elder brother Lin is a good big brother. Knowing that it is my first time going, he let me stay with him. Our relationship is pretty good, BA. But most of the time elder brother Lin is the one taking care of me, not. Kongwen taps his fingers lightly on the desk, giving out a dong 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 clear crisp sound. XiaoMo cautiously swallows. He feels his heartbeat being pulled along by that sound, scaring him so that he doesn't dare to take deep breaths. "Ah, your luck is really much better than other disciples. Lin Xiao is indeed quite a fine person." Looking at this strength and his ability to rally supporters, it is clear why he is the number 1 person in the warrior division. No one can tell what the future holds, you should seize it properly. Kongwen gets up and walks up to him, patting him lightly on his shoulder, advising him in his capacity as his senior and master. His tone is very warm. Disciple will definitely remember Master's words. XiaoMo lowers his head as he speaks. It's good if you keep it in mind. All right, I heard elder brother say that your cauldron is broken. Later, go the Hall of Enchanted Herbs and get a good one from your Uncle Xiao. All right, you can go, BA. Master is tired. Saying this, Kongwen rubs his eyes, waving his hands, sending him away. Maybe he refined magic pills the whole night so he feels fatigued in the morning. Then disciple will take his leave. Have a good rest, Master. Hearing these words, XiaoMo is a little surprised inside. He only brought this up to elder brother yesterday. He didn't expect elder brother to immediately inform master. Of course elder brother is better, unlike a certain someone. Of course this opinion cannot be let known to Ling Xiao. That fellow will definitely find some excuse to make him do things he isn't willing to do. No matter how he forces him to do those type of shameful things, he will no longer give him the opportunity. Notes. Sun is already 3 poles high, late morning. Chen period equals 7 to 9 o'clock. Scarlet News, sex scandal.
Underscore 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 underscore.
I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Breakthrough to the second level. On the way back, XiaoMo stops by at the Hall of Enchanted Herbs and picks up a new cauldron along with 300 stalks of magic herbs. The new cauldron is quite a bit better than the previous one. But it is still one of low quality, so XiaoMo doesn't give up on the idea of buying an even better one. Still, he can make do with this cauldron for now. The cauldron he buys must definitely not appear in front of other people, otherwise everyone would definitely ask where the money came from. Although he can explain that the money came from him selling magic pills, but everyone knows that low-grade level magic pills can't be sold for much money. He doesn't have to expose his secrets in front of others just for the sake of a cauldron. Upon returning to Earth Peak, time is now all his own. XiaoMo locks himself in his room and first uses the magic herbs he picked up to try refining a magic pill. He discovers that when he introduces his soul force into the cauldron, the feeling is smoother and easier than it was with the previous cauldron. He no longer has to be like before, worried that the cauldron won't be able to take too much soul force, causing it to explode. After making this discovery, XiaoMo refines 100 magic pills in one go in 5 hours. His speed is much faster than before. He actually only bolstered himself once with magic water during this time. This means that his current soul force is sufficient to refine 50 magic pills in one go. Before, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this because he could only refine 20 magic pills at one go before. Sometimes, not even 20. Now it's more than double. He is super excited. XiaoMo tries to restrain his heart from jumping for joy endlessly and takes out 100 stalks of magic herbs from the dimension. They are rock jasmine, winter ice herb, and Korean mint. These 3 magic herbs are used to refine the accumulate energy magic pill. XiaoMo had refined and sold several tens of accumulate energy magic pills before, but those were all low-grade magic pills. As far as he knows, if a top-grade accumulate energy magic pill is used to open up the body's meridians, the meridians would expand, benefiting any subsequent training. That's why many rich and powerful families would prepare a high-grade accumulate energy magic pill for their disciples before they start training. Although the market for the accumulate energy pill is not as large as that for the fasting magic pill, it is still in demand. And just like the fasting magic pill, a bottle of 50 pills is enough to be sold at auction. So he decides to refine 50 accumulate energy magic pills. 50 magic pills can't be considered a lot, nor can it be considered little. It would take at least 20 hours. In order to get ready the things for auction as soon as possible, XiaoMo decides to stay up the whole night. Without the presence of the one that loves to harass him, Ling Xiao, he is 100% confident, in spite of the effect that the magic water would have on him. This shows that XiaoMo has now accepted it. Just like Ling Xiao said, since his body has already changed as much as it can, there probably won't be any additional side effects if he continued drinking magic water. So it would be a waste not to continue drinking it. XiaoMo goes into seclusion once again. When Fang Chenle hears about this, he can't help but shake his head. He feels that this little brother really likes to go into seclusion. At this time, other people would usually go visit one another and get to know the other disciples or try to seek connections in higher places. It's only him that when nothing is going on, he hides in his room. When something is going on, he also hides in his room. Although he knows that little brother would have to undergo the assessment in a few months, he still doesn't have to go all out like this. Refining magic pills is basically something that should be done slowly. Step by step with feet on solid ground is the correct way to proceed. But that is his own decision, so it's not good for him to say anything. This news naturally also spreads to Ling Xiao's ears. But his reaction is not like Fang Chenle's, since he knows XiaoMo's secret. With the presence of fasting magic pills and with magic water to replenish his soul force and physical strength, he can even go into seclusion for a few months without any problems. So he just asks people to take notice of when he comes out and notify him. But unexpectedly, on the second day, something big happens to XiaoMo's body. 20 hours later is already the next morning. Because he drank magic water, XiaoMo doesn't feel tired out, so he toughs it out and refines 40 fasting magic pills. Including the previous 10 pills, he amassed 50 pills. His soul force is also just depleted. Because he is too tired, XiaoMo doesn't manage to drink magic water before passing out on the table. This sleep goes on for 2 days and 2 nights. When he wakes up, he finds that there has been a huge change in his body. The previously on the point of depletion soul force, after resting for 2 days and 2 nights, is now fully charged. But the amount is twice the amount of 2 days ago. That is to say, his soul force suddenly doubled in the course of 2 days. XiaoMo is pleasantly surprised to discover that he has broken through the first level of the heavenly soul scroll. He wants to pinch his own cheeks to check if he is dreaming, but his hands are numb. His hands served as his pillow for 2 days, so there was no way for blood to flow, causing them to lose all feeling. He wants to drink magic water but can't. Luckily his body has already been transformed by magic water. If not, it could possibly have become disabled. After half an hour, both his hands slowly regain their feeling. The first thing XiaoMo does is to drink magic water. Just when the magic water was about to roll down his throat, he suddenly thinks of something. It seems he forgot to drink magic water 2 days ago, that's why he passed out on the table. But when he wakes up, he discovers that he has broken through the heavenly soul scroll. Does that mean that not drinking magic water has something to do with his breakthrough? But a few days ago when he was over at Ling Xiao's, there was once when he didn't drink magic water. At that time, it didn't seem as if his soul force underwent any changes. He would have known if it did. XiaoMo's brain with its limited capacity immediately crashes. Looks like he will have to go to the library to check up on this. If there are materials on this aspect, then of course that would be good. But if there isn't, he would just wait until he sees Ling Xiao again. Since he's so awesome, he must know what this is all about. At this time, XiaoMo has no idea that he is slowly moving towards relying on Ling Xiao. By the time he realizes this, he and Ling Xiao would have already joined together. In seclusion for 3.5 days, actually, after sleeping for 2 days, XiaoMo finally comes out of seclusion. The first thing he does after coming out of seclusion is to head to the library. When Fang Chenle finds out about this, he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Unable to take it any longer, he decides to catch him at the library. If it were to go on like this, he is afraid that little brother's body won't be able to take it. But when he catches sight of little brother's rosy cheeks, he chokes back all the unsaid words brewing in chest. XiaoMo's condition is not the least bit like someone that has just come out from 3.5 days of seclusion. His cheeks are rosy as if he has just received some nourishment. His outward appearance is not haggard like other disciples when they emerge from seclusion. Instead, he looks like someone that has just come back from a resort area, fresh like the spring breeze. Fang Chenle can't help thinking of something. Little brother had gone into seclusion for over 1 month before. That time, his condition was also like now. Normal people most probably won't be like this, ba? Thinking like this, Fong Chunlu can't help getting suspicious. Little brother, I heard that you went into seclusion. This time for 3.5 days. How is it you? Before he could finish his questioning words, XiaoMo hastily cuts him off. Putting both palms together, with a bashful face, he says, I'm sorry, elder brother. I didn't mean to do it. It's just that I accidentally fell asleep for 2 days, and overslept. Fong Chunlu. So the truth is he overslept? Seeing that he is not saying a word, XiaoMo doesn't stop apologizing. In the end, he even promises to let him know before he goes into seclusion again. Making a fuss until Fong Chunlu doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would he be mad because he didn't tell him? He is mad because he goes into seclusion without taking care of his body, but he can't tell him that. But the most important point is that it is too deceitful. He never expected that he could have overslept. Looks like the 1 month of seclusion the last time must have gone something like this. XiaoMo has no idea that what he carelessly said diffused a whole lot of trouble for him. Okay, elder brother also doesn't want to criticize you. Elder brother also isn't angry. As long as you pay more attention the next time and not only care about refining magic pills while forgetting about your limits. You have to know. Fong Chunlu is just like a nanny, once he starts, he can go on for most of the day. But this is also one of his big part of his character. If not, his popularity wouldn't be as high as it is. XiaoMo can't get a word in, so he can only nod awkwardly at his side. After an hour, Fong Chunlu finally lets him go. XiaoMo runs like fleeing for his life into the library. He no longer dares to provoke elder brother. Too formidable. Speaking until he almost suffered another system crash. XiaoMo often goes to the library to borrow books, so the old man is very familiar with him. Not waiting for him to walk up to him, he simply takes the second-level tablet and flings it at him. XiaoMo hurriedly catches the tablet. Upon seeing that the tablet is not like the ones he got before, he is surprised, making him blurt out, Uncle Yang, how did you know I wanted to go to the second level? Old man Yang looks at him expressionlessly, not saying a word. XiaoMo clenches the tablet in his hand tightly. Fine, ba. He knows he is being belittled. He knows that he often comes to borrow books. Basically all the books on the first level that is related to mages have been read by him. So this question is pointless. Even he wants to belittle himself. The second level of the library is just like he imagined, an advanced version of the first level. He finds the books he is looking for on the bookshelves, alchemy manuals and magic herb compendiums. There were 4 books on these 2 topics alone. Among them, 3 books are magic herb compendiums of 1 anthology. In them, magic herbs from level 4 to level 6 are presented in detail. Other than listing their usefulness and characteristics, even the places where they grow on Longshao continent is also clearly recorded. As for books on the soul force, he couldn't find any even after searching the entire second level of the east and west pavilions. After taking the books, XiaoMo bids farewell to old man Yang. As a result, when he happily pushes open the door to his room, and sees the seated figure of a certain impudent person inside his room, his first response is to shut the door, shutting himself outside. Notes: Rock jasmine, Andraces umbellata. Winter ice herb, Rhabdosia rubescens. Korean mint, Agastac rugosa. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85. Really no improvement. Think you can shut yourself outside the room? Don't even think about it. Just when he shuts the door, Ling Xiao is 1 step faster, picking him up and carrying him in. Then he turns around and kicks the door pang, just like the sound of XiaoMo's heart's sudden jump. Run, what run, ah? Little brother, don't tell you don't want to see me? Ling Xiao smiles as he looks at him. His smiling face is so dazzling, like the early morning first rays of sunlight. XiaoMo really feels that the way Ling Xiao treated him 3 days ago, carefully protecting him, is all an illusion. Now, this domineering Ling Xiao is the real one. The evil smile is so familiar. Every time he sees it, his heart will shiver, making him worry that he will again come out with whatever to torment him. But he must absolutely never tell him this. Hearing his words, XiaoMo ponders a bit before smiling meekly. How can that be? It's not that I don't want to see you. I just suddenly remembered that I forgot a book. Ling Xiao glares at him up and down for a good while, as if trying to see if he is lying. XiaoMo keeps smiling until the corners of his mouth start to stiffen. I'll believe you for now. Ling Xiao raises the corners of his mouth, finally no longer staring at his face. XiaoMo immediately heaves a sigh of relief. Being stared at by those eyes of his is really not just some regular heavy pressure. Luckily he already got his face ready before then. Elder brother Ling, is there something you need? Can I come if there's nothing? Ling Xiao casts a sidelong glance at him and sees his expression immediately wither, as if he feels extremely wronged. Seeing this, a faint gleaming layer appears in his jet black eyes. He says warmly, okay, I won't tease you anymore. There really is something. In a bit, I will be going over to Yinshui Peak. Are you interested in going with me? Why are you going to Yinshui Peak? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Of course it is to pick up the 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. You can't have forgotten about it, BA. Ling Xiao narrows his eyes slightly, managing to squeeze out a devilish and forbidding aura on his bright handsome face. One could say it looks out of place, yet it is somewhat fitting, as if it is only natural. Speaking of Yinshui Peak, although XiaoMo rarely leaves his room, he has still heard of the famous Yinshui Peak. Yinshui Peak is located behind Earth Peak, Heaven Peak, and Flying Peak. It is a place that is even more restricted than the library because it is specially used to cultivate mid and high-level magic herbs for Xian sect. A formidable protective barrier encloses the place and it is guarded by 10 powerful elders. One can call it an impregnable fortress. The Uncle Yi that Tang Fan mentioned before is one of the elders taking care of the magic herbs in Yinshui Peak. His power is probably not as strong as Kong Wen or Mo Gu and people of that level, but when it comes to his ability in cultivating magic herbs, he can be called the number 1 in Xian sect. Ling Zhao's first place win, other than the 3 level 6 magic pills, also includes 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. He already has the magic pills in his hand, but he has to get the magic herbs from that Uncle Yi. That's because only the magic herbs cultivated by Uncle Yi is considered as belonging to the whole Xian sect. As for the magic herbs from the 3 different peaks, they are taken care of by their own disciples, so strictly speaking, they are considered the private property of the respective peaks. But, XiaoMo swallows, you going to get the magic herbs doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, BA? Who says it has nothing to do with you? I have no use for those 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. If I don't give them to you, then who? Ling Xiao waves his large hand, speaking matter-of-factly as if this is how it should be. XiaoMo is stunned, saying, but didn't that Sister Tang come looking for you asking for it? Her? Ling Xiao frowns, finally reminded of that annoying little sister. He then says in a fed-up voice, why should I give them to her? The one who wants to give magic herbs to her is Lin Xiao, not me. XiaoMo can't help but sympathize with Tang Yinqi for a bit, but what Ling Xiao says is not wrong. But, even though it is like this, he still can't take them. He believes that a lot of the disciples are definitely looking on, waiting to see how Ling Xiao would distribute the 3 stalks of magic herbs. If he were to take the 3 stalks of magic herbs that Ling Xiao gives him, what would those people think of his relationship with Ling Xiao? Of course, this is only one of the problems. More importantly, he is only an Earth Peak disciple. And Tang Yinqi is the direct disciple of the leader of Heaven Peak. She is also the daughter of the Grand Master, a status that can't get any higher. For Ling Xiao to give the magic herbs to whomever, is to declare his position on whichever side. Even though this would be advantageous for Earth Peak, XiaoMo still doesn't want to be the fuse between Heaven Peak and Earth Peak. He is only a small fry. Standing in the limelight is definitely not something he can endure right now. Elder brother Ling, I still have things to do. How about you go first, and when I'm done with my things, then I will go over and look for you? XiaoMo asks cautiously. Refusing blankly may make Ling Xiao angry. If that happens, he would definitely just drag him over by force. Ling Xiao hears these words and immediately starts to laugh. He grips his shoulder and says softly into his ear, "Little brother, let me ask you now. Going or not?" XiaoMo sees his smiling face and suffers a fierce shudder. Going. Ling Xiao is very pleased with this answer. He takes advantage of this opportunity to lightly pat his white tender cheeks. Wouldn't it be better if you answer like this right from the beginning? You still need me to threaten you every time. Really no improvement. Damn. XiaoMo even wishes he could die. This type of improvement is definitely not something he wants. After feeling restless the whole way, XiaoMo is finally dragged by Ling Xiao to Yunshui Peak. From far it appears short and stout. From near it is a wide gigantic mound that gives off a relaxing feeling. Completely different from the mountain peaks XiaoMo has seen before. Yunshui Peak, when compared to Wushuang Peak and the other three peaks, is rather short and small. Not poking through the clouds, not able to give rise to mountains and rivers. Definitely not wrapped in clouds and mist. Instead, lush green dense trees grow on all sides. From far far away, a large patch of green can be seen. XiaoMo looks as if entranced when Ling Xiao brushes against the barrier. A wave of ripples spread out and disappears in an instant. But not long after, a child of 7 or 8 years wearing a blue robe appears, looking 70 to 80% like an immortal. He looks serious, even appearing rather dignified. Seeing them, he shows no signs of surprise, as if he had known that they would come. The boy's eyes sweep past XiaoMo and look straight at Ling Xiao, his eyes lightly probing. "Are you young Lin Xiao?" It is Lin Xiao. Ling Xiao cups his hands respectfully as he speaks. "Come with me, BA." The boy nods lightly and turns around, walking into the barrier. XiaoMo, standing at the side, hangs his mouth open slightly, not believing the scene he just witnessed. Can it be that he is still dreaming? Ling Xiao doesn't explain anything to him, leading him into the barrier by the hand after the boy. The barrier no longer impedes them, letting them pass through smoothly. The sight in front of their eyes immediately takes on a whole new look, turning into something completely different from what it appears on the outside. The spiritual energy inside the barrier is twice as much as outside. XiaoMo is now very sensitive to spiritual energy. Just one breath and he can tell that the spiritual energy inside the barrier is flooded with a faint scent of magic herbs, evident even at the periphery. Clearly there must be many magic herb fields in Yunshui Peak. The boy that XiaoMo thinks is a little strange takes them outside an estate and tells them Yihan is inside before leaving. Hearing the tone of his voice, it's as if Yihan is lower than him. Of course, in this whole wide universe, there must be all kinds of weird people. XiaoMo strongly forces down his wish to question Ling Xiao about what is really going on, and follows Ling Xiao into the estate. The estate is very large. Walking in, one immediately sees a tall and large building. It is not magnificent like those glittering in jade and gold. It doesn't gladden the heart nor pleases the eye. Rather, it's simple and unadorned with a practical feel. The building is made up of long blocks of blue stone stacked together, a completely straightforward method of construction. The true look of the estate is only revealed after walking past the building. Fields of magic herbs. Clusters of bright and beautiful flowers and lush greens distributed evenly. One look and it is obvious that someone is taking meticulous care. Some of the magic herbs are already mature, swaying in the wind. So satisfying. Some have just sprouted, fresh and green, delighting hearts and eyes. The thing that is most shocking to you XiaoMo is that most of the magic herbs are mid-grade, followed by low grade. Top grade is the least, only 1 in 100. Looking out as far as the eye can see, it's basically level 4 to level 6 magic herbs. When they came in there was a sign saying so on one side. Level 7 and above should be in some other estate. XiaoMo stares wide-eyed at these magic herbs, flames erupting periodically in his eyes. He suddenly rejoices that he came alone. If not, he would not have the chance to see so many magic herbs. Just when he was preparing to familiarize himself with all sorts of mid-level magic herbs. Although they are recorded in the books, it's not as intense as seeing them with his own eyes. Furthermore, among these magic herbs, he also sees a few familiar magic herbs. Xiao smiles in satisfaction as he sees that he is unable to hide his excitement. This morning, when he found out that XiaoMo headed straight to the library after coming out of seclusion, he knew what he was thinking. Remembering that he himself has not yet gone to get the 3 stalks of magic herbs, he thinks of bringing him along to let him widen his knowledge. Now, looking at his excited expression, he knows that his guess was right. Let's go BA. Let's go look for Uncle E. When the time comes, I'll let you have the opportunity to go to the magic herb fields and personally pick out 3 stalks. Xiao grabs his hand and pulls him inside. XiaoMo firmly restrains the excitement in his heart. He allows himself to be pulled along with a flushed face. After hearing these words, he feels that he has falsely accused Xiao. Turns out, this was the reason why he insisted that he came over. He measured the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. Thinking like this, he glances guiltily and uneasily at Xiao. Although Xiao is not looking at him, his smile gets even more brilliant after that guilty glance. This is exactly what he wants. Notes. Ya 4 Li 4 Shan 1 de 4 is transliterated as Alexander, so I assume the author is just twisting her words and means Ya 1 Li 4 Shan 1 de 4, which means pressure mountain big. The Shan 1 de 4 are the same characters for both phrases. Or maybe she means facing Alexander the Great instead of just some ordinary Alexander. Metal city with a boiling moat, impregnable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Meat Pie from Heaven. Yin had known for a while that Xiao was the winner of the Grand Friendly competition from someone sent over by Tang Fan. Xiao has won the number 1 place for the Grand competition 5 years in a row. This is the 5th time. Even if he didn't know him before, now he is already familiar. It's just that before, Xiao always came alone. This time he actually brought a skinny mage with him, really unexpected. Uncle Yi, I've come to get this year's prize. Seeing Yihan, Xiao directly states the reason for his visit. Yihan looks in surprise at the Xiao that is not quite like the image in his mind. The Xiao before never used such a cheerful tone to speak to him. He also wouldn't be so ill-mannered, walking right in without knocking on the door. But at the bottom of his heart, he prefers this Xiao. The Xiao of before, even though he is the number 1 in the warrior division, his personality is rather cold. Adhering strictly to the roles of his duty, speaking straight to the point, each and every action abiding my rules and regulations. He doesn't treat people with warm-hearted affection, nor does he seem too unfriendly. This type of just right feeling seems to be deliberately calculated, making him feel uncomfortable, so Yihan really didn't feel much connection with the Xiao from before. But the current Xiao gives a somewhat different feel. The smile on his face doesn't seem to be forced. Yin can't help moving his line of vision to the young one by his side. Pure glistening eyes, delicate and soft features, a very spiritual young one. Looks like the one that changed him is indeed this one. Thinking like this, he more or less understands why Xiao brought him. XiaoMo sees him look over, and somewhat overcautiously bows hastily in greeting, "Best wishes, Uncle Yi." A light smile suddenly appears on the expressionless face of Yihan. He nods slightly at him before turning to Ling Xiao saying, "I was told. Congratulations on getting first place again. This year's prize is 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. They're outside. Go and choose them yourself, BA. Tell me when you have chosen. Then thank you very much, Uncle Yi." Ling Xiao cups his hands, saying with a vague smile. After leaving the range of Yihan's gaze, XiaoMo can't help from heaving a sigh of relief. Although Yihan is a mage, his aura is very imposing, worthy of him being a high-level mage. Ling Xiao laughs, looking at his huge shock over a small matter expression. "What are you afraid of, ya? In the future you will also be a great mage." XiaoMo takes his words as words of comfort because he himself is very clear. His innate talent is relatively poor, so he can at most be a mid-level mage in this lifetime. A high-level mage is not something that he can achieve just because he wants it. Level 6 magic herbs are at the center of the estate, also being the middle section of all the magic herb fields. XiaoMo doesn't know the reason why Uncle Yi arranged them like this. But thinking about it, it is probably beneficial for the magic herbs. Thinking further, when he goes back, should he also follow this method to grow the magic herbs in the dimension? After they find the magic herb patch, Ling Xiao lets him go over and choose. The level 6 magic herbs cultivated by Tian Xi insect is very complete. Almost all the level 6 magic herbs that exist are in there. XiaoMo sees that Ling Xiao is watching from one side, so he simply walks over feeling at ease. Looking from up close, of course, is much clearer than looking from afar. But because the level is rather high, the number of mature magic herbs is not a lot. 70 to 80% are seedlings, some have only just sprouted. Looking greedily at these magic herbs, XiaoMo walks enviously one round before coming back to the original spot. He more or less remembers them all. He discovers that among these level 6 magic herbs, 5 types are identical to the ones he dug out from the ice cave. Because each type of level 6 magic herbs have some that are mature, he just has to compare to figure it out. After eliminating the ones he already has, XiaoMo selects 3 stalks of mature magic herbs, the names of which elude him for now. He had originally wanted to pick those at the seedling stage, but if he were to choose those, where would he plant them? Everyone knows that he is only a puny level 1 mage, simply not allowed to have magic herb gardens. So he can't take and plant them in his dimension, otherwise others would definitely question him. Master and his brothers would even curse him to death if he lets go of the fully matured magic herbs and actually picks the seedlings. This is something only a fool would do. So XiaoMo can only restrain himself even though he really wants to try growing level 6 magic herbs. After choosing the 3 stalks of magic herbs, XiaoMo takes out the little spade he used before from his magic bag. He envelopes the spade with his soul force and starts to dig out the magic herbs. This is the result he obtained after many rounds of experimentation. Because the root of the magic herb is like the human body's 8 extraordinary meridians, if it is harmed, the inner spiritual energy inside the magic herb would leak out. Like this, the quality of the magic herb will be negatively affected. He already experienced this phenomenon when he was picking magic herbs in his dimension. 10 over high-grade magic herbs were irreversibly damaged by his actions, turning them into mid-grade magic herbs. Luckily he has many more, if not he would really want to cry to death. From then on, XiaoMo is more careful in order not to make any mistakes. He also found out from books that the soul force can be used to prevent the leaking of spiritual energy from the magic herbs. After that, he actually didn't damage a single magic herb. Because he already practiced in the ice cave, XiaoMo's speed in digging magic herbs is even faster than before. He dug them out under 15 minutes. 3 stalks of magic herbs lying neatly and tidily in his hand, roots completely intact, only with bits of soil clinging to them. All 3 stalks of magic herbs are mid-grade magic herbs. He very much wanted to dig up top-grade magic herbs, but after walking one round, he didn't see even one top-grade magic herb, so he could only give up. Holding the 3 stalks of magic herbs, XiaoMo runs excitedly towards Ling Xiao. After getting a clear look, he finds out that He Yan is now standing next to Ling Xiao from who knows when. He also doesn't know how long he has been standing there looking at him with what seems to be surprise. XiaoMo doesn't know the reason, so he simply shows him the magic herbs he dug out. "Uncle Yi, I've chosen 3 stalks of magic herbs." Yi Han had seen from afar the magic herbs in his hand, but looking at them up close gives him an even bigger surprise. The 3 stalks of magic herbs do not have the slightest bit of damage, especially the root portion. He could actually manage to dig up not too much dirt and yet not damage them one bit. Most importantly, his hands are holding 3 level 6 magic herbs. It must be said that the higher the level of the magic herb, the more careful one has to be. Otherwise, with just one slip of the hand, a healthy stock of high-level magic herb will be lost. His original intention was to let them pick out the magic herbs and then he would personally dig them out because he was afraid that they would damage the root portion of the magic herb. Now, it seems that he was clearly worried for nothing. "Have you helped your master take care of magic herbs before?" Yi Han asks suddenly. XiaoMo is momentarily stunned before reacting when he realizes that he was talking to him. He quickly shakes his head. "No, I haven't helped anyone take care of magic herbs." Yi Han raises his brows. "Then how do you know to use the soul force to dig out magic herbs?" Of course XiaoMo can't tell him the truth, so he simply says, "I read it in a book." The book said that the root of the magic herb is very important and also 100% fragile. So when digging magic herbs, one has to pay attention and use the soul force and carefully cover it up. I just tried it out and managed to dig it out. "Uncle Yi, did I do something wrong?" A lot of people know he likes to read books, so he isn't afraid of being found out. Yi Han sees his cautious manner, and his heart can't help but soften. Hip's lips start to form a slight smile. "It's nothing. You did very well. You're the smartest person I've seen. Looks like you have a lot of talent in this area." XiaoMo blushes. This is the first time someone has praised him for being smart. It must be said that ever since his rebirth until now, most of the time he hears Ling Xiao saying he's stupid. But what has more to do with it is that he is embarrassed because reading is only a part of it. Experience is the real reason behind it. Ling Xiao hears these words and on the one side smiles slightly while on the other side looks at XiaoMo meaningfully. Of course XiaoMo senses his gaze, making him so ashamed that he wants to drill underground. If Yi Han had praised him when he wasn't around, he can still force himself to accept it. But just when he praises him, there is a certain someone who knows the real situation standing at his side. This kind of feeling, he can neither accept or reject it, really too vexing. Yi Han only thinks that he is being shy, tossing out an invitation. "Would you be interested in coming here to be my apprentice?" XiaoMo raises his head in surprise. Ling Xiao standing at the side is also very shocked. In the memory, Yi Han has never accepted an apprentice before. It's not that he doesn't want to accept, nor is it that he demands too much, but it's because his character is a little eccentric, so very few people would catch his eye. Yet many disciples from the mage division continue to vie to be his apprentice. Because if they were to become his apprentice, that would mean they can enter Yin Shui Peak and spend time with high-level magic herbs. This would only be beneficial for their future as a mage. But, I already have a master. XiaoMo stammers with a depressed heart. Of course he wants to stay here. There are a lot of magic herbs here. Thinking of this, his face also reveals a little heartache. Yi Han looks at his perturbed face that clearly shows that he doesn't want to refuse and yet is forced to refuse. In the end he can't help laughing. You have misunderstood my meaning. I meant to let you come here and lend a helping hand. It wouldn't take up too much of your time. Furthermore, you can learn a lot of things from me here. Of course, I will also give you 50 merit points every day. How about it? Want to think it over for a bit? XiaoMo feels dizzy. He is dizzy from being hit by the meat pie that fell from heaven. When they leave, it's Ling Xiao that is holding him up as they walk away. Note: meat pie, golden goose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Kongwen's Aim. When they return to Earth Peak, XiaoMo immediately comes back to life, seizing Ling Xiao's collar and asking non-stop if what just happened isn't just him dreaming, bothering Ling Xiao until he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he raps him a few times on the head, making him come back to his senses. XiaoMo covers his head as he exclaims happily, "You're rapping my head, so I'm obviously not dreaming." Ling Xiao grinds his teeth. Obviously this blockhead is asking for a beating. If he had known earlier, he would have rapped him a few more times. When he calms down from all the excitement, XiaoMo finally realizes that he is being carried in Ling Xiao's arms. What is most vexing is that Ling Xiao is using the princess hold. So Ling Xiao carried him from Yunshui Peak back to Earth Peak? Ling Xiao understands the look on his face. He bares his teeth as he smiles. Congratulations. You've guessed correctly. Just now, a lot of people witnessed me carrying you back. So let me congratulate you again. You've become famous yet again. No. XiaoMo's miserable shriek reverberates across the whole Earth Peak in a split second. Ling Xiao really wasn't lying. When he carried him back, a lot of people saw them, and not just disciples from Earth Peak. There were already a lot of people waiting to see who he would give the 3 stalks of magic herbs to. After finding out that he is bringing XiaoMo to Yunshui Peak today, they can already guess the outcome, yet there are still a lot of people who refuse to believe it right up to the last moment. And so, 1 spreads to 10, 10 spreads to 100, 100 spreads to 1,000. As a result, it's not just the mage division that knows. It even sweeps across the warrior division, being spread by winds of nosiness. So when XiaoMo is hiding in his room, there are already a lot of people talking about this matter. So by now, XiaoMo is finally firmly tied to this boat of Ling Xiao, never to be separated. Not long after Ling Xiao left, XiaoMo is once again summoned by Kongwen. This time it's not just master and disciple having a chat. Rather, it is held at Earth Peak's Assembly Hall. Besides the 5 big brothers and big sister Nangong, Uncle Xiao, there are also 2 uncles that XiaoMo doesn't recognize. XiaoMo walks in trembling in fear. This lineup makes him feel as if he is facing the severity of the combined judgment of 3 courts. He is only a small potato, nothing more. Disciple greets Master. Young 7, do you know why Master called you over? Kongwen's pair of shining eyes fall on him with an expression of utmost seriousness. As if what he is going to say next is something extremely important. XiaoMo thinks and thinks, but he really isn't clear. So he plays it safe and shakes his head. Disciple doesn't know. Master, please clarify. Kongwen suddenly wraps his 5 fingers on the armrest. After a moment of silence, he says, Master hears that Yunshui Peak's Uncle Yu wants to take you as an apprentice. Is this true? XiaoMo's eyes open wide. This seems to have just happened 4 hours ago. He didn't expect it to get around so fast. He thought that Master called him over because of the 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs, or because of Ling Xiao's strange behavior. Looks like he is mistaken. He hastily says, Yes, Uncle Yi, let me think it over. Just as he finished speaking, he hears soft gasps of surprise coming from both sides. Tell us what happened when you went to Yunshui Peak. Make it crystal clear, understand? Kongwen speaks coldly and sternly. Yes, Master. XiaoMo lowers his head. There is really nothing to hide regarding this matter. Since Master already knows about this matter, he must have ways of getting the information. But he also knows that he can't tell everything. So, except for him only taking 15 minutes to dig out the magic herbs, he relates everything else, not leaving out a single word. After listening to his words, everyone is quiet. Fong Chenlu didn't react much from the start until he hears the last words. The warm smile that XiaoMo is familiar with appears again on his face. Little brother, looks like you have not read those books in vain. XiaoMo's mouth twitches as he smiles uncomfortably. Other people also have more or less heard Fong Chenlu speak about how XiaoMo really likes to read. It is said that he would go to the library every few days to borrow books. He also went this morning in E. Kongwen sighed softly, catching Uncle Ye's eye is your good fortune. But did you consider that with your current strength, even if you go to Yinshui Peak, it won't do you much good? The lowest magic herb in Yinshui Peak is level 4. And you are now only a level 1 mage. If it was your elder brother or second brother, then... Fong Chenlu's pupils expand a little, and just as he is going to speak, Kongwen gives him a meaningful glare. XiaoMo thinks that he now knows the real reason why Kongwen called him over. That burst of excited energy finally disappears. What Master says is not wrong. He is only a level 1 mage that can be found everywhere. Yinshui Peak is a rarefied place. For him to go would be wasting an opportunity. Even though he feels that what Master says is right, but hearing these words, he still feels a little hurt. He is also Master's disciple. It's bad enough that he is not excited for him to get this opportunity. On top of that, he actually hints that he should give the opportunity to others. Seeing that the others appear to be in agreement, XiaoMo's expression gets sadder and sadder. Fine, luckily the ones that Master suggested are elder brother and second brother. If they really are the ones to go, then he definitely won't object. What Master says is absolutely right. Disciple will tell Uncle Yi the next time disciple sees him. XiaoMo cups his hands and says somewhat dispiritedly. Immediately Kongwen and the other two uncles reveal satisfied smiles. Only then do they make perfunctory inquiries about his well-being. Finally, Kongwen brings up the matter about the 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. XiaoMo thinks that it will like those scenes on TV where one has to give up the good stuff as a form of respect for the elders. Unexpectedly, Kongwen lets him hold on to them, actually giving him 3 jade boxes to store the 3 stalks of magic herbs. Supposedly it's for him to use when he becomes a level 6 mage in the future. It's essentially a disguised form of compensation BA. As for why he didn't ask for the magic herbs, it's most probably because he gave up the opportunity BA. Returning to his room, XiaoMo isn't in the mood to do anything. He collapses on the bed, not able to climb up again. He feels like he has been riding on a roller coaster the whole day today. His heart has been thrown violently up and down from morning until now. His limited brain cells are completely used up, sleeping hoo-hoo for 4 whole hours, only crawling up when the sun sets. Then he spends an hour to finally straighten out his chaotic train of thought. The first thing he does is to let all the swear words that he has been holding in for the whole day explode out of his mouth. He feels much better after venting. Finally he takes stock of all that happened today. 3 major things happened today. This first thing is that he got 3 stalks of level 6 magic herbs. Magic herbs of this level for him right now is only something to look up at. The second this is that Yinshui Peak's Uncle Yi wants to accept him as his apprentice. It's too bad that his excitement only lasted a little while before Master made him give the opportunity to elder brother and second brother. Very depressing. But he is sincerely happy for elder brother and second brother because they are really very capable. He also admires them very much. The third thing is that he again offended Tang Yinqi. This time it's a deadly offense. And that's the end of it. It's basically all these. As for his own plans for today, not even one fart was completed. XiaoMo only remembers now that he wanted to talk to Ling Xiao about how he broke through the first level of the Heavenly Soul Scroll. Right up to the time he left, he still didn't think of this matter. Looks like he can only wait to tell him the next time. XiaoMo then takes out the 3 jade boxes that Master gave him from his storage bag. He has read about these boxes before. These jade boxes are made out of white jade. Feels especially cold, but it won't freeze the hand. It's made specially to store high-level magic herbs in order to prevent the loss of spiritual power from the magic herbs. But there are also many types of jade boxes because there are many grades of white jade. The higher the grade, the higher the level of magic herbs that can be stored. Such as the one in his hand. By looking, one can tell that the quality of the white jade is no ordinary goods. Master actually said that it can be used to store high-level magic herbs. That must mean level 7 and above. He heard that these kinds of jade boxes are very hard to come by. And he actually gave him 3 all at once, really willing to let go of such valuables. It's just too bad that he doesn't need jade boxes. The dimension in his chest is flooded with spiritual energy, the best place to store magic herbs. If he could exchange the jade boxes for level 4 to level 6 magic herb seeds, that would be good. XiaoMo seems to be hoping the heavens would open as he does some wishful thinking. Walking out from the fantasy world, XiaoMo pats his stiff cheeks. After keeping the jade boxes, he first checks to see that the room is locked properly. He then returns to the bed and with one thought in his heart, he appears in the dimension. What greets him is a stretch of fresh green seedlings, all of which are a mix of level 2 magic herbs. He no longer plants level 1 magic herbs because he will soon use them up, and he also doesn't need too much. So the magic herbs in the field are mostly a mix of level 2 magic herbs. He doesn't plant them all since he doesn't have the strength to use them all. Planting too much is of no use. XiaoMo walks over there and ponders the approximate harvest date for the level 2 and level 3 magic herbs. Then he walks to the rack by the lake. The 10 or so stalks of magic herbs he discovered in the ice cave and the 3 stalks of magic herbs that Ling Xiao gave him are lying peacefully on it. XiaoMo picks up a sieve and puts them on it. He then moves to the magic herb field and plants them one by one. Even though there are still some impurities in them, it's alright, I can help them wash their insides. Notes. Combined judgment of 3 courts, police, prosecutors, and court of law. Sobbing.
Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88. Wishing the heavens would open. Although Master and those few people made him depressed for a bit, XiaoMo very quickly forgets about it. After returning to his own room, he becomes very busy. Because it's rare for people to come and disturb him at night, XiaoMo stays in the dimension until the morning of the next day with his mind at ease. During these short hours, he zealously put everything in order, and at the same time, taking stock of the things he needs to buy the next time he goes down the mountain. On top of that, he decides to build a small hut of his own by the lake. Taking that into account, the things he needs to buy is too much. His expenses will be one big sum. With his current assets, it's far from enough. So he has to find some time to bring forward the matter regarding the auction. The dimension gives him too much of the feeling of being at home. Here he can openly do whatever he wants without fear. No need to worry that others would find out. No need to be anxious and afraid. Although there is a wide expanse to be weeded, and he has to painstakingly water the magic herbs every day, he feels that this type of living is very fulfilling. No need to scheme. No need to be on guard against others. Every day there are free of charge magic herbs for him to use. Really too awesome. Coming out of the dimension, XiaoMo stretches his body. Looking outside, he sees that the sun has risen. He smacks his lips. Talking about that, it's been a long time since he ate some regular rice. Ever since he refined the fasting magic pills, he hasn't eaten real food.
Although he hasn't been hungry, but his taste buds have been unstimulated. It basically feels strange, sometimes actually making him feel uncomfortable. After all, he lived as a normal person for 18 years, eating 3 meals a day is only normal, almost instinctive. So not eating for some time, he feels it's very unnatural. Once he is idle, he can't help recalling the feeling of chewing rice grains in his mouth. XiaoMo rubs his tummy. Looking outside at the height of the sun, he determines that breakfast time is not yet over. He tidies up the room before heading to the canteen. The canteen is lively as usual. Even though the peak time for breakfast is over, there are quite a few tables occupied. Male and female all present. Quite a few of them are indulging in loud and empty talk. But closely following the entrance of XiaoMo, the lively voices gradually start to quiet down. More and more stares start to fall on XiaoMo. XiaoMo takes one look around before lowering his head. Very long ago, he figured out that he just can't keep a low profile, so he learned to ignore their stares. After scooping out enough food, XiaoMo carries his tray and sits down at an unoccupied table in a corner. No matter what kind of stares fall on him, however complicated, or filled with admiration, jealousy or hate, he ignores them all. You all like to watch, right? Then look all you want. I won't ask for money. Maybe feeling that it's boring, everyone finally withdraw their gazes. But the volume of the conversation is a little less than before. From time to time, eyes would still glance over at XiaoMo. No matter how you put it, although XiaoMo is not currently in favor, he is still Kong Wen's disciple. Based on this, no one would make irresponsible remarks to his face. XiaoMo is only too happy for the peace and quiet. Before, when he just became Kong Wen's disciple, those few brothers all look at him as if seeing a leader, all running up to him to get on his good side. Almost annoying him to death. XiaoMo has always disliked the atmosphere in the canteen. Somewhat stifling, especially when he appeared. He hurriedly finishes the food on his tray and is just about to stand up and clean up when a figure suddenly appears next to him. Not waiting for him to raise his head, that person starts speaking. The gentle voice, if it isn't elder brother Fong Chenlu, who else can it be? Little brother, you let me have a hard time looking for you. XiaoMo laughs, hey, elder brother, do you need something? Fong Chenlu doesn't take it to heart, simply pulling up a chair and sitting down. Looking at XiaoMo sheepishly, he gets straight to the point, little brother, elder brother has wronged you. I didn't expect that when Master called for you yesterday, it is actually with that kind of intention. Wait. Elder brother. XiaoMo quickly stops him from blaming himself, saying somewhat helplessly, I know that elder brother and second brother had nothing to do with it. I also don't blame the both of you. I know that Master said that for your benefit. What Master said is right, it's more beneficial for both of you to go than me, But, this way it is very unfair for you, isn't it? Fong Chenlu says in a deep voice. Although Yin Shui Peak makes him very excited, he isn't the type that would step on his younger brother's back to get ahead. If it really has to be like that, he would rather refuse the opportunity. He also believes that Zilin is of the same opinion as him. XiaoMo sees the slight change in his expression and knows that elder brother is really angry. Having an elder brother that really thinks about him, he feels that he is very lucky. So he feels that if the opportunity really goes to elder brother, he definitely wouldn't be upset. Elder brother, I heard that it is very hard for mages to go past level 4. You and second brother have stayed as level 4 mages for a few years. If you get to go to Yin Shui Peak, the chance of a breakthrough would be higher, right? I really want to see the both of you become more powerful. Then Heaven Peak will no longer be able to look down on us, right? XiaoMo feels that he is somewhat clumsy with words, unable to come up with strong powerful words to convince elder brother. So he can only use simple words to convey his thoughts. Little brother, you're too simple-minded. Fong Chenlu sighs. What do you mean? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Did you consider that the one Uncle Yi wants is actually you and not me and second brother? This matter isn't as easy as you letting us have the opportunity, and so be it. If Uncle Yi doesn't agree, do you think me and your second brother will get to go? Thought. Fang Chenle shakes his head, clearly showing that he doesn't know. XiaoMo is stunned. He really didn't think about this, but from what Master said, Fang Chenlu really wants to pry open his head and take a look at what's inside. You think that whatever Master says is law? If it really is like that, Master, that old man, would have found a way a long time ago to get me and second brother sent into Yinshui Peak. That Uncle Yi. Don't be fooled by his outer amiable appearance. The fact is, the things that he doesn't want to do, even the Grand Master won't be able to force him to do. Then what is it that Master wants? XiaoMo asks stupidly. He already can't cope with it. Speaking of Master, Fang Chenle shows some helplessness. Most probably Master feels that since you managed to get Uncle Yi to like you, if you were to bring it up, it would have more chance of success. XiaoMo is speechless. He didn't expect that Master, being someone so shrewd, would actually think this way. Looks like he really values elder brother and second brother. If not, he wouldn't have come up with his kind of method. If he himself has a master that treats him like that. What an unrealistic way of thinking. Elder brother, no matter how it is, when I go see Uncle Yi, I will still bring it up. XiaoMo says firmly. Fang Chenle sees his determined face, and having more or less an understanding of his character, he knows that it's no use persuading him. He can only say helplessly, little brother, I know you are doing this for elder brother, but you must still act within your means. You must absolutely not make Uncle Yi angry. All right, your second brother asked me to tell you something. What is it? XiaoMo asks curiously. Fang Chenlu is all smiles. He says for you to not mind other people's business. XiaoMo grins. This second brother is really an awkward person. A softy with a gruff exterior. XiaoMo leaves the canteen together with Fang Chenlu. Everyone in the canteen witnessed it. Quite a few people look at each other in dismay. They thought that there would be big rift in the relationship between XiaoMo and elder brother. Looks like there is a big discrepancy between the reality and their imagination. And so, the speculation collapses of its own. 3 days later, Ling Xiao comes to look for XiaoMo. Before, Uncle Yi gave XiaoMo some time to think it over, up to 3 days. This time, the reason why Ling Xiao comes to see him is because of this matter. Because Uncle Yi asked him to bring XiaoMo back to see him 3 days later. But even if he didn't say so, Ling Xiao would still do it. The matter regarding Kong when summoning him, Ling Xiao knows about it but definitely doesn't plan on bringing it up. Just like what Fang Chenlu said, if Uncle Yi is someone so easy to convince, all these years, he would have been surrounded with people a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Those intentions are nothing but wishing the heavens would open. Even if XiaoMo agrees, one still needs to get past Uncle Yi. So he isn't worried at all. Ling Xiao doesn't ask. XiaoMo doesn't believe that he hasn't heard the rumors. Although he is a little surprised, he still heaves a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he really has to tell him what he is thinking, he would definitely call him stupid. Why would he go looking for insults? On the way, XiaoMo tells Ling Xiao the things he wants to do the next time he goes down the mountain. This time, there are a lot of things he wants to buy. Other than the building materials for the small hut, he wants to see if he can buy level 4 to level 6 magic herbs. But this time he needs a large sum of money. So he needs to arrange the auction before considering these things. But he doesn't know if Hepping Town has an auction house. Ling Xiao should know better than him. We will soon arrive at Yinshui Peak. Wait until we return. I'll tell you then. Ling Xiao deliberately raises his brows. Alright BA. XiaoMo looks at the soon approaching Yinshui peak, starting to feel hesitant. Ling Xiao sees his nervous expression from the corner of his eye and snorts, "Qi, later, you must be cautious in speech and conduct. Your Uncle Yi is not someone with a good temper. If you were to make him angry, that." XiaoMo's straight face. Already at the door and he still wants to scare him. Can't he see that he is already so nervous? Notes. Say 3, say 4, make irresponsible remarks. Click tongue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89. Successful pitch. Just like the last time, the one that comes to receive them is the child with the combed back hair. The boy's body emits a noble air that forbids others from getting close. XiaoMo is almost certain of his status. He should be one of the legendary guards of Yinshui Peak. It's just that this elder's outer appearance is seriously different from the image he conjured up in his mind. After taking them outside the estate, the boy once again disappears soundlessly. XiaoMo is already used to seeing strange things, so he just walks inside with Ling Xiao, going according to the path they used the last time. Right in front of the large magic herb field is a small hut. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who is walking in front, stops suddenly. XiaoMo doesn't notice and bumps his head right into his back. Rubbing his hurting nose, he is just about to open his mouth when Ling Xiao suddenly covers his mouth. XiaoMo raises his head and uses his eyes to ask, "What is it?" "There's someone." Ling Xiao mouths those words, not caring if XiaoMo understands. He pricks up his ears listening to the movements in the small hut. XiaoMo looks over at the wooden hut that is still over 30 meters away. His lips twitch as he pouts. After a while, Ling Xiao removes his hand from XiaoMo's mouth and signals for him to continue walking. XiaoMo receives the message. Knowing that they can start talking, he quickly asks, "What happened just now? Don't tell me there was someone else in the wooden hut besides Uncle Yi? But no one came out, ah? That person has left. It's not strange that you didn't see him." Ling Xiao doesn't hide it from him, continuing, "They were talking about you. That person was sent by Tang Fan. Tang Fan heard that Yihan wanted to accept you as an apprentice, so he sent someone to convince him not to take you." "Why?" XiaoMo asks, a little upset. Why is it that everyone doesn't want him to be Uncle Yi's apprentice? Although he knows in his heart, but hearing it from the mouth of others, he still feels very wronged. "This you still have to ask?" Ling Xiao glances at him and continues lightly, "Yihan is someone that everyone in Tianxian sect wants to get on their side. Even Tang Fan is no exception. The only peak that is closely linked to Tang Fan is Heaven Peak. Although he is the Grand Master of Tianxian sect, he still wishes for the person by Yihan's side to be someone from Heaven Peak. Furthermore, you're from Earth Peak. For him to agree, that would be strange." XiaoMo pouts exaggeratedly, "Clearly I'm also a disciple of Tianxian sect, but..." Ling Xiao sneers coldly and says lightly, "Tang Fan isn't as fair and impartial as you imagine. He is only an ordinary person, with selfish motives and desires. On top of that, he has been on top for a long time. No matter how noble and lofty, one would still be reduced to some small selfish man. Furthermore, Tang Fan was never a saint. Wait until you've seen it a few more times, you'll slowly get used to it." XiaoMo pouts. He has absolutely no desire to get used to it. This world is too treacherous. He wants to go back to Earth. "Did you hear what that person said to Uncle Yi?" XiaoMo asks. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao can't help hooking his arm over XiaoMo's shoulder, one finger tilting his jaw upwards, saying frivolously, "Of course. Although he put up a barrier outside, the level is nothing difficult for me." "You want to know?" XiaoMo pouts and pouts. Why does he feel like he is being molested? It must be that he got up the wrong way from the bed this morning. Otherwise, why would he have this absurd misconception? Ling Xiao sees that he doesn't respond but still doesn't feel put out. Actually, you can guess without me having to tell you. That person used the excuse that you only entered Tian sect for less than 2 months, so you don't have a service record. He wants Yi Han to forget about taking you in as an apprentice and let Tang Yunqi take your place. But Yi Shan is also not someone that is easy to deal with. He insisted that other than you, no one else would do. That person received orders from Tang Fan, so of course he wouldn't ease up. In the end, he said that your background is dubious and that you may be a spy. They spoke until they heard your footsteps, then that person left. That's pretty much it. XiaoMo can't help but pout 3 times over. Why does it seem like those last words is putting the blame on him? He is only a puny little mage. There's no need to add those amazing and fearsome things to his name. Come in, BA. Yi Han's voice comes from the hut. Only then does XiaoMo realize that he has unconsciously walked right up to the hut, so he just pushes the door and walks in with Ling Xiao. Yi Han stands in front of a rack of magic herbs, with his back facing them, as if he is putting the magic herbs in order. Hearing the door open, he turns around. His face is calm, just like how he appeared 3 days ago. As if he is not the least bit angry with what just happened half a minute ago. So what do you think about it? Yi Han doesn't like to talk in a roundabout way, getting straight to the point after sitting down. XiaoMo glances at Ling Xiao, who gives him a slight smile. He quickly shifts his gaze and hesitates for a bit before saying, Uncle Yi, I am very happy that you appreciate a nobody like me, but I have been granted your undeserved kindness. I think I'm not fit for this position. So, I think that it should be given to someone that needs it more than me. Hearing these words, Yi Han isn't surprised. He only looks at him for a while before sighing softly, looks like you've already heard about it. 3 days ago, I was indeed too rash. I didn't consider how this matter would cause problems for you. It's not like that, Uncle Yi. XiaoMo hears those words bearing responsibility and is alarmed. I never felt that this matter is troublesome, it's just that. After racking his brains, XiaoMo still can't figure out what he should say, so he can only look at Ling Xiao at his side. Ling Xiao sees his imploring gaze and is very happy that he immediately thinks of him. As for the possibility that it is because there are only the 3 of them here, so XiaoMo has no other choice, Ling Xiao chooses to single-mindedly ignore that fact altogether. Uncle Yi, this matter, I trust you know more about it than the both of us. Your position is very unique. The person by your side, be it disciple or apprentice, they must be proven to be 100% devoted to Tian sect. But XiaoMo is different. He still hasn't inherited the canons of Tian sect, making it obvious that Tian sect does not trust him. For this type of disciple to be able to come in and out of Yunshui Peak, it's not just the Grand Master that won't agree, even those old fogies up there would probably not agree. Yunshui Peak is like the heart of Tian sect. Touch one hair and it would affect the whole body. Yes, Uncle Yi, if you really need an apprentice, my elder brother and second brother can do. They are both level 4 mages. Their experience is richer than mine, definitely will do a better job than me. Really? If you don't believe, you can test them. XiaoMo quickly chimes in. He now understands Ling Xiao's analysis. Truthfully, it would be extremely difficult for him to walk this road of an apprentice. Rather than charging ahead obstinately, wouldn't it be better for him to give this opportunity to elder brother and second brother? This way, the opportunity wouldn't be wasted. Yi Han doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's obviously such a serious topic, but hearing him speak this way, he can't maintain the seriousness. He actually feels that this little disciple is worried that he would compromise, thus losing out on this good opportunity, so he hurriedly pitched his big brothers. Ling Xiao hears him still constantly thinking about his elder brother and is just about to flip out when he suddenly gets a flash of inspiration. He then gives a push before Yi Han starts to speak. Uncle Yi, What little brother says is right. I have met those two brothers. Their characters are indeed pretty good when compared to others. Elder brother Fong Chunlu is a gentle and amiable person that is very approachable. His popularity is also quite high. Second brother Fu Zilin, although a little cold, he is very serious when it comes to doing things. If you were to accept the both of them, I can guarantee that you won't regret it. Hearing these words, XiaoMo stares wide-eyed in surprise at Ling Xiao. It's hard to believe that Ling Xiao would speak on behalf of his big brothers. He somehow remembers that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to like elder brother very much. Furthermore, his understanding of those two is even deeper than his. The one surprised is not just XiaoMo. There's also Yihan. But Yihan is not like XiaoMo, showing his inner thoughts on his face. He is only shocked in his heart. Ling Xiao is actually recommending someone, and people from Earth Peak on top of that. If Tang Fan finds out, he would most probably be angered to death by this disciple. But it must be said that this Ling Xiao is really more to his liking. If Tang Fan really gets angered, then wouldn't that be good? Uncle Yi, what do you think? XiaoMo asks cautiously. Yihan almost can't keep a straight face. This is the first time a junior has dared to speak to him like that. On top of that, asking him what is his decision. It can't be that one short moment is all the time he is given to consider? Although the impression Yihan has of the both of them is not bad, he can't decide on such a big thing in such a short time. If not, certain people would definitely get anxious. I can't give you an answer on this matter right now. How about this BA? Find a time for them to come by and I will test them personally. If they can impress me, I will accept them as apprentices. Yihan says. Then I'm very grateful. I will let them know. XiaoMo says immediately, his face showing both happiness and surprise. Yihan shakes his head. He has not seen this type of pure happiness for the sake of his brothers getting an opportunity, actually beaming with happiness from the inside, for a long time now. It's a pity. It's a pity that he already has a master. If not, taking him as a disciple is probably not a bad decision. Thinking of this, Yihan is inwardly shocked. He has not thought about taking a disciple for a very long time. And now, this young man that he has only met twice can make him think this way. It's really very shocking. The one that doesn't know that he just missed out on a gigantic opportunity, XiaoMo, is currently pulling Ling Xiao along down the mountain, full of excitement, seeming as if he urgently wants to share the good news with his big brothers. Notes. Lamp that doesn't burn much oil, someone that is easy to deal with. Open door Sea Mountain, get straight to the point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90. One more kiss. Ling Xiao can no longer stand XiaoMo's eager manner, so he takes him straight back to the room. XiaoMo doesn't know why he wants to stop him from telling elder brother the good news. He sits angrily on the chair, all in a huff, looking at him. Ling Xiao closes the door and walks back with his arms crossed and looks at him. He watches, with a hidden glint in his eyes, those eyes that are shooting flames. He continues watching as those flames get smaller and smaller, finally going out. Only then does he smile. Little brother, are you in a hurry to see your elder brother? XiaoMo immediately shakes his head. No. Yes, also must say no. Then why were you running so fast? Ling Xiao smiles as he asks. That, of course, is so I can come back to my own room. Isn't there a saying that goes, gold houses and silver houses are not as good as one owns doghouse? XiaoMo stammers, praying that he can deceive him this way. Of course, Ling Xiao is not going to admit that there is some sense in those words. He pulls a chair and sits by his side. XiaoMo immediately picks up the teapot and diligently pours a cup of water for him. Elder brother Ling, drink a cup of water first before speaking. Ling Xiao gives him face, taking a sip after taking the cup. XiaoMo takes advantage of this time to ask, "Elder brother Ling, you're not allowing me to tell elder brother and second brother the good news, is it because there is something wrong?" Ling Xiao's lips slowly curve upwards. "Learning fast are we?" He then says calmly, "It's no big deal. It's just that there is someone more anxious than you. Even if you don't go, in a bit, someone will come over to find you." Someone is referring to a certain person. XiaoMo is not so stupid that he wouldn't know this little bit. Other than his master, there probably isn't a second choice. After calming down, XiaoMo no longer feels that impetus. Just like Ling Xiao said, elder brother and second brother will find out sooner or later. There's just no need for him to be worried. Thinking like this, he remembers that he himself has a lot of questions he wants to ask. Taking advantage of Ling Xiao's presence, he simply relates the whole process of his heavenly soul scroll breakthrough. Ling Xiao listens to him and then ponders for a bit. Mages are not the same as martial artists. Mages train the soul force. In order to have a breakthrough, not only does the capacity have to accumulate, a key moment is also needed. But this key moment is not something that would happen to everyone. So, it's only when one finds the right way that there would be the opportunity to have a breakthrough. What about the way? XiaoMo asks. Putting pressure on your soul force is one of the ways. Like when you use up your soul force when refining magic pills. This is also a type of pressure placed on your soul force. But because you usually replenish it with magic water just in time, so this phenomenon is not clearly reflected on your body. But with the increase of your soul force, the result will get more and more obvious. As for why you didn't have a breakthrough when you didn't drink magic water before, it's most probably because you haven't reached the critical point required for a breakthrough. Actually, Ling Xiao is not speaking from his own knowledge. He is speaking while rating Ling Xiao's memory. The presence of a junior sister that likes him so she tells him all she knows is a good thing. Although Lin Xiao is not a mage, but clearly because of ambition, he frequently asks Tang Yunqi about matters regarding mages, making him very knowledgeable on these matters. So that's how it is. XiaoMo says somewhat pensively. Ling Xiao takes advantage of his inattentiveness and strokes his cheeks. The two cheeks are unimaginably soft and tender. He breathes out softly and says, "Since you already broke through the first level of Heavenly Soul Scroll, you should now be able to refine level 2 magic pills." I also think so. XiaoMo distractedly grips his hand. There's no need to say how excited he feels inside. He thought he would need 2 to 3 more months before breaking through to a level 2 mage. And the heavens suddenly gave him such a huge pleasant surprise. Now he has over 3 months of time, so the assessment will definitely not be a problem. Ling Xiao looks at his cheeks and lips that have become slightly red from excitement. He can't help narrowing his eyes, and while XiaoMo is looking at him in surprise, he leans over and licks him. Feeling that it is not enough, he takes the opportunity to lick him again. Then again and again. A certain excited someone already turned into stone. Ling Xiao is also beyond excited. Too sweet. Why does it seem that it has been smeared with honey? So sweet that he is addicted. Completely not tired of it. In the end, he actually sticks his tongue between those partially closed lips, hooking up with the stiff tongue. Sucking over and over, eating with high spirits. Totally unwilling to let go. Only when he feels that XiaoMo is out of breath, does he reluctantly let go? XiaoMo already came back to his senses when his tongue entered his mouth. But the reality is, this little virgin has no way of withstanding Ling Xiao's sucking technique. In a flash, his whole body was sucked powerless. There's no need to even talk about resisting. When Ling Xiao lets go of his mouth, he takes a few deep breaths but is still unable to recover. His face is as red as fully ripe persimmons. Smoke is even rising from the top of his head. He flops weakly in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao is afraid that he can't breathe. He strokes his back, helping him to breathe smoothly. Is it getting a little better? XiaoMo shivers. He uses one of his hands to grip his shoulder, helping him to climb up. He glares at him with flames shooting out of both eyes. Why would you kiss me on the lips? Ling Xiao smiles as he licks the corner of his mouth. Then he stretches out his finger and pokes his lips, saying regretfully, because it is delicious. I still haven't asked you any. Is there honey on your lips? They are so sweet that I can't bear to let go. XiaoMo sees his manner that seems to want to give him another kiss and quickly covers his mouth. But when he hears his last words, he unconsciously sticks out his tongue and gives it a lick. Bloody hell, it's actually all covered in saliva. XiaoMo hastily wipes off the saliva on his lips. His lips quiver slightly when he speaks. My lips are not the least bit sweet. Maybe it's your own lips that are sweet. Worried that he would use this excuse to kiss him again, XiaoMo quickly places the cause back on Ling Xiao's own body. Ling Xiao looks at him, raising the corner of his lips devilishly. My lips are sweet? Why is it that I can't tell? How about you try and see if they are sweet? Help me confirm it. Although it sounds like he is asking, his actions are not the least bit hesitant. He immediately hugs XiaoMo, who is trying to escape, and kisses him. This time, it is more intense than the last time because there is now a resisting tongue. But there is also added interest, as the more XiaoMo wants to hide, the more he wants to entangle them. As if enlightened, XiaoMo no longer resists and instead holds his breath. If you can do it, go ahead and suck me dead. More or less aware of his plan, Ling Xiao finally lets go of his lips. Still unsatisfied, he licks his lips. It's really too bad. He still wanted to kiss a little longer. XiaoMo quivers in his arms, wanting to climb out. Ling Xiao holds him down with his large hand, shocking him. Seeing that XiaoMo is not content, he quickly hugs him tightly around the waist, saying, Okay, let's talk about serious matters. Don't move or I'll execute you on the spot. XiaoMo finally stays completely still. But his whole face is black. Bastard, what do you mean execute on the spot? He is man. He really is a man. You say it. What do you mean serious business? XiaoMo is quivering as he speaks. Regarding the auction house. Hepping Town only has a small-time auction house. If you really want to auction off magic pills and spiritual liquid, you can't do it in Hepping Town. You have to find a slightly larger town. Those auction houses will be more regulated. Also, there won't be cheating in funny business. On top of that, the price will be higher. Ling Xiao speaks with a satisfied expression. Really? Then which town is good? I don't know the way. XiaoMo is finally excited. In a flash, he completely forgets about how he was messed around with just a moment ago. Of course, it's somewhere further. But to go to that town and come back, and adding the auction time on top of that, it won't be done in a day. With your situation right now, you can only leave for 1 day, BA? Ling Xiao is not certain, but it seems they can't go after all. Then how? XiaoMo thinks about how he still has 2 opportunities to go down the mountain this month. But each time he is only allowed 1 day. This is a rule that can't be moved even if struck by thunder. Unless, after passing the assessment in 3 months, as long as you get through it, after that, you can go down the mountain for as long as you want. Ling Xiao says with a serious expression. XiaoMo can't help feeling a little deflated. Looks like that is the only way, That's right, there is something else I have to warn you about. Ling Xiao says suddenly. When XiaoMo looks over, he continues, the auction house in the big town is of a higher grade than the ones in small towns like Hepping Town. The information you got before regarding auctioning magic pills is probably not relevant. Level 1 magic pills, no matter how high the grade, is unlikely to be accepted in those auction houses. Then wouldn't that just leave the spiritual liquid? So much trouble, wouldn't it be better to just go to Hepping Town? XiaoMo frowns. Ling Xiao hugs him tight as he says, "It's not troublesome. The magic pills can't be auctioned, but they can still be sold to the medicine shops in town. Furthermore, didn't you want to find level 4 to level 6 magic herb seeds? You can go ask about it in town." "That's right-o." Only then does XiaoMo remember that there is still that matter. Although Hepping Town has level 4 and above magic herb seeds, it's not much. Furthermore, the quality of the seeds is not very good. Some are even dried up because they have been stored for a long time. Level 4 to level 6 magic herbs require a relatively longer time to grow. On top of that, Hepping Town is a small town, so very few mages would go there to buy mid-level magic herb seeds. So the magic herb seeds in the Orchid Pavilion, other than those from level 1 to level 3, the rest have been there for a very long time. So for now you should concentrate on preparing for the test in 3 months. Leave the arrangements for the auction to me. When you pass the test, I will bring you there. Ling Xiao uses his fingers to scratch both sides of XiaoMo's cheeks, somewhat unwilling to let go. He cherishes the time he spent with XiaoMo at the central lineage more and more. Living together, that time was so good. He could make a move whenever he wanted to. Alright. XiaoMo suddenly feels a lot more relaxed. Oh, now that we've finished talking about serious business, how about we go for one more round? Ling Xiao once again shows his indecent look, hooking up XiaoMo's chin, wanting to plant a kiss. XiaoMo raises his hand and gives him a slap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Level 2 Magic Pills. After Ling Xiao leaves, just like he said, Kongwen sends someone over not long after to ask him to go over. Because XiaoMo prepared himself mentally, he is ready. He tells Master that Uncle Yi already agreed to test out elder brother and second brother and take them as apprentices if they pass the test. 2 at one go. And they are his own disciples that he is most proud of. There is no need to mention how delighted Kongwen is in his heart. So he promises to grant XiaoMo one request if Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin pass Uncle Yi's test. XiaoMo curses endlessly in his heart, but on the outside he appears deeply grateful. He had already known long ago that Master wouldn't do something that would cost him, giving him an empty check while making it seem as if it is the real thing. Still, he must force out an extremely happy expression. Of course, it's not possible that he doesn't feel wronged. But because of this, he now knows the true face of his master. Maybe, in his heart, other than elder brother and second brother, the other disciples are just there to make them shine in comparison. If not, why has he never seen him take great pains for the other disciples? XiaoMo still remembers that ever since he entered the sect until now, Master never led him by the hand and taught him anything. He feels that he isn't a person that holds grudges, but he admits that he is still a teeny bit petty. If it isn't because the people concerned are elder brother and second brother, that little bit of pettiness would definitely not allow him to be so magnanimous. But the reason why he can give way so completely is also because it also benefits him. Right now, his days are very free and relaxed. He does what he wants. It wouldn't be the same in Yunshui Peak. Over there are 10 powerful elders on guard. Under their watchful eyes, everything he does will be under their surveillance. Would he dare to refine magic pills? Would he dare to enter the dimension? For others, it is 100 advantages and not a single disadvantage, leading to a bright future. But for him, going to Yunshui Peak means there is a high probability that his secret will be exposed. Comparing these things, he would rather let go of this opportunity, so he can't agree to go there and be Uncle Ye's apprentice. This is the real reason for his refusal. The rest is just like pushing a boat along with the current. After thinking it through, XiaoMo is no longer hung up over Kongwen's favoritism. Right now, he can't wait to try and see if he can refine level 2 magic pills. If he can, the next time he goes down the mountain, he can sell level 2 magic pills to earn money. And so, less than 2 days after the last time, XiaoMo goes into seclusion once again. Not long after he entered into seclusion, Feng Chenlu comes to find him. He already learned of that matter, so he wants to thank him. Unexpectedly, he learns from the disciple next door that XiaoMo is in seclusion again. This time, he supposedly won't come out for 10 days to half a month. Feng Chenlu can't help but pout in great disappointment. This seclusion maniac. Even more maniacal than Zilin. Left with no choice, he can only let the disciple tell XiaoMo that he came to visit when XiaoMo comes out from seclusion. At the same time, the one in seclusion, XiaoMo doesn't immediately start to refine magic pills. After locking the door securely, he appears in the dimension. After a few days, the level 2 magic pills in the dimension are already mature. 10 types of magic herbs appear to be thriving. In order to differentiate the 10 types of magic herbs, XiaoMo purposely divided them into 10 magic herb fields. Just like the fields of peasants, each field has one type of magic herb. 100 stalks of each type. The magic herbs that he uses more, he sprinkles them with relatively more magic water. A glorious profusion of colors, an extremely magnificent sight. XiaoMo takes a good look at everything. He finds that the way the magic herbs are growing is quite alright. The magic herbs are bursting with spiritual power and energy. It's clear that there are sufficient nutrients, nothing to do with the way they are grown. But a few days ago, he observed the magic herbs that Uncle Yi grew in Yinshui Peak. He discovered that over there the magic herb fields are distributed in circular formations of approximately the same size. For example, in one magic herb field, there are rings from the middle spreading outwards in a circular shape up to 8 meters in diameter. With this type of arrangement, the magic herbs close to the middle grow better. Almost all the magic herb fields are planted that way. Although he doesn't know how this benefits the magic herbs, XiaoMo feels that it has something to do with the concentration of the spiritual energy inside the barrier of Yinshui Peak, giving rise to such an effect. After making the comparison, XiaoMo starts to dig up magic herbs. Usually it takes 6 to 8 hours to clear a huge magic herb field. But ever since his soul force broke through level 1, his ability to use the soul force also increased. This time, he only used 1 hour to clear all the level 2 magic herbs, completely filling up the shelves marked for level 2 magic herbs. The shelves he bought for this purpose are now all completely used up. After picking out 3 types of level 2 magic herbs used to refine a certain magic pill, XiaoMo leaves the dimension leisurely. On the table is the second cauldron he got from Uncle Xiao. Although it is of good quality, it can only accept the soul force of a level 2 mage. If he wants to refine level 3 magic pills, he would have to buy a better one. XiaoMo took a few types of magic herbs and placed them on the table. Then he chooses 3 stalks. Today, he wants to refine a level 2 magic pill called Bitter Magic Pill. It is made up of 3 magic herbs: bitter ginseng, slender stalk fragrant herb, and silkweed. Bitter ginseng looks about the same as regular ginseng, but the flavor of bitter ginseng is especially bitter. So, a lot of people are unable to withstand the taste of bitter ginseng. Even if it is turned into a magic pill, the bitter taste is not the least bit reduced. So slender stalk fragrant herb has to be added. Slender stalk fragrant herb is just like its name. The flower stem gives out a very strong fragrance. The flower stem also has a sweet taste that can neutralize the flavor of the bitter ginseng, enabling the medicinal qualities to come into play. Bitter magic pill is used to solidify the state of martial artists after a breakthrough. But it is only effective for relatively low-level martial artists. As for higher-level martial artists, they have to take other high-level magic pills. After throwing the 3 stalks of magic herbs into the cauldron, XiaoMo starts to manipulate his soul force into the cauldron to start the first round of distillation. Level 2 magic herbs contain twice the energy of level 1 magic herbs. Just melting them takes twice the amount of time needed for level 1 magic herbs. Then it's time to distill. Because level 2 magic herbs is higher than level 1 magic herbs, the distillation difficulty is greater than for level 1 magic herbs. On top of that, the magic herbs is from his dimension, of high quality, so it's even more difficult to distill. After fully concentrating and carrying out one round of distillation, XiaoMo can't remove any more impurities. Of course, not able to remove any more does not mean there are no more impurities in the magic herbs. It just means he is not strong enough to take it further. XiaoMo does not feel discouraged. This situation is just like when he was refining level 1 magic pills. As long as he goes slow and takes his time, there will come the day when he can do better. Then he simply goes on to the final step, blending. Blending goes relatively smoothly. It's not long before a level 2 magic pill comes out fresh from the oven. Furthermore, it's a top-grade magic pill. XiaoMo smiles at his own achievement. He takes it and puts it into a bottle and starts on the second magic pill. After going into seclusion, XiaoMo seems to be cut off from the outside world. He doesn't know that after he went into seclusion, something big happened in Earth Peak. Yihan made an exception and accepted Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin as apprentices. Furthermore, it's the both of them together. This matter shocked the whole of Tianxian sect. In the end, Tang Fan couldn't take it any longer and decided to go talk it over with Yihan. What Tang Fan wants is, since Yihan is planning on taking on apprentices, his daughter is also a mage, so he should also take her in. But Yihan says that he already has enough people, so he refuses to accept Tang Yunqi. Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin are not the same as XiaoMo. They have already entered Tianxian sect for many years and established a few connections in the mage division. Most importantly, the two of them have already received the alchemical techniques, meaning they are core disciples. Tang Fan can't use the excuse he used against XiaoMo to stop Yihan from receiving them as apprentices. But there's no way he would happily sit back and let Earth Peak shine and take the upper hand. In the end, Yihan has no choice but to say that if Tang Yunqi can pass the test, he will accept her as an apprentice. But the dramatic thing is that not only did Tang Yunqi not pass the test, she also caused a big fuss. Tang Yunqi is a very arrogant person, always looking down at people of lower status than her. But what Yihan needs is someone that is careful and patient. She obviously lacks these qualities. She fails to pass even the first hurdle and thus is thrown out after 3 strikes. Although Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin are very different, they share one characteristic. That's being careful and patient, especially when it comes to handling magic herbs. They are both very attentive. Although Fu Zilin appears to hate being a mage, his actions are very different from his appearance. It gives off a mouth says yes but heart says no kind of feeling. Just like XiaoMo said, Fu Zilin is a very awkward person. Yihan definitely does not hate this kind of person. So like this, Tang Fan has nothing left to say. His own daughter fails to live up to expectations, so who can he blame? People already gave her the chance. If you don't treasure the chance, it is your own fault. It can't be blamed on others. But Tang Yunqi is not happy. She feels that Yihan purposely made it difficult for her, so she caused a fuss. Every 2 to 3 days, she and her gang of footmen gathered outside the barrier of Yunshui Peak and yell loudly that Yihan is biased, unfair, and so on. Yunshui Peak is protected by a barrier. Even if Tang Yunqi shouts louder, Yihan wouldn't be able to hear it. But unluckily, that boy that came down the mountain twice to receive Ling Xiao and XiaoMo suddenly appeared outside the barrier. Tang Yunqi just happened to see him and used the status of Yihan's assistant to ask him to lead the way. The boy ignores her, so Tang Yunqi flares up and threatens him. According to witnesses, the boy then gives her a tight slap. Junior sister Tang's pretty face immediately swells up into a pig's head. After that, she no longer dares to go out, and so the whole Tianxian sect becomes peaceful again. After Tang Fan found out about this, he confined Tang Yunqi for 1 month. After that, he personally went to Yunshui Peak to apologize and admit fault to that boy. Only then does everyone find out that the boy is actually one of the topmost elders of Tianxian sect. Tang Yunqi also, for some reason, whether it is too afraid or too ashamed to show her face, she is not seen again for a few months after that. The one that gets the most peace and quiet is none other than Ling Xiao. Finally, he no longer has to deal with that princess that comes to see him every day. If not, he is really worried that someday he wouldn't be able to take it any longer, causing him to wring her neck. Notes: pushing a boat along with the current, swim with the current. Slender stalk fragrant herb, Lysimachia capillipes hemsel. Bitter ginseng, Sephora flavescens. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Awkward Feelings. Time rushes by like flowing water. The one who was supposed to be in seclusion for 10 days to half a month, XiaoMo, under the hopeful watch of certain people, finally comes out. One must know that during these 3 months, Fang Qianle came to his room off and on, and moaned and groaned for a bit outside his door. The few disciples next door will rush out at that time to come talk to him. Fu Zilin also came around. This second brother is more brusque and direct. He goes right up to XiaoMo's door, glares at it, lets out a burst of cold air and then leaves. It is said that the neighboring disciples stayed inside the whole day then. Ling Xiao also came over, but he only came one time. Little brother, if all the disciples of Tianxian sect are like you, Tianxian sect wouldn't need to worry about becoming stronger, yeah. Ling Xiao smiles as he hugs the collapsing XiaoMo, really warm and gentle like jade. XiaoMo looks jumpy, looking guiltily to the door that had been kicked open. Because a certain someone used too much force, one of the doors was sent flying, now lying pitifully all alone on the floor. That's right, Ling Xiao's one time refers to this one time. This fellow was even more direct than Fu Zilin, lifting up his foot and kicking down the door that had been closed tightly for 3 months. Pang rings out loudly, frightening the neighbors. But no one dares to come out. Each visitor freakier than the other, it would be strange if they dared to come out. After Ling Xiao barged in, he saw XiaoMo collapsing backwards, making him jump in fright. He ran over to catch him and found out that it's because he used up his soul force. Because he didn't manage to drink magic water in time, he lost the strength to remain standing. Ling Xiao is so angry that his teeth start to itch, dying to take a bite of his face. This time it is not intentional. Actually, I also didn't think it would be so long. XiaoMo explains, somewhat lacking in confidence. Not intentional? Ling Xiao raises his brows. When was it ever intentional? XiaoMo wants to disagree. This is the only time it was accidental, okay? But looking at Ling Xiao's expression, he feels that it is better not to say it. If he makes him angry, that would give Ling Xiao another hold on him, so he changes the topic. How come you're here? Have you sorted out the things regarding the auction? Speaking about matters regarding the auction, his eyes also light up. The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitches. He narrows his eyes darkly. XiaoMo could have forgotten about the assessment in a few days' time? XiaoMo's face stiffens. He really did forget about it. With one look at his face, Ling Xiao knows that he guessed correctly. He snorts and raises his chin, saying, "If I didn't kick down your door in time, you most probably would continue on cluelessly for 1 or 2 months. Tell me, how are you going to thank me?" XiaoMo wants to pound on the ground. He tried to be on guard over here and over there, but now he still owes him a favor. But kicking down other people's door yet speaking so boldly with justification, this is the first he comes across someone like this. In the end, XiaoMo promises to fulfill a few conditions before Ling Xiao lets him go. Knowing that he probably has no clue about what happened outside these 3 months, Ling Xiao tells him the major things that happened. The matter regarding Tang Yunqi happened 3 months ago. Although very few people talk about it these days, Ling Xiao still tells him the gist of it. After listening to it all, XiaoMo covers his cheeks thanking his lucky stars. Thankful that he himself didn't mouth off at that time. The other matter has to do with the demons. Because Ling Xiao exposed the identity of the demon Luoshan, the spies in the other sects were also rooted out. After the secret agents were killed, the demons suffered a huge loss. One of their commanders was shamed into anger. He put together a group that disguised themselves as humans and made a surprise attack on human mystics. Although the move was very despicable, the number of human mystics that died by their hand is really not just a few. Among them was an elder from Chongshan sect. Chongshan sect's size is not like Tianxian sect and Qingqing sect, but their strength can't be underestimated. The number of strong hands in that sect is already not like Qingqing sect and Tianxian sect. Now with one dead, their power is diminished, throwing the whole Chongshan sect into chaos. Qingqing sect also has a blood feud with demons, making them enemies that can't live under the same sky. So the two sects decide to join forces against the demons. But before they move against the demons, they are determined to pull Tianxian sect along. Tianxian sect as the number one sect can't shirk this responsibility. Tang Fan discussed with the elders and finally decides to send Ling Xiao over. Ling Xiao is the grand disciple of the warrior division. For one, his strength is outstanding. 2, he can use this opportunity to raise the prestige of Tianxian sect. Most importantly, Tang Fan got the news that Qingqing sect's Luo Shuhi will personally show his face for this attack to wipe out the demons. And so, this is the real reason why Ling Xiao did not come to find XiaoMo these 3 months. The attack wasn't successful. The demon commander received news about it, so he removed his subordinates in advance. So in the end, the combined 3 sects only managed to catch a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The rest all managed to get away. Everyone set out in high spirits but returned disappointed. But because of this attack, all the big sects finally got to know Luo Shua's strength. Because the one that outwitted the few shrimp soldiers and crab generals was him. If not for him, they probably wouldn't even be able to get any shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This campaign formally confirmed Luo Shua's standing as an outstanding talent. As for Ling Xiao, during this campaign, his performance was so-so. After coming back, Tang Fan actually called him over to talk for a day. The contents are unknown except to themselves. XiaoMo can guess why Ling Xiao didn't go all out. Most probably it's because he didn't want to expose himself. But it is also possible that he just didn't feel like helping. For someone that can easily beat the strong elder Jiang dead in one strike, he doesn't believe that he can't catch a single demon. Elder brother Ling, is that Luo Shuhi really that powerful? XiaoMo asks, full of curiosity. Ling Xiao looks at him from the corner of his eye. Why do you want to know? XiaoMo quickly shakes his head. I'm only curious. According to what you said, he gained a lot of attention during that campaign. Everyone would definitely praise him. But some narrow-minded people, they would definitely compare you to him, belittling you to raise up Luo Shuhi. It's usually like that. Ling Xiao laughs in amusement at his phrase narrow-minded. Little brother, if Luo Shuhi has to depend on belittling others to raise himself up and make a name for himself, then the people that boost him higher would only cause him to fall harder. In this world, people with such good hearts don't exist. Even if they did, it won't be that group of fools. Ling Xiao's voice is very languid and somewhat hypnotizing. Neither hurried nor slow. Neither cold nor warm. Gentle and indolent, yet making it hard for others to understand. He is clearly speaking words of condemnation, yet he is speaking as if he is reciting poetry. XiaoMo pouts exaggeratedly. This person is actually condemning people in such an elegant way, but your reputation was really harmed, was it not? Although he didn't hear it with his own ears, he can imagine what those people said. It must have been some hurtful words. Me? Ling Xiao smiles devilishly, beaming as he says, "Little brother. Are you sure that it is my reputation that suffered?" XiaoMo's mouth hangs open and he is tongue-tied. Of course. This person is pretending to be Lin Xiao. Yet, he has never taken anything regarding Lin Xiao seriously. If it continues going this way, all that Lin Xiao worked for would be completely lost. XiaoMo mourns silently for Lin Xiao for 3 seconds. Alright, you should also prepare yourself. The assessment is in 3 days. At that time, it won't just be Earth Peak disciples. The Heaven Peak and Flying Peak disciples that entered half a year ago will also be taking part. There will be quite a lot of people. You have to prepare yourself mentally to avoid making me lose face when the time comes. Ling Xiao stands up and pats his shoulder, speaking earnestly. XiaoMo immediately glares at him. What do you mean let you lose face? Whether or not I lose face has nothing to do with you, Ot. Of course, he only dares to roar these words in his heart. After talking for over 2 hours, Ling Xiao conveniently takes 2 bottles of magic pills with him as he leaves. They are all level 2 magic pills. In seclusion for 3 months, XiaoMo refined a lot of magic pills. He refined an extra 2 bottles in addition to those for auction. There are still quite a lot left. After he leaves, XiaoMo picks up a few bottles of level 1 magic pills that he already refined and heads to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. Before he went into seclusion, he frequently went to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to pick up 1,000 over level 1 magic herbs. Although he now has magic herbs from his dimension, if he doesn't go to pick up magic herbs from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, it would easily raise the suspicions of others. Just when he is about to enter the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, XiaoMo runs into the one that always appears and disappears mysteriously, Fu Zilin. When he sees him, XiaoMo remembers what the neighboring disciple told him. Supposedly this second brother came to look for him and let out a burst of cold air. Imagining that scene, he can't bring himself to smile. Seeing him now, that feeling becomes even more intense. Second brother. Is there something you need? XiaoMo blinks while looking at the expressionless Fu Zilin walking up to him. Fu Zilin stares at him for a good while before saying, "I owe you one." He then leaves. XiaoMo thinks that this second brother is really awkward. But so adorably awkward. Walking into the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, XiaoMo immediately walks up to Uncle Xiao at the counter. "Uncle Xiao, here are 200 magic pills. Give them a count." "They are all here." Uncle Xiao takes them and puts them away without so much as a second look. He raises his pen and says, 400 magic pills in 3 months. This number is rather little compared to what you refined before. Do you want to take more magic herbs? Yes. But this time I want to take level 2 magic herbs. XiaoMo speaks with a little embarrassment. After all, he can't say that he has his own magic herbs BA. Uncle Xiao finally looks up in surprise. Note: Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, minor players. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93. Master of Magic Herb Cultivation. You're already a level 2 mage? Uncle Xiao asks in surprise. Right now I want to take some level 2 magic herbs and try it out. The assessment is in 3 days. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. XiaoMo tells a lie without looking away. This is something he is forced to do. Everyone knows that he is now only a level 1 mage. If he suddenly becomes a level 2 mage 3 days later during the assessment, with no rhyme or reason, it would definitely make people suspect him. So he must start to refine level 2 magic pills now. Then 3 days later it will be perfectly justifiable. If he passes the test, he can chalk it up to good luck, coincidence, and the like. Uncle Xiao knows about this matter. Actually, he already thought about this before. He was one of the first to come into contact with XiaoMo. He also knows that this young man has always been very diligent, so he hopes in his heart that he will be able to pass the test. Otherwise, not only will he lose face, Earth Peak will also be embarrassed. But it has been half a year and he has not seen him take level 2 magic herbs. A few days ago, he heard that he went into seclusion. So he is puzzled. Can staying in seclusion make someone able to refine level 2 magic pills? And then, a few days later, he comes out of seclusion and runs here to him asking for level 2 magic herbs. Your elder brother must have told you that level 2 magic herbs is not the same as level 1 magic herbs. You can't just take whatever you want. Zhaozhen speaks in a business-like manner. Regarding these things, he doesn't even make exceptions for his own son, Zhao Dazhou. But he will do his best to fulfill his duty as a father, that is to give him a chance to go fight for it. Although his son is sometimes lacking, he has never disappointed him before. Yes, elder brother said that only a certain amount can be taken each day. XiaoMo replies immediately, nodding as he speaks. Zhaozhen continues speaking, let me explain it to you now. It takes a longer time to grow level 2 magic herbs compared to level 1 magic herbs. They are also not as easy to grow as level 1 magic herbs. So the harvest is relatively less, hence the need for limits. This bit can't be avoided by anyone. During their time, it was also the same for your elder brother and second brother. Since you are now a level 2 mage, you can now take enough for 10 magic pills each day. If you think it's too little, you can only go fight for yourself. XiaoMo thinks it over and says, Uncle Xiao, can I take the amount for 1 month? Of course. But if you take the whole amount for 1 month now, the next time can only be 1 month later. You can only take 1 month in advance, nothing more. Also the rules for level 2 magic pills is the same as for level 1 magic pills. You have to hand in half. Uncle Xiao says. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. XiaoMo says happily. How much do you want now? Zhaozhen sees that he truly understands, so he doesn't explain any further. 1 month's worth. I want to make 15 types of magic pills. XiaoMo speaks without any hesitation, just like he did before with the level 1 magic herbs. Zhaozhen also doesn't feel that it is strange, immediately allocating 1 month's worth for him. 10 magic pills a day is 30 stalks of magic herbs. So a month will be 900 stalks of magic herbs. This quantity, if you compare it to level 1 magic herbs, is nothing much, but if you add it up for multiple disciples, it amounts to one small fortune. XiaoMo got the 900 stalks of magic herbs easily and goes back directly to his room. Returning to the room, he takes out a few stalks of magic herbs to take a look. Of course, it's just like he thought. They are all low-grade magic herbs, mostly of low quality. Only this kind of magic herbs will given out to the disciples to use freely. Otherwise, this amount each month, Tian sect will sooner or later be driven to poverty. XiaoMo suddenly feels sympathy for Tian sect. In actual fact, it's not easy being Tian sect. So many disciples to nurture, it's no wonder that they formed a business division to earn money. 3 days of time. Not long yet, not short. But this time XiaoMo doesn't lock himself in his room and refine magic pills. Instead, he goes to find Feng Chenlu. Although this road of a mage seems to be something he figured out from reading books and fumbling around, no matter how talented, it's still not something that can be done on one's own. So he decides to go to elder brother and dig up some information. At the least, he has to keep up appearances. On top of that, The brother next door told him that elder brother asked him to go look for him when he came out of seclusion. Fang Chenlo is extremely happy that little brother is here to see him. If it wasn't because this is a busy time, he would have gone to look for him again. Little brother, you're finally willing to come out of seclusion. You really kept elder brother waiting. Fang Chenlu walks up to XiaoMo and can't help rubbing his head. He is already used to his full-of-life appearance and rosy cheeks. After all, everyone is a little different from others. XiaoMo knows that elder brother has a lot of things that he wants to tell him, so he simply says, "Elder brother, I have something to tell you." Looking at your expression, it must be something good. Can it be that you are already a level 2 mage? Fang Chenlo looks at him seriously, making a rough guess. XiaoMo stares at him in surprise. How did you know? He hasn't said anything, but... Fang Chenlo looks at his shocked expression and smiles warmly. I just met your second brother. He told me that you have come out of seclusion. Your assessment is in 3 days. Now looking at your very happy manner, I'm guessing that must be the reason. This elder brother is really smart. XiaoMo sighs in his heart. He feels that everyone around him is not someone to be trifled with. Each one is not as they seem on the outside, like how still waters run deep. Can it be that the reality is, he is too stupid, so in comparison other people seem especially smart? In order to thank XiaoMo for ceding the opportunity to him, Fang Chenlo answers his questions in detail. Especially since he knows that he just became a level 2 mage, and with the assessment 3 days later, he tells him all the necessary things that level 2 mages should focus on. Finally, he tells him that if he doesn't have enough magic herbs, he can get some from him. Although he knows that elder brother has a magic herb field, XiaoMo doesn't plan on using his magic herbs. He grows magic herbs himself, so he knows how hard it is to grow magic herbs. But elder brother's manner is very firm, so XiaoMo can't refuse and so pretends to agree. After this, XiaoMo spends the whole morning interacting with Fang Chenlo. Fang Chenlo, as a level 4 mage, is much more knowledgeable than XiaoMo. Also, he has plenty of experience. Sometimes with just a few words he clears up matters that perplex XiaoMo. Such as using the soul force. Before, he was completely didn't understand why the soul force can easily melt the ice sculptures made out of condensed spiritual energy. Now he understands. A very long time ago, an elder said that the soul of a mage is like a sea that receives 100 rivers, just like a person's tolerance. The soul can sense the spiritual energy on heaven and earth, and by absorbing pure spiritual energy, the soul can put it to use. Since the ice sculptures in the ice cave is made up of condensed spiritual energy, the soul force emanating from the soul can naturally cut or melt it. On top of that, the purer the soul force of the mage, the higher the affinity with magic herbs. So the quality of the magic herbs cultivated will also be better. It must be said that magic herbs are mostly spiritual entities. Of course, this is what everyone knows. Only an outsider like XiaoMo would be completely clueless. In other words, the purer the soul, the better. One conversation later, the benefits XiaoMo receives is not little, much more than he would have gotten from reading on his own. Now he knows why Uncle Yi is the best mage in Tianxian sect when it comes to cultivating magic herbs. That's because his soul is pure. Furthermore, he is very clear on good versus evil and has very little desire for material gains. This type of person is indeed very suited to cultivating magic herbs. Little brother, you must remember one point. The higher the level of a mage doesn't mean that the soul will be purer. This has to do with the heart of the mage. If one can put one's heart at peace, not worrying about gains and losses, not caring about fame and wealth, then that person will be the best choice for cultivating magic herbs. Even if that person is a level 1 mage, he has a high chance of becoming an outstanding master of cultivating magic herbs. Fang Chenlu says with a look of longing. A master of magic herb cultivation is another profession that is available to mages. One with a bright future at that. It must be said that on this continent, to find a mage that is really able to grow high-quality magic herbs, it is possible that one can't even be found in every 10,000 people. On top of that, most mages are concentrated on raising their ability and refining magic pills, so it's even harder to find. But difficult to find doesn't mean this type of person doesn't exist. Some mages, because of low innate talent, they have no way of becoming high-level mages in this lifetime. So most of them would choose to become magic herb cultivators. Lanshao continent does not lack this kind of talent. But someone that is outstanding in both refining magic pills and cultivating magic herbs, like Uncle Yi, who is both a high-level mage and a high-level magic herb cultivator, they are considered a rare once-in-a-century talent. Fang Chenlu has a secret that is only known to Fu Zilin. His goal is actually not to be like Master, but Uncle Yihan. He wants to be just like Uncle Yihan. Become a high-level mage as well as a high-level magic herb cultivator. He has always been working hard toward this goal. In a moment of excitement, Fang Chenlu tells the secret to XiaoMo and tells him to keep it a secret, especially from Master. Seeing that Fang Chenlu shares such an important secret with him, XiaoMo immediately agrees to keep the secret secure. After taking leave from Fang Chenlu, XiaoMo goes back to his room. His heart is in a constant state of excitement. A high-level mage as well as a high-level magic herb cultivator. That is such a mighty dream. He also wants to be like elder brother and pursue a mighty dream. But when he thinks about his innate talent, he feels that there is no hope for him to be a high-level mage. But after talking with elder brother, another door opens up for him. That is to become a master of magic herb cultivation. He feels that since he can't become a high-level mage, then becoming a high-level magic herb cultivator is not a bad choice. Just like they say, there are 360 walks of life. Each one produces its own number one scholar. He only has to be willing to work hard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94. Assessment, I. After that, XiaoMo used 2 days to try refining 30 magic pills. Although the quality of the magic herbs is very low, it is not completely of no use to XiaoMo. Because of the low quality, the magic herbs contain quite a bit of impurities. XiaoMo makes use of this point to practice his ability to distill level 2 magic herbs. After 2 days of experimenting, he figures out that he can at most distill the magic herbs 3 to 4 times. This number is already considered very high for other mages because ordinary mages can only distill level 2 magic herbs 1 to 2 times, and not any more than that. On top of that, the quality of the magic herbs is not high, so the resulting magic pills can only be described as poor. Furthermore, the risk remains as high as 35%. But after several rounds of distillation, XiaoMo is able to reduce the risk of level 2 magic pills. He reduced the risk of low-grade level 2 magic pills to 15%. Although it still can't compare to the high-grade magic pills he refined before, but for low-grade magic pills, it is considered pretty good. Some people are too poor to buy a single high-grade magic pill even after saving up for it their whole lives. After sighing with emotion, XiaoMo no longer hides in his room refining magic pills. For the remaining day, he starts to learn to interact with his neighboring disciples, gaining a lot of useful information from them. Because the assessment is tomorrow, the disciples that came in half a year ago like him are all very nervous because tomorrow's assessment will affect their future. It's not possible for them not to be nervous. XiaoMo is already a level 2 mage, so he is not worried. It's just that he finds it unexpected that all 3 peaks will be undergoing the assessment together. Elder Brother Chen, why do the 3 peaks hold the assessment together? XiaoMo asks a big brother who speaks frankly and confidently. Brother Chen turns around and sees that XiaoMo is the one that asked the question. He actually doesn't want to answer him, but seeing that the surrounding brothers are all looking at him wide-eyed, he feels that it's not good if he doesn't answer. This rule was put in place by the founder of our mage division to promote interaction and friendship among the 3 major peaks. But with the passing of time, this assessment lost its original intention and turned into a big contest between the three major peaks. This brother Chen was the one that went to the stone room together with XiaoMo at that time to train the soul force. The one that was sent flying after he accidentally caused his cauldron to explode. At that time he was embarrassed by XiaoMo's instant success. Then, when XiaoMo was praised by fifth brother, his heart became even more unhappy with XiaoMo. And when he found out that he was accepted by Kongwen as a disciple, his heart became even more dissatisfied. But after that, he rarely saw XiaoMo again. Now seeing him once more, his heart is still a little unhappy, but he no longer shows it on his face. Brother Chen, according to what you said, if we do badly, wouldn't that mean we would lose face in front of everyone? XiaoMo becomes aware of the conflict between the three major peaks for the first time. If it continues going on like this, the relationship between Earth Peak and Heaven Peak would reach an extent where they can no longer reconcile their differences, very disadvantageous for the inner workings of Tian sect. That's for sure. Especially for you, brother you. You are Kongwen's direct disciple. If you were to lose face in front of everyone, the result would be unimaginable. When Brother Chen speaks about XiaoMo, there is an added faint gloating at his misfortune. Thank you for your concern. I will try my best. XiaoMo smiles as he answers. Who is concerned about you? Brother Chen snorts chi. Although he got the information that he wanted, XiaoMo doesn't leave immediately, hanging around with everyone for a bit. In the evening, a disciple comes over to inform XiaoMo that the assessment tomorrow will be held in the morning during the sea period. Everyone is to assemble at the Hall of Enchanted Herbs before the sea period. After sending the disciple off, XiaoMo closes the door and goes to sleep. He doesn't seize this time to refine magic pills. After all, nothing much can be done in a night. Also, it has already been a long time since he had a good rest. Ling Xiao didn't come to find him that night. Maybe he is busy, so XiaoMo doesn't see him even after he woke up and went to the assembly point. This time the one that leads them to the assessment is Kongwen. Although the disciples undergoing to assessment are those that entered the sect about half a year ago, adding them up, it still amounts to a considerable number. And they are all the future lifeblood of the three major peaks, so Kongwen attaches great importance to this matter. Their destination is the Hall of Mages. The Hall of Mages is the most peculiar-looking building in Tian sect. Its outer shape is that of a black cauldron, making it look very distinctive. There are two powerful stone guardian lions flanking the entrance. Their eyeballs are carved out of red jade that seem to give off rays that can see through a person's heart. Just one look and you wouldn't dare to look at them again. An inscribed dark red sandalwood plaque hangs on top of the building. On it is inscribed clearly Hall of Mages. 3 large and simple characters written with forceful strokes, clearly the work of a great master. Kongwen says a few words to the 2 guards standing outside the Hall of Mages before leading them inside. XiaoMo follows behind everyone. He looks up at the plaque of the Hall of Mages and feels that it is very majestic. Then he looks in all directions but doesn't see anyone from Heaven Peak or Flying Peak. Maybe they haven't arrived where they could already be inside. Walking into the Hall of Mages, a slight medicinal fragrance immediately floods the nose, instantly lifting spirits and easing minds. The main hall is very spacious, roughly able to hold more than 500 people. From the outside one can actually tell that it is so wide, making it suddenly feel bright and open. There are groups of people standing inside chatting in groups of 2 to 3. Most of them are very young, some not even older than 15. Hearing the sound of footsteps, they look towards the entrance. Seeing Kongwen at the lead, everyone's questioning eyes immediately change to looks of respect. Although Kongwen is from Earth Peak, no matter how you look at it, he is still a high-level mage and also their senior. Even if they look down on the disciples of Earth Peak, they still don't dare to show any inkling of that in front of him. XiaoMo doesn't recognize the people inside, but the disciples around him do. Upon seeing them, the happy chatting voices quiet down. Their faces also look rather unhappy. XiaoMo guesses immediately that these disciples are most probably from Heaven Peak. A middle-aged man sporting a black beard steps out from the crowd. Kongwen turns around and tells the disciples to wait for him where they are before walking up to that man. XiaoMo finally recognizes that person. He is Mo Gu, the Heaven Peak elder he met when he went down the mountain the first time. A level 5 mage. Brother Kong, why are you bringing them over personally this time? Where is Brother Xiao? Mo Gu cups his hands as he bows towards Kongwen. His seniority is lower than Kongwen, so it is only right that he bows. Kongwen nods his head slightly. He had something to do, so it's up to me to bring them this time. It's almost time to start. Flying Peak is not here yet? Brother Xiao is one of the elders that was there when XiaoMo faced the combined judgment of 3 courts. Before, he was always the one that led the disciples over for the assessment. So Mo Gu is a little surprised that it is Kongwen this time. Just as he says these words, sounds of footsteps can be heard coming from the entrance. Kongwen and Mo Gu look over at the same time. The person leading the way is the master of Flying Peak, Zhou. He has a mottled grayish-white beard with a kindly face, looking very much like a friendly and benign person. Like Kongwen, he is also a high-level mage with considerable prestige but is especially low profile. This is one of the reasons why he is always the peacemaker when conflicts arise between Heaven Peak and Earth Peak. Because of his low profile, some people would sometimes forget about his existence. Not only that, the disciples of Flying Peak are also just as low-key. As for coming just in time, Zhou apologizes very politely. Kongwen treats him indifferently while Mo Gu says a few flattering words. Zhou strokes his beloved beard with the same slight smile on his face. A smile that is just right, so as to not be irritating. It shows that he really has the ability to act as a peacemaker. It's time. Gather up the disciples, BA. Then the testing will commence. Kongwen says these words to the 2 of them, then turns to walk back to his own disciples. Zhou and Mo Gu return to their own disciples wordlessly, and start to make arrangements for the assessment. This assessment is for the disciples that Tian Xin sect took in half a year ago. Some are already formal disciples while some are still probationary disciples. Although the status is different, the assessment is still the same. Of course, there are also a few people that entered a few days earlier or later. Kongwen calls his disciples up to him. He didn't ask XiaoMo to stand in front of him just because he is his direct disciple. After instructing them on things they should pay attention to during the assessment, he starts to arrange them in order. In order to prevent chaos, each disciple from each peak is given a tablet. A number is carved on each tablet. During the assessment, the disciples will go up according to the numbers called. Earth Peak has a total of 24 disciples. This number is a little less than the year before, but it's still consistent with the average. Heaven Peak and Flying Peak also have 24 each, but their quality is clearly better than Earth Peak. XiaoMo receives a yellow tablet that has the number 7 on it. He glances over to Heaven Peak and Earth Peak. They have red and green tablets respectively. Clearly it's to distinguish the disciples. The one presiding over the assessment is a senior from the Hall of Mages. Seeing that everyone has gotten a tablet, the senior announces the start of the assessment. With these words, the floor suddenly shakes and 9 stone platforms immediately rise from under the floor. Note: C. 9 to 11 o'clock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95. Assessment 2. The stone platforms are half a meter wide and a meter high. Much like the stone platforms that XiaoMo saw in the stone room of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. But the stone platforms here are a little higher. 9 stone platforms means 9 people will be tested each time. Adding up the 3 major peaks is 72 people, exactly 8 rounds, not more, not less. Then that senior starts to call out the numbers. Each one that gets called will have to go stand in front of a stone platform. Because there are only 9 stone platforms, each peak has 3 people going up. The first group of people gets called up very quickly. The 3 Earth Peak disciples stand in front of the 3 rightmost stone platforms. XiaoMo doesn't recognize the other 6, but it's very easy to figure out the ones from Heaven Peak. They are the ones with their heads held very high, looking rather arrogant. Then a young man brings an hourglass and places it in front of everyone. The hourglass is filled with fine sand. The young man turns it over and puts it on the table. The fine sand starts to trickle down bit by bit. This is something Tian sect uses to mark the passage of time. When all the fine sand goes to the bottom, that means the time for the first group is over. XiaoMo only finds out now that there is a time limit to the assessment. Luckily, his preparations are relatively thorough. Otherwise, his state of mind would probably be affected by the hourglass. He can see that a few disciples are already eyeing the hourglass nervously. With the start of the assessment, the 9 disciples start to pick up the magic herbs that have been prepared for them on the stone platform. Refining magic pills is a dull and uninteresting process, but refining one level 2 magic pill doesn't require much time. When the last grain of sand falls through, the first round is over. 9 magic pills are brought up one by one for inspection. Not every fully formed magic pill is good. Some magic pills could have suffered some errors during the blending step, making them worthless. So it is necessary to check if the magic pills are effective. XiaoMo is standing at the back, so he can't see clearly what is happening up front. So he has no choice but to stand on tiptoe. But by the time he can see clearly, the inspection is already over. Among the 9 disciples, some are in high spirits, some are dejected, some even look like they are about to cry. And the one that is about to cry is a disciple from Earth Peak. When the 3 disciples come back, Kongwen indifferently says some words of consolation and encouragement. Up front, the second round starts up. Looking at other people refining magic pills is a very boring matter. But there are some benefits. One can observe the techniques and actions others use when refining magic pills. Learning from this experience is also quite beneficial, so XiaoMo sticks his head out and looks around with keen interest. After the second group is the third group, that is the number 7 to 9 group. XiaoMo confirms the number on the tablet in his hand, and hearing the senior call out number 7, he calms down his heart and walks up together with the other 2 disciples. He stands in front of the 7th stone platform. From up close, he can now see what is on the stone platform. There is a black cauldron in the middle of the stone platform. In front of the cauldron are 3 types of magic herbs for 1 magic pill. Altogether, there is enough for 2 pills of the same type. The implication is that if both portions are used up and no magic pill is produced, that means it's a failure. XiaoMo picks up the magic herbs and looks at them. These magic herbs are actually magic herbs used to refine the reserve energy magic pill. During his 3-month seclusion, he refined many types of magic pills. One of them is the reserve energy magic pill, but he didn't refine many. On top of that, 3 days ago, when he got magic herbs from Uncle Xiao, there were also materials for the reserve energy magic pill. So his impression of this magic pill is quite strong. Reserve energy magic pill is the most distinctive level 2 magic pill. It is a magic pill used to help low-level martial artists have a breakthrough. Some martial artists fail when it comes to having a breakthrough because they lack sufficient spiritual energy. This is the time when the reserve energy pill is needed, because the magic power in the magic pill can be transformed into a burst of spiritual energy, helping the martial artist break through to the next level. But that is not its most definitive characteristic. Its uniqueness is that it demands more of the mage than other ordinary level 2 magic pills. The number of distillations can only be more, not less. The magic pill's energy must be pure. If there are too many impurities, that magic pill would be considered worthless. Of course, this difficulty is nothing to XiaoMo. His distillation technique is excellent. He would distill each magic pill at least twice before being satisfied, except for when he was practicing for the first time. But when he looks at what the other two disciples got, he finds out that they got very simple level 2 magic pills. Before, he did see the senior let someone distribute the magic herbs. It seemed to be random, so maybe he's just unlucky, so he was given the relatively difficult magic pill. XiaoMo looks at the hourglass at the front. It is just beginning to start flowing, so he calmly drops the magic herbs into the cauldron. After sitting through the first 2 rounds, he already figured out roughly the time it takes for the hourglass to empty. It's actually 1 hour. 1 magic pill in an hour. This duration is too excessive for him. With his current speed, he can almost refine 10 magic pills in an hour. There are many onlookers, but more than half of them are looking at XiaoMo. But XiaoMo's attention is on the stone platform, so he doesn't notice that so many people are looking at him. Among them, most of them are waiting to see him mess up. He simply doesn't know that he himself is so famous. Among the group of people, a pretty girl is sneering coldly at XiaoMo. That girl is none other than Tang Yunqi. Tang Yunqi is a level 3 mage, so she has no business being here. But since she is the Grand Master's daughter, the guards don't stop her and let her in with the crowd. Junior Sister Tang, I think this is definitely the end for XiaoMo. He is only a disciple of 6 months. He definitely can't refine a reserve energy magic pill. Even if he produces one, that magic pill would be a dead one. It must be said that the reserve energy magic pill demands a lot of a mage. A dead magic pill means a useless magic pill. Tang Yunqi twitches her bright red lips, sneering coldly. I don't just want him to be unable to refine a magic pill. I want him to embarrass himself in front of everybody. Only then can I get rid of this hatred in my heart. That's right. Dare to cause Junior Sister Tang to get. Before the big sister could finish her words, Tang Yunqi glares at her coldly and hatefully, immediately making her too afraid to finish her words. Looking at Junior Sister's icy expression, everyone else also doesn't dare to say anything. Although they don't say it, they are very clear about it in their hearts. That is 3 months ago, Junior Sister Tang was given a tight slap by that topmost elder. At that time, the people that were there also saw how Junior Sister Tang's face quickly got red and swollen. That appearance was as ugly as can be imagined. There were quite a few that were secretly happy at her misfortune, but not a single one dared to say so in front of her face. Because before there was a junior sister that had a slip of the tongue in front of her. What happened later was that Tang Yunqi ruined her face. The matter didn't cause an uproar because that junior sister was too terrified that Tang Yunqi would punish her, so she didn't tell her master. But a lot of people know about the matter. Those people began to start fearing Tang Yunqi more and more. Everyone feels that since that incident, Junior Sister Tang is becoming more and more ruthless and sinister. Elder brother, from what I can see, your little brother is not in a good position. At the edge of the crowd of people, a tall handsome man moves his eyes from Tang Yunqi and her group of people, and speaks softly to the chiseled handsome man at his side. Zhou Peng, when did you learn to talk so much? Ling Xiao shoots a glance at him. The man is actually the one that had come out of seclusion 2 months ago, Zhou Peng. After coming out of seclusion, it is hard not to notice his imposing manner. Before, his always somewhat simple and honest expression now shows signs of shrewdness, especially the occasional gleam in his eyes. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Zhou Peng scratches his head. The smile on his face looks especially honest and straightforward. Not the least bit shrewd. Elder brother, I'm just worried for little brother Ma. Looking at Junior Sister Tang's expression, and with her character, it looks like she must be up to some tricks. Tricks? Humph. Ling Xiao snorts. His gaze falls on XiaoMo, who was completely absorbed in refining magic pills, his expression becoming much gentler. I believe in little brother's ability. He won't let me down. This belief is not without reason. He watched XiaoMo grow in his abilities. With his current capabilities, a level 2 magic pill is not difficult for him. Unless Tang Yunqi substitutes a level 3 magic pill in place of the level 2 magic pill. But he expects that she would dare to do that because if it gets exposed, it's not just her that would lose face. It would affect Heaven Peak and even her father. Zhou Ping wants to say you have too much confidence in him, but looking at his unwavering expression, he restrains himself and keeps quiet. Right at this moment, XiaoMo is stumped by the problem in front of his eyes. The reason is that after going halfway through the process of refining the magic pill, he suddenly discovers that there is a crack at the bottom of the cauldron. In the beginning the crack was not big. But after pouring in the soul force the crack gets bigger and bigger as if slowly spreading outwards at the bottom of the cauldron. He only discovered that when he is just about to start blending the magic pill. This is not the first time he has come across this, but this time the crack is too big. If he uses a little too much force, the cauldron may blow up completely. XiaoMo hesitates a little but still takes out his hand in the end. This action attracted the attention of a lot of people. Before, he was about to start blending the magic pill. Everyone was surprised because his actions are very quick. Other people are still at the distilling stage and he already progressed to the blending stage. Now seeing that he has given up, everyone feels that it is only to be expected, thinking that he was acting with undue haste, thus causing him to fail. XiaoMo quietly raises his hand towards the senior elder. My cauldron is damaged. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. Magic Pill Evaluation. Hearing these words, everyone looks over to him in surprise. Tang Yunqi, who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, frowns deeply. She looks darkly at the cauldron in front of him, her eyes burning with rage. The fists hanging at her side are clenched so tightly that they turn bright red, clearly showing how much force she is using. That senior raises his brow slightly and walks over, asking calmly, "Where is the damage?" XiaoMo turns the cauldron over. There are crisscrossed cracks on the bottom. At first it was only one crack. But because of his actions while refining the magic pill, the crack couldn't withstand it, causing it to widen. The elder frowns and without a word, gets someone to replace the cauldron. The first portion of magic herbs is ruined just because of the issue with the cauldron. But he doesn't give him another portion. After receiving the cauldron from that young man that distributed the magic herbs earlier, XiaoMo deliberately examines it in front of him. After making sure that there are no cracks on the bottom, XiaoMo feels more at ease. He doesn't want to discover the same thing again after having started refining. After all, he only has one portion of materials left. If doesn't make it this time, that would mean he would have really failed the assessment. The young man lowers his head as if he doesn't notice his actions. When he walks by the senior, his steps falter a bit. By the time he gets back to his original position, his eyes seem red. XiaoMo lets out a light sigh. Actually, he himself doesn't want to be too fussy. But this time, the situation is beyond his control. If the cauldron were to really explode, it might affect the two disciples at his side. If they were Heaven Peak disciples, he wouldn't feel bad. Just blame it on their bad luck. But one of them is an Earth Peak disciple. He is not the Virgin Mary, so he isn't that kind-hearted. But, if he were to cause this disciple to fail the assessment, he can guarantee that after that he would be drowned to death by the saliva from everyone's condemnation. That disciple would also put the blame on him. This is not what he wants to shoulder, so he chooses to give up halfway. Because of this matter, there is less than half of the fine sand remaining. XiaoMo takes one sweeping look at the other cauldrons. A lot of them have already started the final blending step. Throwing in the final portion of materials into the cauldron, XiaoMo starts to concentrate once again. Several hundred pairs of eyes are thrown to the back of his head and ignored. The only things that remain are the magic herbs in the cauldron. 1/2 of the time left means 15 minutes. This duration of time may seem tight for others, but XiaoMo is not the least bit anxious. After talking with elder brother, his understanding of the soul force has reached another level. At first, he thought that the soul force can be released from any part of the body. Now he knows that that is a misconception. Only beginners would think that way. The true soul force should be released from the 10 fingers. Only this way will it not be wasted. On top of that, others will not be able to discern your exact condition when done this way. That's because some high-level master mages will only need to take one look at your soul force and figure out your strength. So hiding one's own strength is also something that mages need to learn. After settling his thoughts, XiaoMo uses his soul force to dissolve the 3 stalks of magic herbs into liquid. Then he slowly distills the 3 pools of liquid. After a while, some impurities fall off into the dark depths at the bottom of the cauldron. Then he starts the second round of distillation. He is full of concentration throughout the whole process. Other people can tell that he is distilling the magic herbs, but they can't see what is really happening in the cauldron. After the first disciple successfully refines a magic pill, the second one and third one follow. Luckily, one among them is actually the disciple standing next to XiaoMo, from the same peak, who can hardly hide the joy on his face. The Earth Peak disciples behind him also feel very happy seeing this. Even Kong Wen's serious face softens a little. This is the 4th Earth Peak disciple to pass the test because 4 had failed during the previous 2 rounds. Soon after this disciple's success, the other disciple seems to be spurred on, and with 1/8 of the time remaining, he finally succeeds in refining a magic pill with the second portion of the materials. At this time, with the time limit fast approaching, only 2 people are still refining magic pills among the 9 stone platforms. One of them is XiaoMo. The other, surprisingly, is actually Heaven Peak's Jianlu. He is standing at the first platform, separated by 5 platforms from XiaoMo. The 2 of them seem to be at the blending step. With the time limit fast approaching, they both appear calm and composed. But the Heaven Peak and Earth Peak disciples all appear very agitated. For the Heaven Peak people, Jianlu is their most outstanding new disciple. If he fails, Heaven Peak will lose face. For the Earth Peak people, XiaoMo is a disciple of the Master of the Peak. As a formal disciple, if he fails, Kong Wen and Earth Peak will lose face. Zhou feels that he has never felt this nervous before. He wasn't even this nervous when he faced Lei Ju on stage, and this is all because of XiaoMo, who was in the middle of refining a magic pill. Elder brother, the time is almost up. Why is your little brother still not done? It's not you who is refining the magic pill. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiao looks at XiaoMo expressionlessly. I'm feeling anxious on your behalf, Ma. After all, he is your little brother. If it's someone else, I wouldn't care. Zhou feels himself getting so anxious that he is going round in circles. And elder brother is actually showing no expression at all, feeling really like emperor is not worried but his eunuchs are worried to death type of situation. The reality is, Zhou doesn't really understand Ling Xiao. If XiaoMo were to see Ling Xiao right now, he would be able to tell that he is not in a good mood. Ha! Brother Jianlu has succeeded. A joyful shout comes from the Heaven Peak group. Seeing that the shout is coming from the Heaven Peak side, Ling Xiao can't help but frown. At this time, Jianlu, who is standing at the first stone platform, is smiling proudly. In his hand is an impressive magic pill. The magic pill is light blue in color, but it is a shade darker than light blue. Compared to the magic pills from the other disciples, it is clearly a little better. No wonder he is smiling so brilliantly. The happier the people from Heaven Peak, the more unsightly the faces of the people from Earth Peak. Looking at the glowing faces of the people from Heaven Peak, the faces of the Earth Peak disciples get darker and darker, moving their line of sight to XiaoMo. At this time, the amount of fine sand remaining in the hourglass is not much. Ling Zhao's tight expression suddenly relaxes when he sees XiaoMo's shoulders raise a little. His lips slowly curve up a little while Zhou Peng at his side is still anxious to the point of death. Time's up, dot. The senior's roaring voice suddenly rings out. At the same time, a light red magic pill flies out of the cauldron. XiaoMo hastily stretches out his hand to catch it. The hearts of the Earth Peak disciples that were suspended in mid-air suddenly fall back down, really scaring them to death. They thought that XiaoMo wouldn't make it in time. Luckily he managed to catch up. Damn it! Tang Yunqi gloomily bites her lower lip, finding it hard to conceal the sinister gleam in her eyes. She glares hatefully at XiaoMo, who is holding a light red magic pill. She designed those two plans specifically and they both actually failed. The two people at her side look at each other in dismay. Unable to come up with any words of comfort, they can only pray that XiaoMo refined a dead magic pill. Jiang Lu walks up to XiaoMo, his somewhat childish face showing a brilliant smile. Big brother, congratulations ya. XiaoMo was looking absorbedly at the magic pill in his hand. Suddenly hearing these words, he looks over in surprise. Only then does he find out that it is actually his fellow villager Jiang Lu. Ever since the competition at Central Peak, he has not seen him again. He didn't expect that he would be in the same round. XiaoMo sees the magic pill in his hand and smiles, saying, "Younger brother Jiang, I too have to congratulate you. Looks like you have passed the test." Jiang Lu playfully sticks out his tongue, saying happily, "Big brother you. This words must wait until after the magic pill evaluation. I would be even happier if you say it to me than BA." Even though he says those words, the joy in his words is very obvious. Because it is only them that have yet to have their magic pills evaluated, the both of them walk up together to the senior. Jiang Lu is the first to hand over his magic pill respectfully to the senior. The light blue magic pill rolls in his hand, giving out a light medicinal fragrance. The senior is a level 6 mage. Although his power is not as high as Kong Wen and his peers, but his ability in evaluating magic pills is higher than theirs. So as long the magic pill evaluation is done by him, no one would question the result. Everyone sees him take the magic pill from Jiang Lu, and those eyes that look muddy but are actually very shrewd, look fixedly at the magic pill for a bit. Then with some satisfaction he says in a clear loud voice, "Blue Spirit Magic Pill. Distilled twice. Medium quality low-grade magic pill. I declare that Heaven Peak's Jiang Lu passed the test." Just when he finishes speaking, all the Heaven Peak disciples burst out in cheers. Because of the limit from the materials, all the magic pills refined by the disciples can only be low-grade magic pills. But even though they are low-grade magic pills, the quality can still be a little different. So the ones distilled once are of low quality, the ones distilled twice are of medium quality, while the ones distilled thrice are of high quality. But the disciples now can only distill once. So Jiang Lu's achievement, distilling twice and in one try, is actually quite excellent when compared to others. Jiang Lu himself is feeling very excited, revealing a slight arrogance in his eyes. Then he realizes that there is still XiaoMo standing next to him, so he restrains that bit of arrogance and says smilingly to him, "Big brother you. It's now your turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 97. In the Limelight. Blue Spirit Pill is a magic pill used to amplify the power of martial artists. This magic pill is what XiaoMo refined the most during his 3-month seclusion. He refined about 150 pills. Its difficulty is only second to the Reserve Energy Pill, also a level 2 magic pill that there cannot be enough of. That's because it can increase the power of a martial artist in a very short time. Its side effect is the loss of power for 1 hour. Although there is a side effect, it still causes martial artists to rush after it like a flock of ducks. XiaoMo refined so many blue spirit pills because he is preparing to go down the mountain and sell them for money. But he still admires Jiang Lu. He already knew long ago that he is an outstanding talent, becoming a level 2 mage in a short half a year, even able to refine a blue spirit magic pill. Clearly he is much stronger than the other disciples. Hearing his words, XiaoMo smiles and nods at him before handing over the magic pill to the senior in front of him. The senior takes the magic pill. Its light pink color and luster is very vivid. Used to looking at magic pills with an indifferent look, he is suddenly stunned. His half-closed eyes also widen a little, looking in amazement at the young man, saying, "This reserve energy magic pill was really refined by you?" XiaoMo is stupefied by the question. If not me, then who? Of course he doesn't dare to answer this way. After being stunned for a moment, he nods his head, replying to Elder. "It's me who refined it." The senior strokes his mottled black and white beard. A satisfied smile appears on his serious face. This smile is quite obvious, appearing on the wrinkled senior's face, making him suddenly appear lively. One look and it's clear that it is a smile from the inside. John Lu, who is standing at the side, and even all those watching this scene all feel very surprised. Although the assessment only started not long ago and there are still many disciples that have yet to do the test, it is the first time they see the senior showing such a happy expression. Doesn't this mean that disciple called XiaoMo refined an extraordinary magic pill? John Lu bites his lips, looking guardedly at XiaoMo, whose expression remains the same from the beginning to now. Reserve energy magic pill. Distilled twice. Low-grade magic pill of medium quality. I declare that Earth Peak's disciple XiaoMo passes the test. After the senior says this, he returns the magic pill to XiaoMo and at the same time commends him with a nod, saying, "Not bad, continue giving it your best effort. Be sure to guard against rashness and arrogance." XiaoMo restrains his excitement, and happily takes the magic pill. "Thank you, Elder. Disciple will try his best and definitely live up to your expectations." Alright, you all can go back down. Next is the fourth round of assessment. Those numbers that are called, step up. The senior waves his hand lightly. His face becomes serious once again, calling out calmly and expressionlessly. XiaoMo turns around and is about to walk away when Jiang Lu suddenly says somewhat cynically, "Congratulations, big brother you." XiaoMo turns around and sees Jiang Lu smiling brilliantly, as if what he felt just now was only his misconception. So he happily says, "I also have to congratulate you, junior brother Jiang. Then I'll leave first." Jiang Lu looks at his retreating back and slowly loses his brilliant smile. He then turns around and walks back the Heaven Peak disciples. Returning to the group of people, XiaoMo is immediately congratulated warmly by all the disciples. Even Kongwen, with his constant serious face, praises him generously with a few words, the smile on his face getting a little deeper, making him seem more approachable. This disciple did not let him down. It's not in vain that he made an exception and accepted him as a disciple. "Junior brother you, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Even refining a reserve energy magic pill. And distilled twice at that. Even stronger than that disciple Jiang Lu. Really making Earth Peak proud." That's right. But it's really unexpected that you actually got the reserve energy magic pill. I remember that the reserve energy magic pill is the most difficult level 2 magic pill. Heaven's Peak Jiang Lu got the blue spirit magic pill. Blue spirit magic pill is hard to refine, but he took a longer time to refine than junior brother you. The difficulty is also easier than junior brother you's. The both of them finished at about the same time. Looking at it like this, junior brother you is still the stronger one. We Earth Peak finally have this day to walk with our heads held high. Hey, you see. Heaven Peak people have very black faces, yo. All sorts of excitable and gloating voices rise up one after another. Usually Kongwen would definitely not allow them to be so bad-mannered. But now, there is no reaction from him at all, as if he can't hear the voices behind him. This tacit manner causes the disciples to get very worked up, as if having been injected with chicken blood. But the more excited they get, the more unsightly the faces of the Heaven Peak disciples get on the other side. This is what is called the reversal of the Wheel of Fortune. XiaoMo smiles helplessly. He didn't think that he would be pushed into the limelight like this. At first, he was worried that his speed in refining magic pills is too fast, attracting suspicion. So he deliberately slowed down. That's why he only finished when the time was almost up. As for distilling twice, he thought that the disciples undergoing the assessment will also do this many times. That's why he gave up on distilling 3 times. Only now does he realize that he forgot to factor in the time. For this assessment, the only requirement is that the disciples refine a live magic pill. As for the quality of the pill, that is only secondary. In other words, no matter how times you distill, you will pass as long as it is not a dead magic pill. That's why most of the disciples would choose to only distill once, whether it's because they are afraid of failing or afraid that they won't have enough time. Zhang Lu chose to distill twice because of his over self-confidence. That's why he almost ran out of time. But he also actually got a little big of fame for that. If it wasn't for a certain XiaoMo, he would definitely have been the most outstanding one for this assessment. At the entrance, seeing that XiaoMo is surrounded by his brothers, Ling Xiao curves his lips slightly, turns around, and leaves the Hall of Mages. Zhou Peng thought he would go congratulate little brother. Seeing him turn around and leave, he rushes to catch up. Elder brother, you're leaving just like that? You're not going to say a few words to little brother? I feel that if you were to show up, he would be very happy. Ling Xiao turns to his side and looks at him ambiguously. He doesn't think that XiaoMo would be very happy. That fellow will definitely think that he is there to make him do things that he doesn't want to do. But it doesn't matter. After all, there will be plenty of time for that. After Ling Xiao leaves, XiaoMo finally looks up from everyone's congratulations towards the door. But he doesn't see the one he wants to see the most. He can't help but feel a little disappointment bubbling up. Although there are times when he really loathes Ling Xiao, there are also a lot of times when he really wants to share with him the happy times. 3 hours later, the assessment is finally over. XiaoMo takes a quick look. 15 of the 24 Earth Peak disciples passed the test. This number must be pretty good since the smile on Master's face does not decrease one bit. As for Heaven Peak and Flying Peak, they have 19 and 14 respectively. 3 peaks have 48 disciples passing the test altogether. This number is a little less than last year's. But it can't be helped because budding mages are hard to come by these days. The competition between the large sects are getting fiercer and fiercer. Slow one step and the promising budding mages would be snatched clean. But from this XiaoMo can see the gap between Heaven Peak when compared to Flying Peak and Earth Peak. On the surface, Earth Peak and Flying Peak are only down by 4 or 5 disciples, but this also reflects the strength of the 3 major peaks. Heaven Peak is clearly a step above. If Heaven Peak were to receive the same proportion of disciples each year, then it won't even take a few years before the number of people in Heaven Peak will surpass that of Earth Peak and Flying Peak by quite a lot. Luckily Tianxian sect doesn't restrict the elders from going down the mountain and taking in their own disciples. It's most probably because of this that the 3 major peaks have somewhat even number of people. Upon returning to Earth Peak, Kongwen asks the 9 disciples that failed the test to pack up their things and go find Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao will make the arrangements for what comes next. Then he lets the rest of the people go except for XiaoMo. Little 7 Looks like Master has underestimated you. Kongwen paced around the same spot before suddenly stopping and staring fixedly at XiaoMo while saying these words. XiaoMo immediately starts to drip with cold sweat. These words after all are. Actually, Master's teaching is good. Kongwen waves his hand. There's no need to say these flattering words to Master. Master is very clear in his heart. After receiving you as a disciple, I tossed you to elder brother. Master really didn't undertake any responsibility of being a master. But Master also has complicated difficulties. Hopefully you will understand. Now that you are an official and rightful disciple, there are a few things that can now be said to you. Master, I understand. I wonder if.
Kongwen continues speaking. Several thousand years ago, Tianxian sect's size was much smaller than what it is now. At that time, the strongest one in the whole mage division was a level 4 mage, that is the founder of the mage division. The founder always wanted to expand the mage division but had no way of doing so.
Right until the founder by chance and good luck came across a volume of alchemical techniques. What alchemical techniques? XiaoMo pretends to be curious. Actually, he already guessed it.
Martial artists require special techniques when training.
Mages are no exception.
What the founder found was a volume of techniques that train the soul force.
The rest of it is pretty much the same as what Ling Xiao told you XiaoMo before.
In the end, getting to the heart of the matter, Kongwen finally decides to pass on that volume of alchemical techniques to him.
But he must swear an oath to be loyal to Tianxian sect forever.
And he also can't tell the contents of the alchemical techniques to anyone, not even those that are closest to him.
Master. If the oath is violated in the future, what would happen? XiaoMo asks cautiously.
Regarding oaths, he always wondered, are they really effective? It must be said that before, he was an atheist.
But right now, that is no longer the case.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98. Inner Demons of the Void. If an oath is useless, why would Master make you swear it? Kongwen says in a deep voice. He then explains the general points on oaths that relate to mystics.
In brief, oaths are like a checkpoint type of barrier. If you break an oath, no matter if you're a mage or martial artist, this oath will follow you forever, like an inner demon.
It would only disappear if you manage to defeat it, or if you yourself disappear. If you are a mage, it is 100% certain that you will remain at that same level from that point onwards. If you are a martial artist, it is even worse.
When training to have a breakthrough, the oath will wind around you.
At the least, it will leave you with a severe injury.
At the worst, it would leave behind a hidden danger, making you stuck in that state. That's why a lot of martial artists and mages won't swear an oath lightly. XiaoMo listens until he starts to drip with cold sweat.
Luckily, he didn't break the oath he swore the last time at the central lineage.
If not, that plaything would latch onto him like an infection that reaches the bone. Then he will have no hope of ever rising in rank.
But speaking of being loyal to Tianxian sect, XiaoMo feels that he definitely doesn't feel much attachment to Tianxian sect.
Furthermore, he has no need for Tianxian sect's alchemical techniques.
If he were to let himself be controlled by Tianxian sect for a useless volume of alchemical techniques, isn't that just not worth it? Luckily, Kongwen didn't ask him swear the oath right away.
Passing on the alchemical techniques is a serious matter. Even though he is one of the 3 highest level mages of Tianxian sect, he still can't pass on the alchemical techniques to his own disciple without prior authorization. He still has to report to the higher-ups and wait for the elders to discuss it before making their decision.
This lets XiaoMo heave a sigh of relief. Little 7, this is as far as Master can help you. What comes next will depend on your own efforts. Also, Master promised you the last time that if elder brother and second brother passed Uncle Ya's test, Master would grant you a request. This matter is now valid, so have you thought about what you want? Kongwen says warmly. Thank you, Master. But I still haven't decided. Can it wait until I have decided? He almost forgot all about that matter. Yes.
You can tell Master whenever you have decided.
Kongwen nods his head. After taking his leave from Master, XiaoMo trots all the way back. He comes across a lot of brothers on the way.
Seeing him, all of them become very excited, congratulating him one after another for passing the assessment.
Some of them even slapped him forcefully on the shoulder, praising him greatly for beating the most outstanding Heaven Peak disciple, Jiang Lu. All of them can't hide the joy in their hearts, especially the brothers that were mocked by Heaven Peak before. XiaoMo rubs his nose helplessly. He didn't think that this matter would spread so quickly. After bidding farewell to those brothers, XiaoMo returns to his own room. He finds out that the brothers next door have not returned. Remembering that two of the brothers also passed the test, he guessed that they must be out celebrating with everyone. Pushing open the door, XiaoMo is just about to walk in when his steps suddenly come to a halt. He feels that there is an additional familiar scent in the room. Raising his head, he sees a figure stepping out from behind the folding screen. Dressed in a set of magnificent white robes, the man's body is slim and graceful. Seeing him, XiaoMo's eyes immediately light up. "Elder brother Ling, how come you're here? Why? Are you not happy to see me?" Xiao narrows his eyes slightly, but a smile escapes from his lips. No, I'm also looking for you." XiaoMo quickly shakes his head, bouncing happily up to Xiao, "Elder brother Ling. I have some good news to tell you. I already passed the test and am now a formal disciple of Xian sect. Now I can go down the mountain whenever I want." Xiao places his palm on his head and smiles lightly. "I already know. But these things you're telling me, the last bit is what you really want to tell me, BA?" XiaoMo laughs. Hey. That is exactly his intention. The matter with the auction, I've already arranged it. When the time comes, you just have to prepare the things and we can go at any time. But before that, we must first settle the thing with you. That is the reason why Xiao is here. Me? What about me? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Xiao suddenly pinches his nose and snorts, saying, "Are you telling me that Kongwen didn't bring up the matter regarding that volume of alchemical techniques?" XiaoMo is unable to breathe and hastily pulls away Xiao's hand, saying in surprise, "How did you know?" "Master really did bring it up, just before this. Also, he said I would have to take an oath if I wanted to study them. I was just thinking about discussing this matter with you and he. Regarding the fact that he would be the first one that he looks for when something happens, Xiao was very pleased with that. Because this proves that XiaoMo is already starting to get used to his presence. He is also starting to depend on him more and more. He supposes that with time, this dependence will make him unable to leave his side. This matter is not hard to understand. You displayed extraordinary talent in the Hall of Mages, taking down Heaven Peak's disciple in one fell swoop. Based on this alone, it is enough to make Xian sect regard you with importance. Although your innate talent is a restriction towards your future development, not all core disciples of Xian sect are high-level mages. In light of your stellar performance, if Kongwen doesn't reel you in, that would mean that he just appears more impressive than he really is." Xiao speaks confidently. Although he did go see the assessment for himself, all these are just guesses. XiaoMo looks at him in admiration, praising him sincerely. "Elder brother Ling, you're really incredible. The assessment just ended and you already know so much. Then, what do you think I should do? I already have the Heavenly Soul Scroll. Xian sect's volume of alchemical techniques don't seem to be of much use to me." He doesn't want to take the pledge. He doesn't want to be restrained for no reason by an oath just for a useless volume of alchemical techniques. But he can't refuse because once he does, that would mean that he has no intention of being loyal to Xian sect. If that happens, the result would be even more disastrous than taking the pledge. He can even imagine Master's abrupt change in expression at that time. "That volume of garbage is really of not much use to you." Xiao walks towards the inside. XiaoMo immediately follows him while trying to flatter him. "Elder brother Ling, you are so powerful. Do you have a way for me to not take the pledge and yet not make Master suspect me?" Xiao glances at him with a twinkle in his eye. He lifts up his hand and raps him on the head. "So you've actually learned the art of flattery." XiaoMo pouts as he covers his head. He curses in his heart that he is only doing what he must. Come here. Ling Xiao walks to the bed and sits down, beckoning him over with his finger. The smile on his face is clearly a gentle one, yet it undeniably makes XiaoMo feel as if a big-tailed wolf is waving to him. That appearance, one look would make the heart feel ill at ease, but he has no other choice. The person he can rely on the most now is Ling Xiao. Walking over as slowly as he can, XiaoMo gives out a silly laugh. Elder brother Ling, what are you doing? Take off your shoes and get on the bed. Then I'll tell you a dot. Ling Xiao looks at him teasingly, pointing to the space at his side. XiaoMo's face slowly starts to get a little red. He is obviously thinking of things that he shouldn't be thinking of. The feeling gets stronger and stronger until he really wants to turn around and leave, but he can't. Taking off his shoes, he slowly climbs onto the bed. XiaoMo sits cross-legged in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly moves closer to him, the tip of his nose not even 1 centimeter away from him. The hot air from his breath is like the steam rising from boiling water, spraying onto XiaoMo, making his ears turn red. Elder brother Ling. XiaoMo sounds like a kitten, not knowing where he should put his hands. Ling Xiao raises the corners of his lips slightly. No need to worry. First I'll tell you how oaths are made. XiaoMo blinks. How oaths are made? It seems Master actually didn't tell him. He only roughly described the restrictive and harmful effects that oaths have on mages and martial artists. Do you know why oaths are effective on martial artists? Ling Xiao asks. XiaoMo shakes his head. This is what he really doesn't understand. If oaths are really effective, all the people of the 21st century would be wiped out, since they always swear oaths only to break them again and again. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would know. He says wistfully, outside the universe, there is a void. In it live peculiar creatures that are called the void. When a martial artist swears an oath, it would break through the void and enter the oath-taker's body, attaching onto the surface of the soul. If the martial artist breaks the oath, the void would drill into the soul much like an evil infection that reaches the bones, only disappearing when the oath-taker is destroyed. XiaoMo feels his hair stand up in terror. He rubs his arms vigorously. Is there really no way to defeat this void? Ling Xiao smiles, saying, there isn't. One can only rely on willpower to defeat the void. Only this way will one be able to shake off the void forever. But after shaking off the void, there is a tremendous benefit. What benefit? XiaoMo's eyes light up as he asks hurriedly. Ling Xiao looks at his sparkling eyes and suddenly feels an itch in his heart. He narrows his eyes, saying, the benefit is, you no longer have to fear the void anymore when swearing an oath. Because the oath would make a different void appear. If the void that appears is smaller than the one before, then even if you break the oath, nothing would happen. Such good benefit, ah! Then, XiaoMo exclaims happily. Yes, so do you want to try? Ling Xiao smiles deviously as he asks softly. XiaoMo looks at his expression and immediately comes back to his senses. He hastily waves his hand, laughing hey, saying, I'm just joking. Note. Beat horse fart, a flatter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99. Blood-Pact Seed. If the void can be defeated so easily, there won't be so many martial artists afraid of it. But the people that know about the existence of the void, if you were to count on one's fingers, you may not even find 5 people in the whole Longshao continent. That's why what Ling Xiao says is completely different from what Kongwen told XiaoMo. His words are one level deeper. Although Kongwen has a deep understanding of oaths, he doesn't know about the existence of the void. That's why he can only tell XiaoMo the superficial things, the things that a lot of people also know. Ling Xiao stares at his face for a while until XiaoMo becomes embarrassed before he stops teasing him. Although there are people that have defeated the void, this type of person is as rare as the feather of the phoenix or the horn of the unicorn. You may not even find one in 10 million people. So you shouldn't place your hopes on defeating the void by some stroke of luck. Then, how am I going to get past the void? XiaoMo whispers his question. There is no way to escape from the void. Ling Xiao says calmly. No way to escape? Then wouldn't I be caught up in it? XiaoMo is no longer calm. He feels that Ling Xiao is always playing with him, not coming to the point after all this talk. Ling Xiao suddenly shows what can be called a warm and gentle smile. XiaoMo jumps in fright, immediately not daring to complain anymore, shrinking into himself. A devilish gleam flashes in Ling Xiao's eyes. He grabs his arm and pulls him to his side. He hooks one arm firmly around his waist and very intimately rubs himself against his neck, before saying softly, "With me here, how can I let you get caught up in it?" These words are said very lightly, without the arrogance of something said with utmost self-confidence. But it still has an unshakable certainty that can't be matched by the word self-confidence. For some unknown reason, when XiaoMo hears these words, an indescribable heroic spirit emerges deep inside his heart. But this heroic spirit is not his. Then, what should I do? XiaoMo swallows repeatedly. Ling Xiao hugs him, both of his hands running all over his body while he laughs freely as he speaks. That would depend on whether you trust me. The method is not difficult. You only have to let me plant a blood-packed seed in your body, let the seed stay deep in your mind, close to the soul. When you swear an oath, the moment when the void drills into your soul, the blood-packed seed will automatically gobble it up and destroy it. XiaoMo feels that this method is really miraculous, so he asks cautiously, "What is the blood-packed seed?" "Oh, the blood-packed seed is basically the seed of my spirit. As long as the person is planted with my seed, he will be controlled by me." Ling Xiao smiles slightly as he speaks slowly. Feeling the person in his arms stiffen slightly, he smiles saying, "But it's not the same as a puppet. As long as you don't betray me, my blood-packed seed won't devour your soul." "Da? Devour the soul?" XiaoMo's eyes open wide. This is too terrifying and Little brother, this is not just a form of intimidation. Ling Xiao whispers softly in his ear. XiaoMo pouts. This is a good solution? It's clearly jumping from one fiery pit into another. Although the one controlling him is different, in the end he will still be controlled by others. Ling Xiao laughs saying, "So how? Have you decided which one you want?" XiaoMo rolls his eyes uncertainly. Suddenly he gets a flash of inspiration, quickly turning around and clutching Ling Xiao's robe, saying full of hope, "Elder brother Ling, that blood-packed seed can be withdrawn ba. Since you can plant it, you should also be able to take it back, right?" Ling Xiao looks at his collar that is being held tightly by him. His lips start to curve upwards, revealing a teasing smile. "Little brother, how unexpected. Not seeing you for 3 days and you've actually become smarter." This statement means that he agrees with what he said ba? XiaoMo laughs, hey. This is something he suddenly thought about all on his own. It's not something seen on TV. Furthermore, he was always a very smart person, okay? Ling Xiao starts to laugh. There is an added hint of treachery and craftiness in his eyes. He is absolutely not going to tell him that he basically has no intention of taking back the blood-packed seed after everything is settled. Although it really is as he said, he can control the person that is planted with the blood-packed seed whenever and wherever he wants, but as long as he doesn't deliberately activate the blood-packed seed, the target won't be affected at all. Furthermore, what he said does not describe the blood-packed seed completely. It actually has another very useful function. That is to protect XiaoMo. XiaoMo is too weak. He can't be by his side at all times. So if by chance something happens when he is not by his side, the blood-packed seed can save him. It can also call out to him whenever and from wherever, and let him know that XiaoMo is in danger. As for why he is so concerned about XiaoMo, to the extent of planting the blood pack seed in his body, it can be attributed to his selfish motives. He can't stay in Tianxian sect forever. So if he were to leave in the future, he will also take XiaoMo with him. Since it is already certain that he will have to betray Tianxian sect, he doesn't want XiaoMo to be restricted by Tianxian sect, making him unable to leave. So, even if XiaoMo didn't come to look for him, he would come over himself anyway. Elder brother Ling, then when should we start? XiaoMo looks expectantly at him when he speaks. He can't say for sure when master will ask him to go over again. So it's better to take care of this matter as soon as possible. Hearing these words, an unmistakable smile appears on Ling Xiao's face, faintly carrying a tinge of expectation. He licks his lips saying, "Right now. We'll start now, BA. First, close your eyes." Although XiaoMo feels that it's strange, he still obediently closes his eyes. Ling Xiao stretches out his slender jade-like finger and slowly strokes along his white jade-like cheeks. His lips start to curve upwards slightly. "Little guy, actually letting the great me give you a blood pack seed that has what is equivalent to 1/10 of my power. In the end, is this your good luck or my good luck? I hope you won't let me down, hee hee." Ling Xiao snaps his finger and sets up a barrier outside. When that is done, he closes his eyes. Suddenly a captivating bright-colored flame appears between his brows and eyes, about the size of a fingernail. Appearing and disappearing between his brows, extremely bewitching. After a while, Ling Xiao suddenly opens his eyes. The eyes that were originally black like the night sky suddenly turn a brilliant red like blood gems. A bewitching red, occasionally radiating gold rays. His beautiful lips curve up devilishly. The sharp-pointed nail of his forefinger raises slightly the chin of the person in his arms. He slowly lowers his head. The scorching bright red lips slowly cover the lightly quivering lips of the other party. His slick wet tongue drills in forcefully hooking onto that tongue that is constantly retreating, entangling together, mixing their saliva together until they can no longer be distinguished, flooding XiaoMo's oral cavity. In the end, it becomes too much to bear, overflowing out of the corner of his lips obscenely. XiaoMo feels that he is quickly losing the ability to breathe. This time it is for real. Not something he is doing on purpose. When XiaoMo can't take it any longer and is about to start struggling, Ling Xiao suddenly stops his rather forceful kiss. Right after, it seems that something cold crosses over from the other mouth. Not waiting for him to react, that thing just slides down his throat. The ice-cold feeling makes XiaoMo shiver involuntarily. Just when he wants to say something, the arm hugging him suddenly tightens. That force sharply decreases the distance between him and Ling Xiao. The bodies stick tightly together, almost making him feel the other's scorching hot body temperature. Then his lips are sealed again. With no way of containing the flood of saliva, the front of his clothes get completely soaked. Ling Xiao's kiss is neither gentle nor lingering. He pushes and shoves straight in, much like his character, forceful and overbearing. Giving XiaoMo's tongue no choice but to dance together with his, flirtatiously nibbling and sucking, the blazing hot temperature scalding his lips until they are unbearably swollen and red. The endless deep probing of the tongue makes him feel as if a hole is going to be burned through his throat. XiaoMo suddenly comes to his senses, using all his strength to push him away. He only succeeds in moving his body a tiny bit, but luckily that is enough to let him gasp for breath. After calming down his breathing, he realizes straight-faced that, who knows when, Ling Xiao already untied his clothes and has both hands stroking inside. One of the hands is on his chest while the other is at his abdomen, touching here and there. Seeing that it is about to go further downwards, XiaoMo panics and quickly pulls his hands out and pulls his clothes close, wanting to escape from his arms. Just when he raises himself up, Ling Xiao holds him back down, laughing ambiguously. "Little brother. It can't be that you're thinking of running after taking advantage of me, BA? XiaoMo. Bloody hell, who is actually the one being taken advantage of?" Clearly he is one that is being taken advantage of, and yet he is not allowed to run? Ling Xiao lifts the hair that is hanging down on his chest. He licks his lips as if not having had his fill. He laughs softly, saying, "Little brother, the blood-pact seed is already inside your mind. If Kongwen comes to find you, you can just swear the oath." Alright then. Even though he was taken advantage of, at least the most serious matter has been resolved. That kiss, he'll just treat as his payment. XiaoMo is thinking somewhat naively. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100. Magic Pill Formula. 3 days later, Kongwen, as expected, sends someone to call him over. Because of his outstanding performance in the Hall of Mages, the elders of the Mage Division all agree that he should be able to practice that volume of alchemical techniques. Once he practices those alchemical techniques, he will be a core disciple of Xian sect. Swearing the oath takes place in front of Kongwen and a few of the elders. With the protection of the Bloodseed Pact, XiaoMo swears the oath straightforwardly. He swears in front of the elders that he will forever be loyal to Xian sect, and will not reveal the contents of the alchemical techniques to anyone. The contents of the oath is done by repeating after one of the elders. It has always been like this, so they are not afraid that the oath taker will be able to take advantage of some loophole. After leaving the Hall of Mages, XiaoMo follows Kongwen to the secret chamber. In the secret chamber, Kongwen passes on that volume of alchemical techniques to him. Because it is a low-grade alchemical technique, the content is not much. Compared to the Heavenly Soul Scroll that has over 10 pages, this volume of low-grade alchemical techniques has not more than 6 pages. XiaoMo reads it over once and stores it all in his memory. With the increase in his power, he can now remember everything firmly after reading it through just once. Much like the so-called photographic memory. It's also because of this that he has read most of the books in the first level of the library in the short span of half a year. "Master, I've decided what I want." After leaving the alchemical technique, XiaoMo remembers that he still hasn't made his request, so he simply brings it up before leaving. Kongwen is not the least bit surprised, replying calmly, "As long as it is within Master's abilities, you can ask for whatever you want." Those words mean that if it is not within his abilities, the request will become invalid or he would have to come up with another one. XiaoMo had guessed as much. Luckily his request is not especially difficult. "Master, I want to go take a look at the third level of the library's East Pavilion." Kongwen immediately frowns. "What do you want to do on the third level of the library?" The third level of the library's East Pavilion is considered a restricted area. The books displayed inside have considerable value. Disciples can't go inside without explicit authorization from the higher-ups. Even though XiaoMo is a core disciple, he still isn't allowed inside. With his current status, he can only go to the first and second level. Disciple heard that the third level of the East Pavilion has formulas for level 4 magic pills. So Disciple wants to go take a look. XiaoMo steals a look at him. Kongwen is the head of Earth Peak and a high-level mage. He doesn't need the permission of the elders to enter the third level of the library. He also has the right to allow his disciples to go to the third level. He learned all these from asking elder brother during their last conversation. Kongwen clearly didn't expect him to make this request. After some hesitation, he says, "You are now only a level 2 mage. The things in the third level of the library are not things that someone at your level can touch for now. Even if I let you go take a look, it is not of much use to you." Disciple understands, but Disciple still wants to go have a look. XiaoMo lowers his head and speaks softly. This is also something he found out later. Having magic herbs and a soul force doesn't mean that mages can refine a magic pill. Because only a few magic herbs are required for low-level magic pills, it only takes a paltry 5 steps to form a magic pill. So a specific formula is not needed. But this is not the case for level 4 and above magic pills. For example, a level 4 magic pill. It requires 8 types of magic herbs. Because each type has a different effect, if an error is made while putting a few types together, the effect would be lost, making that magic pill worthless. So it is necessary to follow a formula when conducting the blending steps. XiaoMo had looked all over the second level of the library and he still didn't find any formulas for level 4 to level 6 magic pills. So he guessed that formulas for level 4 and up magic pills are not things that are easily given out. That's why he wants to go look for them on the third level. But he still doesn't qualify to enter the third level at this moment, so he makes this request of Kongwon. If he made this request before swearing the oath, Kongwon would absolutely not agree because level 4 and above magic pill formulas are only passed on to core disciples. Now, he is only a little suspicious. Since you are determined to go to the third level, Master will not stop you. But you can only go in for 2 hours. You have to come out after 2 hours without delay, understand? Kongwon says. Disciple understands. XiaoMo immediately promises happily. Then Kongwon takes out a red tablet and hands it to him. His name is written on the tablet. Using this tablet, he can enter the third level of the library. But he can only enter the third level of the East Pavilion. The West Pavilion can't be accessed with this tablet. This is a one-time use tablet made by Master. It can be used to enter the library only once. Once it's used, it will destroy itself automatically. Because his grand disciple and second disciple are already level 4 mages, they will occasionally go to the library. So Kongwon already prepared a few of these type of tablets. The tablets contain his soul force. When it is destroyed, he would be able to sense it. After receiving the tablet, XiaoMo runs non-stop to the library. After the assessment, he is no longer busy. He doesn't have much to do these days, so he simply heads to the library to take a look. The library guard tosses him the level 2 tablet as usual. XiaoMo doesn't refuse because he can only go to the third level for 2 hours. So he can while away the rest of his time on the second level. The third level of the East Pavilion doesn't contain as many books as the first and second level. But if these books were to be brought out, there would most probably be a huge pile of people fighting and snatching. XiaoMo takes a rough look. There are not just magic pill formulas on the bookshelves. There are also dissertations from high-level mages for over several thousand years. Just the dissertations alone are enough to fill 3 whole bookshelves. If it was not for the time limit, he would hole up in the library for 1 or 2 months and read every one of it. 2 hours passes by very quickly. XiaoMo somewhat reluctantly closes the book in his hand. Level 4 to level 6 magic pill formulas. He uses his soul force to slowly carve them into his soul because normal memory is no use. The person who wrote down these magic pill formulas seems to have been very powerful. Each word seems to have some sort of charm. After looking at them for a while, the mind would feel like it is in a trance. In an instant, all the previous memories will be wiped out. A very sinister move. Luckily, elder brother told him about his before, so this trip wouldn't be wasted. After 1.5 hours, he finally committed all the magic pill formulas to memory. He spent the remaining half an hour on the dissertations of a few high-level mages. He wanted to find Uncle Ye's dissertation of magic herb cultivation. Too bad he didn't find it even after looking through all the bookshelves. After leaving the library, as expected, the tablet changed into a puff of flying ash on its own, just like what Kongwon said. XiaoMo doesn't go to look for Kongwon again. He runs back to his room and takes out a brush, paper, and inkstone. This is his first time using the soul force to memorize things, so he doesn't know how effective it is. He is worried that he would suddenly forget it all one day, so he decides to write out all the magic formulas for now. 3 different levels of magic formulas. There are altogether several tens of magic pill formulas. XiaoMo is just about to start writing when he realizes one fact. Damn it! He can't write using a brush. After a whole lot of mouth twitching, XiaoMo only manages to write 3 crooked and shaky characters. The 21st century is a time of fountain pens and ballpoint pens. Brushes have long ago been discarded into who knows which corner. You might not even be able to find 1 person out of 10 that can write using a brush. After struggling for half a day, XiaoMo finally realizes that he has to start by practicing calligraphy. But where can find the spare time for that now? After thinking it over for half a day, he still decides to write the magic pill formulas down first. Although his calligraphy is very much like earthworms crawling here and there, as long as it can read, it should be good enough. The sun that is hanging high above everyone's heads, after going through 1,000 trials and 10,000 tribulations, finally crawled below the western horizon. The tightly closed door is pushed open from outside. A slender shadow is cast from the fiery red sunset, making it look very long, cast from the door into the room, falling on the chair. Ling Xiao walks in lightly and quietly. Turning around, he sees XiaoMo asleep, sprawled on the table. XiaoMo is using one of his arms as a pillow. Saliva drips from the corner of his mouth on the half-written white piece of paper. Drop by drop adding up to form a puddle of saliva. Ling Xiao walks over and bends down to pick up a piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. He turns it over and sees an impressive 10 or so crooked, shaky characters. Usually, people can fit several hundred characters on this sheet of paper and he can only fit 10 or so. On top of that, they are too horrible to look at. Ling Xiao lifts the corners of his mouth, and can't help letting out a chuckle. These characters, one look and you can tell that this is someone that is just starting to learn how to write. Because of poor strength control, some strokes are as thick as a baby's arm while others are rather fine. Large and small, all uneven, making them appear extremely funny. Ling Xiao picks up all the papers that have fallen on the floor. Taking a closer look, he finds out that they are all level 4 magic pill formulas. He can't help but frown. Why is he writing all these magic formulas for no good reason? Oh. XiaoMo moves his mouth while in dreamland. He unconsciously turns over his face and continues sleeping. The exposed side of his face, because it was slept on for almost half an hour, is bright red. Like a huge pimple. Ling Xiao stretches out his finger and pokes his nose. A slight smile appears on his face. Take advantage of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.